Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest winter storm live stream. Hope everybody's having a good morning thus far. We have a long day ahead of ourselves as a major nor'easter is hammering all of the Northeast right now. We are talking about significant snowfall accumulation. We have a bunch of storm chasers and live cameras with so many different angles of this winter storm right now. Things are honestly really crazy out there. We are seeing extremely intense winds, and on top of that, we are seeing some overperforming snowfall totals, especially over in Long Island. Believe it or not, we're up to 20 inches of snow in some locations, back over near New York City, well ahead of schedule. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We're going to be breaking down everything that's going on with this winter storm. And as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Share the stream as well. Get the word out there. We'll be live all day today covering this major winter storm. And on top of that, I do want to point out, we're going to talk a lot about this, but the power outage number is rapidly increasing. We are now over, I believe, 400,000 customers without power currently in southern New England and also back along the East Coast in areas like New Jersey, back over in Maryland. So again, the number is rapidly increasing in terms of power outages, and so we're going to talk all about it. I do want to begin with our live radar right now, and you can see we got a lot of heavy snow now making its way into Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut at this hour. Notice our heaviest bands of snow currently are located over here near Providence, Plymouth, back towards Provincetown, and as well as into Cape Cod, and this is going to continue for the next several hours. We are starting to see some areas with snowfall rates as high as 4 to 5 inches of snow per hour, which is just unbelievable. In fact, New York City, over New York City, the National Weather Service did report that at about 5:28 in the morning, they had at least observed a 3-inch per hour snowfall rate between 4 and 5 o'clock over eastern Long Island. So over there, as of 5 in the morning, the snowfall amount was about 15 inches, and obviously heavy snow is still falling there. So the numbers are still rapidly increasing right now here across not just southern New England, but also back over here in Long Island and even New Jersey, where the snow is nowhere near done right now. You can see the heavy bands of snow wrapping around the western side of our low pressure system, and so we are going to continue to see some big problems here across Long Island and all across New Jersey here throughout the daytime today. And then a little bit further down to the south and west, you can still see all that heavy snow coming down. Lots of heavy snow still located right along the immediate coastline of New Jersey. We got some snow showers currently ongoing over in Delaware, and even as far south and west right now as Washington, D.C., where generally things have been winding down over near D.C., but it's a different story further to the east as conditions are rapidly deteriorating. We got a few storm chasers out there this morning. We will have Tornado Pagey here soon. This right here is storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He is located back over again. He's located back over near Stratford, Connecticut, and so he's right along the coastline. Look at the wind. I mean, this is what we're talking about here. The winds are gusting at around 50, 60 miles per hour where he's located. If you went a little further east, we'd be talking about winds upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. That's what we're looking at right now back over in Cape Cod and southeastern Massachusetts and even back over in Rhode Island. So this is just a sample size right now of the very significant wind that we have from this blizzard. So again, that's what it looks like right along the coastline. So far in southern parts of Connecticut, which is where he's located, the number, or at least the amount of snow so far hasn't been as significant, for example, as Long Island, because it hasn't been snowing here for nearly as long. But we probably got about a foot of snow on the ground right now there over in Stratford, Connecticut. Back over in New Jersey, it's a winter wonderland. This is live from storm chaser Connor Croft. He is also live inside of the Radar Omega app, and you can barely even see the roads. Visibility is down to a quarter of a mile, and it doesn't even look like there's that much wind here, right? I mean, like, again, this is just a bunch of snow that is falling right now. Big snowflakes, barely can see anything over here in Toms River, New Jersey. One thing I want to point out is that in Freehold, New Jersey, we do have officially at least a 20-inch snow measurement coming in. So, and I do think Freehold, New Jersey could be pushing towards 30 inches of snow today. I'm definitely not ruling that out.
Wait, luckily we haven't been over the...
You know what we have? We have tape.
But again, this is just unbelievable what we're seeing here. Again, you can't even really see anything. Again, the conditions out here in Toms River are, you know, very deteriorated. We still got very heavy snowfall. You can see bottom right of your screen, by the way, that's where Connor's located. And you can see all the dark blue. We still got a lot of heavy snow coming down right now in eastern New Jersey. So these snowfall numbers are still far from being over here in New Jersey currently. Also, we got a coastal view. This is back over in Salisbury Beach, Massachusetts. And you can see the waves kind of coming up right now. It's very windy. This camera is shaking around. Over here in Massachusetts, the winds are coming out of the east, so that means areas like Plymouth, Massachusetts, Cape Cod, back over in Boston, and even up towards Gloucester and Ipswich are going to have more of that basically inundation from all the water that's going to be getting pushed towards shore. So there will be some coastal flooding here throughout the daytime today as this blizzard continues to make its mark here across the Northeast. But you can see the camera shaking right now, and the waves are crashing here right along the coastline, and that's just going to continue for the next several hours. Also, we got a bunch of different live cameras here across the United States that we are keeping an eye on. We got about 20 currently pulled up here, but you can see all the different live shots here. A lot of them are covered over in snow. Some cameras are actually facing to the east, and for those that are wondering, the wind is coming out of the east. So any snowflakes are basically going to be coming out of the east going west, and so a lot of cameras that we have are actually getting covered over in snowfall right now. Also, back over in Long Island, this is what it looks like currently. This is in eastern Long Island. This is one of those areas that has been hit pretty hard by this winter storm at this point. And you can see there's very little, you can barely even see the roadway. It's hard to tell where it even is located. The snowplows are obviously hard at work, but we've just had so much snowfall here over the last 24 hours that it's becoming almost impossible to actually see the roadways. And the snowplows just cannot keep up with all the snowfall that has come down at this point. Completely different zip code, but back over in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is going to be, if you're not familiar with Massachusetts, that's far western Massachusetts. We got a lot of snow coming down here as well. We are pushing towards 8 to 10 inches of snow at this point. Still got a lot of smaller snowflakes coming down, not necessarily at blizzard conditions here, but visibility is definitely low, down to about a half of a mile here across the Springfield area. And then this right here is going to be back over in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which is going to be located just south of Dover. This is right along the coastline. You can see the wind is going out to sea, so we're not going to see those big crashing waves on this camera, but you can see all the snow again coming down. The snow is completely covering the ground, about 3/4 of a mile maybe of visibility here. And then back over in Boston, Massachusetts, there's really nobody on the roadway for this time of the year. This is that's actually Portsmouth. Let me put up Boston here. Boston, you can actually barely see Boston at this point. Boston's disappeared. So this is Boston here. You can barely see anything in Boston. Again, there's snowflakes covering the camera, but even then the visibility is down to about 1/4 of a mile. So it's very difficult to even see Boston at this hour. This is all the way back over in York Beach, Maine, and this is not an area that we are talking about any sort of major impacts yet, but snow is beginning to ramp up here, and you can see the wind. It's already gusting pretty strong right now, and the visibility is dropping significantly, and that is going to continue here over the next several hours as this nor'easter continues to get closer to the coastline of Maine. But I think right now the camera that stands out right along the coastline of Massachusetts is this one right here in Salisbury. This isn't even really where the highest winds are. It's going to be more in Cape Cod, but even then you can see the winds are really gusting, the camera's shaking, the waves are getting larger. So again, conditions are not great while that's happening. We got a live shot over in Portsmouth of a guy currently treating his, I believe, grass, or maybe he's going to the road. So he's doing some treatment over here in Portsmouth. I'm kind of surprised this is even on one of the live cameras right now, just kind of random timing. But again, there aren't many people that are walking out there. It's, for the most part, everybody for the most part is staying indoors and not going outside. It is really cold outside. So not many people are going to be going outside here today. And obviously with the winds, it makes it even colder. Wind chills are very cold right now, making it just not very pleasant to be out there throwing your snowballs and whatnot. Temperatures, again, running in the low to mid 20s for most of New England at this point. Some of the coastal regions are closer to 30 degrees. This is over in Stratford, Connecticut, which is, again, right along the coastline here in southern Connecticut. And again, conditions are continuing to deteriorate here. Winds have been gusting. And then back over here in Toms River, New Jersey, this is an area, I'm actually going to show you guys a video in a second, but there have been snow plows that have been getting stuck in banks. So we've gotten to the point at this point, we've gotten to the point where it is, the conditions have gotten so bad that even some of these snowplow drivers cannot control themselves on the roadway.
They vary heavily.
I'm going to find that video here in a second, but we had a video of that earlier from Stormchaser Connor Croft.
So you kind of have to gauge it, and people out here that know how to forecast these have.
This is back over in Toms River, New Jersey. Again, this is one of the areas that's been the hardest hit so far from this snowstorm.
2-inch-per-hour rates and less than 1/4 mile visibility now.
All right, this is a video from Stormchaser Connor Croft, who is, again, also live inside
Kind of sucks that the travel ban for
of the Radar Omega app. This was from a little earlier, not too long ago, but about an hour ago or so. This is snowplows getting stuck. 2 snowplows got stuck off the side of the road over here near Tom's River. And again, when I say snowplows can't keep up, I literally mean it. In some cases, we are actually seeing snowplows getting stuck out there. So again, the conditions obviously are not very favorable even for the snowplow drivers. There are some very large snowbanks. The roads are very hard to see. And once it gets to the point where you can't even really plow the roadway because you can't even really see it, it gets very difficult to actually keep up, with these types of conditions. Also, this is a pretty crazy look at our nor'easter this morning. This is what it looks like on satellite imagery. That is our nor'easter. And again, many of you might think this kind of looks like a hurricane. And again, it has a similar look to it. Obviously, it's not. But it is a pretty classic looking nor'easter. You can basically see the eye. It's right where my cursor is. That's technically the eye here of this nor'easter, where the low pressure system has dropped to about 968 millibars this morning. It is a very intense storm now that is making its way into areas in southern New England at this hour. Very intense winds and obviously very high waves are currently impacting the coastal regions. We also now have Stormchaser Tornado Pagey live. This is another one of our storm chasers. They are en route for Plymouth, Massachusetts. So they will be heading all the way over towards Plymouth, which is an area that is seeing, again, very treacherous conditions, and conditions are only getting worse at this hour. Let's go full screen to them. They're going to be in slot number 3, I think. So this is live back over here, again, near the coastline. This is going to be near Westerly in Rhode Island. And you, again, can barely even see the road here. At least it's been plowed recently. But, again, visibility is only about a quarter of a mile. These are true blizzard conditions that we are currently seeing here in southeastern Connecticut. They are coming up into Rhode Island here soon on I-95 going northeast. But this is truly a historic blizzard that we are currently seeing take place across the northeast. And on top of that, the wind gusts are getting even more and more insane. And over the next 4 to 5 hours, we're going to see a peaking of our wind gusts. All right, we do have some quick updates regarding our snowfall accumulation so far from this winter storm. Actually, look at Shoal. Look at the winds here. This is back over in, over here in Orange, Connecticut. We just had some really intense wind gusts. I might have just missed it. Oh, right here, look at this. This is what we're talking about with blowing snow. You can't even see like a few hundred feet in front of them. There are times where the blowing snow gets so significant you can barely even see the roadway. And where Stormchaser Ryan Shoal is located, we don't even have that many power outages yet. There's very few, if any. We do not have any sort of widespread power outage threat that has happened yet here.
We'll continue on this road.
But further to the east there is.
Corridor here.
All right, I do want to talk about our snowfall accumulation. We have a lot of numbers coming in this morning as this winter storm continues to intensify. Before we do that, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I just wanted to touch on the wind gusts here for a second real quick. You're just talking about, if you go over to that blizzard warning for Cape Cod, we actually have that 75 mile per hour tag inside that blizzard warning. But if you take a look at the HRRR, it actually looks like they're going to be a bit higher than that. It looks like our low pressure center is a little bit further off to the west of what we thought it was going to be yesterday. And this could lead to Cape Cod seeing wind gusts over 80, maybe 85 miles an hour. So where Connor Croft is right now, they're seeing a lot of heavy snow, but parts of Massachusetts are seeing that same thing. And shortly here, they're also going to see wind gusts up to 80 or 85 miles an hour. So those are going to cause those blizzard conditions and also a spike in power outages. We've already lost a lot of our traffic cameras in the Cape Cod region. We do have one of those that's just a little bit off to the west, but everything on the Cape seems to be off at this point in time.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we got major power outages and, again, crazy stuff here. Look at this blizzard warning that we have in effect. 75 mile per hour winds for this warning. On top of that, they are expecting upwards of 21 inches of snow, guys. They're expecting 21 inches of snow. By the way, I just fixed the echo. But back over here, again, we're talking about just unbelievable numbers when it comes to snow and also wind. Visibility is down to about a quarter of a mile in some areas. And he was just talking about the cameras being out. Obviously, that is one of the ways that we can see things. And we do have Stormchaser Tornado Pagey en route for the Cape. But the power outage number right now is at 40%. So we have 72,000 customers without power in Cape Cod. I would expect that number to possibly as much as double over the next few hours as this, winter storm continues to get even closer and closer to the coastline. If we head over onto the wind gusts that are forecasted over the next several hours, you can see that this was about a few hours ago, but this right here is right about now. So this is about, we're obviously at about 7:40 a.m. now, Eastern time, and you can see the wind gusts now all across Cape Cod are exceeding 60 to 70 miles per hour. They have gotten very, very intense, and once we get past 8 to 9 o'clock, they are only going to continue to stay very intense in these areas, which will continue to lead to a lot more power outages. So consider yourself lucky if you are in the Cape or really anywhere across southern New England, because again, most of you guys at this point should have already lost power because of how strong the winds are, but luckily, again, a lot of you are keeping power right now, but I do not think it's going to last, especially near Cape Cod. Boston should peak over the next few hours. I think it'll peak around 11 o'clock this morning, wind gusts near 60 to 70 miles per hour. So again, winds are obviously very intense right now, and then on top of that, as Riley was just talking about, the pressure is extremely low. It's going to be down to about 968 millibars over the next few hours, but the low pressure center may track a little bit closer to Cape Cod. We might not even really transition into rain anymore over in Cape Cod. So really good news if you want snowfall in Cape Cod, because it does not look like it's going to get above freezing if you want a lot of snowfall. All right, Tornado Pagey has found a car in a ditch or on a guardrail. It looks like they are stuck right there on the right. I think they're trying to get off.
They're not going to shovel.
Look at the exit. You cannot even see down the exit road. This is the conditions that we're looking at right now in southeastern Connecticut, where the winds are gusting close to 50 to 60 miles per hour. But looks like a car got stuck there. Maybe hit the guardrail. We'll be keeping an eye on that situation. Stormchaser Connor Croft just got passed by an ambulance, so we got first responders on the scene somewhere in Tom's River for who knows what reason. Could be anything. Again, Tom's River, you can also barely see anything. You can barely even see the trees in front of where Connor's at. Visibility is down to about a quarter of a mile. These are, again, true blizzard conditions that we are witnessing in real time here in New Jersey. It's also happening back over in southeastern Massachusetts. And these conditions are only going to continue to get worse. By the way, guys, if you have photos or videos, you can send them in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com.
Snowfall rates so far have not really dropped off too much.
Nope. But I'd argue the wind hasn't picked up much either.
No.
You cannot see the road. Like, it's actually crazy. You can barely see the tire tracks. That's the only thing that you can really see the road with here.
Said that, I started to hear the whistle again.
Right before I ended last night's live stream, I talked to you guys about how we were going to see at least 250,000 people without power by the time we woke up this morning and went live. I wasn't kidding. We are now at 285,000 customers without power. This is only including the Mid-Atlantic, so this does not include New England. It only includes the Mid-Atlantic and the interior Northeast. The numbers obviously gone up a lot here. You can see also on the map here, most of them are in Delaware, Maryland, and also back into New Jersey. And I know many people in Maryland were kind of disappointed by the amount of snowfall that we've seen, because it has not snowed that much over there in Maryland. Like Baltimore, for example, has barely seen any snow. But we have seen a lot of power outages, especially near the coastal areas. And you can see up and down New Jersey, we are approaching 10, 15, 20% without power in some of those areas. And then if we go back over to New England, this is an area that has a much more widespread number of power outages. Cape Cod, again, is sitting at about 48% of customers without power. Plymouth County is around 13%. We got about 10,000 people in Bristol County without power. Even Essex County near Ipswich and Gloucester, we're near 20,000 without power. So again, this number is continuing to rapidly increase. Even Nantucket's at about 3,300 without power. Martha's Vineyard is around 600. So again, not a whole lot of people live out there, but nonetheless, that is another area that we are starting to see a lot more power outages at this hour. And so again, conditions are continuing to rapidly deteriorate here across New England. They're going to stay like this for the next several hours. We are not going to see any sort of big downtrend when it comes to our snow anytime soon. It is going to continue to remain very treacherous out there. Funny enough, we do have a camera over in Martha's Vineyard. This is a live shot looking at that camera. And you might be wondering what's happening out there in Martha's Vineyard, because this is an island. You can't really tell. Again, there's no visibility out here. This is a lighthouse camera, and you can't see a thing. It is like there's, again, basically no visibility right now. So, yeah, there's very little visibility. This is also in Barnstable, Massachusetts. again, you can't see anything. There's basically no visibility out there. And that camera, I think, actually just went off. This is over in Boston, Massachusetts, at the Boston Common. If the camera loads, there you go. So this one looks like over in Boston right now. And again, we already got several inches of snow on the ground. We are expecting the amount of snowfall to continue to increase over the next few hours. And let me go back a little further to the north. This is located over in Gloucester, which is an area that we are starting to see more power outages. There is actually water there, by the way. There is a bay. You should be able to see the boats. You can see the dock a little bit. Visibility right now in Gloucester, at least near the coastline, is only down to about a quarter of a mile. Again, large waves are offshore. We're talking about 30-plus foot waves that are currently smacking the coastline. Salisbury Beach, Massachusetts is seeing some large waves just offshore. You can see a lot of the water crashing up towards the coastline. We have some very large storm inundation that is expected here over the next few hours. 1 to 2 feet of storm inundation is going to be possible. You can see the winds are very intense here. Wind gusts right around 50 to 60 miles per hour as well. Let me go back to a little further to the north here. This is a coastal camera that is actually live over in Nubble Lighthouse. So this is located near Cape Nettic, which is over in Maine. And there's actually a snowplow coming by right now. But this is right along the coastline. The winds will get much more intense here over the next few hours. The peak for the threat here over in Maine is going to be really probably around lunchtime and a little bit past that. So they're going to have a little bit later of a start for that peak time frame. And then this right here is York Beach in Maine, which you can see the water coming up towards the shoreline. Again, the winds aren't even really that intense here yet. They're only gusting to maybe about 40 miles per hour, but they will get a lot more intense here over the next few hours as this winter storm continues to ramp up. Also, off the record, Tornado Pagey's been trying to help this car get unstuck. You can't see it here, it's behind them, but they've been trying to get a car unstuck here for several minutes to hit the guardrail, and you can see the conditions are obviously terrible. We are looking at snowfall rates approaching 3 inches per hour currently here in southern Connecticut at this hour. We also have a new update for you guys in terms of snowfall accumulation. So we are starting to see some new numbers come in, and some of these numbers actually might surprise you, but in the Islip Airport, which is in Long Island, we have now just reached 22.5 inches of snowfall accumulation from this winter storm. That is overperforming, by the way. It's going to be snowing for the next several hours, and we could literally approach 30 inches of snow by the time this winter storm is all said and done. So there's a real chance right now in Long Island we could cross 30 inches of fresh snowfall, which is just unbelievable. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, these numbers are obviously very high, and that's pretty high on its own as well. So we're talking about almost 2 feet of snow that has officially fallen now. Looks like Tornado Pagey here in Bryce would be showing us what happened. Again, a car hit the guardrail right sometime before they got here. There's basically nobody on the roadway. This is live over in Stonington, Connecticut.
Yep.
Hey guys, we're about to watch this car being pulled out.
We're on
Listen to the wind too. That's what it looks like outside.
absolute blizzard right now.
My goodness. Look at the trees swaying. They're not even on, like on the beach or anything.
This car is absolutely buried. We have been digging it out for the past 15-20 minutes, and this nice gentleman in this big truck here says that he can pull them out, so we don't have to dig anymore.
Riley was muted? Well, that's good to know. Riley said there was 23.5 inches of snow in Suffolk County, I think, New York. That was our highest snowfall total. I don't know how that happened.
There's a lot of people here. I've been digging for the past 15-20 minutes with these gentlemen here, so
you guys can hear Paige, right? Like, you guys can hear this, right? There's audio. I'm just making sure. Bert's car stuck of the day. I don't know why I didn't put that. I didn't change the number. We're at 1. Yes, all right, cool. So they're about to pull this
chaos
car out. There's also another car behind that.
We're trying to get up towards southeastern Massachusetts. Yeah, you want to pull them through here where it's clear? We cleared
Guys,
it out a
for the
little
record,
bit.
they are screaming back at each other because they're only
get you
about
to
maybe
pass
20 feet
over.
away from each other right now, but you can't really even hear that well because of the wind and the snow combination
Don't
here.
rip the bumper off.
They're trying to do their best of shoveling, but again, like they got stuck in a snowbank here with the plows pushing the snow off to the right. You know, it's gotten to the point where you can't even really drive this car that easily out of the snow. It's going to literally have to be pulled.
You want to pull them through this clear area? Yeah. All right, I'm going to pull up a little bit. All right, Joe, we're going to pull up just a little bit.
Good shot to Tornado Page here and Bryce Shelton, helping get this guy unstuck.
We're going to pull him through that clear area. Got it? So, we don't want to get...
We'll go back to them in a second. But they are trying to get that car unstuck right now in Stonington, Connecticut. They'll be bottom right of your screen. Also, I want to go to... there are a few live cameras that are back over in Massachusetts. We actually have one that we're kind of able to get a view of. This is right next to Plymouth. This is live. Look at the top right of your screen here. All right, let me try to refresh this here. It might struggle a little bit, but look here. Top right of your screen. Look at the tree swaying. Wind gusts are, again, right around 60 to 70 miles per hour right now over near Plymouth. And this one looks like, again, we got significant winds right along the coastline. And again, this is looking down at the ground. It's not even really looking at the trees, but there are a bunch of cameras here right near Plymouth and right along the coastline that are showing these deteriorating conditions. We also got another one here, which we'll see if that one might load again. Some of these cameras are going to be going down because of power outages. But again, the winds are very significant right now along the coastal regions of Massachusetts, primarily talking about areas near Cape Cod. The winds are continuing to get a lot worse, and they will continue to stay, very bad here over the next few hours as this winter storm continues to increase in intensity. And again, for those in Cape Cod, we haven't even reached peak intensity. It's going to be peak intensity probably around 11 o'clock this morning. The low pressure center is actually going to be closer to Cape Cod than forecasted. So we are seeing much more significant bands of snow right now. And for those that are in Cape Cod, for whatever reason, if you still have power in Cape Cod and you're tuning in, we are actually going to be seeing, at this area, probably no transition to rain. It was originally forecasted to see a transition to rain, but now instead we are talking about a possibility of almost 20 inches of snow. So it's going to be basically snowing there for the next, 12 hours or so. It's not going to be ending anytime soon. Stormchaser Connor Croft, who is also live inside of the Radar Omega app, is currently located over in Seaside Heights, New Jersey. New Jersey's seen a lot of snow, and I know a lot of you are tuning in from New Jersey this morning. I know back over in Freehold, New Jersey, we have an official number of around 23 inches of snow that has been reported, and we could be pushing towards 30 inches there too.
Derek, I know the North Dakota.
And you can just see again the conditions out here. That truck is flying. Conditions out here are obviously deteriorating, and they're going to continue to stay this way for the next several hours. The snow's not going to end here in New Jersey until at least 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon, at least for most of the state. And by the way, even if snow ends today, if you're in the Northeast, and even if snow ends today, keep in mind there will be blowing snow all day today. So even at 4 o'clock, if you want to go out to the bar with your friends or whatever, I'm assuming there's probably some bar open somewhere because it's the Northeast, but if you want to go out to a bar or whatever, you might want to just stay home. You might not want to go anywhere because it's just not a good idea with all the blowing snow that we're going to see. And here comes the car getting unstuck from the large snowbank over in Stonington, Connecticut.
Well, no, he got out. Yeah.
Off topic, that is a beautiful car. I do like the looks of those. I think that's a Hyundai something.
All right.
Like the exterior.
That's it.
Probably won't look as nice with the snow on it, but
I got you out. This is...
might be a hot take, but...
Hey, no problem, buddy.
Yeah,
Be safe.
hey, thank you for stopping.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, man.
One will the snow end in western Connecticut.
safe.
It's not going to end anytime soon. It's going to be going probably at least until about 3 or 4 o'clock. So that car's unstuck now, and...
One road repair. They can get you out.
I was doing free promo to over 12,000 people. That is, again, car getting unstuck out of there in Connecticut. And again, the conditions obviously are pretty bad right now. Stormchaser Connor Croft is actually coming up on the beach right now. He's back over in Lakewood, New Jersey, or Seaside Heights. He's near Lakewood, New Jersey. He is right along the coastline, and so he's right along the water.
See the ocean earlier.
Obviously, the ocean's to the right here.
At the ocean.
So he's on the road that's right next to the ocean here. And obviously, the seas are very angry right now. We have very large waves crashing up towards the coastline. We'll maybe have a view of that here in a couple seconds.
Wind will cool you guys down quickly there. Phone is gonna overheat there.
Thank you, Curious, for becoming a member. Thank you, Fundamentals, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Chev, for the super chat.
I wonder what the wind was like 3 hours ago at its peak.
I know, it could have
Probably
been
a little bit.
pretty insane.
So again, what you guys are looking at here is over on the coastline of New Jersey. Connor will probably have a view of the beach here in a moment. We'll keep an eye on him. Again, the water obviously is going to be very significant right along the coastline. We've kind of seen that on some of those live cameras that we've been looking at right along the immediate coast. This is, again, one of them over in Salisbury Beach in Massachusetts. Winds are very intense. This isn't even where the winds are the most intense, by the way. The wind gusts here are only maybe, 40, 50 miles per hour. They're more like 70 to 80 right now in Cape Cod. This is also in Long Island, New York. This is in eastern Long Island. And as we alluded to, we've already seen over 20 inches of snow here. You can see a couple of snow plows are out there trying to keep the roads, plowed, which is very difficult with conditions like this, with all the snow that we've been seeing coming down. But for those that are tuning in from Long Island or New York City, this is what it kind of looks like out there right now, all right? So we got a lot of snow that is already on the ground. Most of the roads are covered over in snow. I'm going to try to get a camera here also from the JFK Airport, just to kind of give you an idea of the traffic today, because it's very different. This is what it looks like right now near JFK Airport. This is right next to Ozone Park. And again, there are very few, far between cars on the roadway right now. This is basically the entrance into JFK Airport. There's hardly anybody going to the airport right now. We have over 1,000 flight cancellations. And that number is only going to continue to increase as this major nor'easter continues to slam the Northeast here. So another view just to the east of JFK Airport. Also, this is over near Islip. Islip Airport actually saw 23.5 inches of snow. That is an official number so far from this major winter storm here in the Northeast. Also, we do have a couple of new snowfall reports coming in. And again, if you guys have any snowfall reports, you can send it in to us at reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There is a link in the description as well. Freehold, New Jersey, as of 1 hour ago from now, has reported 22.2 inches of snow. As of 30 minutes ago, Orient, New York is at 22 inches of snow. Also, over in Lower Makefield Township, Pennsylvania, we have hit 20 inches of snow. That is actually crazy because really nowhere in New Jersey or anywhere in like Pennsylvania was not really forecasted to see over 20 inches, and it is still snowing there right now. That is going to be near Trenton for reference. So again, just west there of Trenton near Philadelphia, we've actually crossed over 20 inches of snow in a couple of locations. Exeter, Rhode Island. Yes, Exeter, Rhode Island is already at 20 inches of snowfall. Guys, it's only been snowing here for like 10 hours, and we're nowhere near done. Like, these numbers are way overperforming in some locations. Not everywhere, by the way, but some areas are way overperforming. And the amount of snowfall that we are going to see on top of this is going to be quite significant. This is the latest forecast from the National Weather Service in terms of the amount of snowfall that we're going to see beyond now. Not just what we've seen, but what's also coming. This includes what we've already, does not include what we've already seen. This is only what is coming up. Anywhere in the orange is still forecasted to see 12 to 18 inches of snow. So Rhode Island, even though we've already seen 20 inches of snow in some areas, there's a real possibility we could be pushing closer to 35, 40 inches in a couple spots. Like, that is entirely possible at this point, which is just insane. And this is also what the bomb cyclone nor'easter looks like right now just offshore. This looks absolutely insane. That is just a crazy look. It, again, almost looks like a hurricane. This says we're waking up this morning. We're going to have a very clear satellite view of this in just a few minutes once the sun is fully up. But again, this winter storm obviously is crazy. Here's that actual, this is an actual loop here. Zooming in a little bit. See the swirl just offshore. Let's play it here. Look at that. That's crazy looking. This is what you call, and this, I mean, if we had a full loop, I could show you, but this is what we call Bomogenesis. Again, this is when we have a rapidly intensifying low pressure system, which drops by at least 24 millibars within a 24-hour period. And this is, again, a full-blown nor'easter. And again, almost looks like a hurricane. Almost looks like there's an eye. All right, that's what we're looking at pretty much. But obviously not a hurricane. Some people call it a snowicane. I mean, you could call it a snowcane. It's not a real word. Not a real thing, I should say. But, yeah. And really crazy stuff right now from this nor'easter. And you can kind of start to see, this is satellite imagery, by the way. You can see it a little bit. Again, the sun hasn't fully come up, so we won't have a full view of it yet. This is the geocolor satellite, though, which you can also see inside of the Radar Omega app if you have one of the subscriptions, and you can see the eye there just offshore. We can also do a 200 frame loop of this. I'm going to try to get that loading here, but you can see the evolution of this low pressure center after this loads here. So here's a 200 frame loop from last night. This is what we call a bomb cyclone. So this is what we see in real time. It might take a second to load. I'm gonna wait for this to load. I'm gonna go to Chaser for a second. It's gonna take 2 seconds to load because of the I think it just fully loaded, but I'm gonna wait a second. I'll show you the full loop here in a second. It's pretty cool. Loading a satellite for 200 frames takes a lot of CPU. This is what it's looked like, so you can see the timestamp top of your screen. That's 9, 10 o'clock last night, and this is what you call Bomogenesis. Low pressure system rapidly intensifying just to the east of Delaware, and then you can see it right there. Like, that is still intensifying, by the way. The pressure's down to about 972 millibars or so. This is something that you typically see during the, summer and early fall when we have hurricane season. But different shape. Usually looks a lot more tropical. This is not obviously tropical. So pretty crazy stuff there. Back over to Tornado Pagey.
That's a plow. No, that's a state plow. Fortunately, they have people to come from them, but it's going to be a minute. He's good.
Okay. I wonder if it just broke down.
No, he clips up.
Oh, okay.
Because he's off on the very edge.
Thank you, Sam, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Teen, for the $20 super chat.
Oh, no, we don't have a plow path.
Oh, shoot. Just take it slow.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Wow. Yeah, we just hit the deep snow.
Yeah, this is what it looks like right now in southeastern Connecticut.
There's some tire marks.
Also, back over to Connor. He was near the beach a few moments ago. This is over in Lavalette, New Jersey. Power outages right now near Toms River are crossing 40,000 people without power over in Ocean County. It is a winter wonderland right now across eastern New Jersey, where the wind continues to remain very significant. All right, we're gonna go through some of your photos and videos. We got a lot of you guys sending in photos and videos this morning. Let me find where we ended off last night. Hey, Cosmic, for becoming a member. All right, again, if you guys have photos or videos, the link is on your screen. You can also go to one of the links in the description. It'll send you right to this website. This is one of our latest photos coming out of... This is actually last night. Let me go to this morning. This is over New York City. We actually had thunder snow this morning. That right there is thunder snow over New York City. See the flash of lightning right there. That's crazy. We haven't had any photos or videos really sent in ever, I don't think, of thunder snow. It's very rare that we ever get this because, again, it's not something you see very often, and it's also hard to catch. That right there is some thunder snow. This is over in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. This is sent in by Jonathan. Not sure how much snow this is, and I don't blame you for not knowing. But this is, I'm not stepping outside my house to check, and I also do not blame you for that either. That looks like at least 18 inches, if I had to guess. And again, we've already seen, 20-inch numbers come in there in Rhode Island. This is over in Puxent, Maryland, if I'm saying the name right. Just a little bit of heavy snow in the trees. Yeah, just a little bit. Those trees are literally being weighed down. Those are branches that are probably coming down too because of the snow. And again, all the snow's wet, so it's going to lead to tree branches basically hanging down and probably being heavily damaged. Sussex County has seen a lot of snow over in Delaware. Winter Wonderland in Westover, Maryland. Thank you, Tanya, for sending that in. This is over here in... Waterville, New York. Got a squirrel out there having some fun in the snow, just jumping around. Hey, Valerie, for becoming a member. This is over in Dix Hills, New York. A little over snow shovel height of snowfall at this point. That is just an unbelievable amount of snowfall. This is over in Westerly, Rhode Island. 20 plus inches of snow. They had to clear a path to their generator. That is over 20 inches of snow in Pawtucket, Connecticut. Over in Pocomoke City, Maryland. Unbelievable amount of snow there too. I'm surprised how much snow is actually on the ground there in Maryland. This over in Cranston, Rhode Island. I just do not, I mean, honestly, if you don't like snow, this is not your day to be looking outside or walking outside. I'm cold looking at this. Making me actually cold looking at that. This is over in East Providence, Rhode Island. About 15 inches of snow so far in East Providence. This right here is in Pleasantville, New Jersey, which the chairs look like they're made of snow. Woke up to over a foot in Mashpee, Cape Cod. And guys, Cape Cod's going to overperform. Anywhere in Cape Cod, we're talking possibly over 2 feet of snow. Starting to get windy over there in Rochester, New Hampshire. And our last photo for right now, there's so much snow. And I agree, over in Greenland, New Jersey. Again, if you have a photo or video, there's a QR code on your screen. There's also a link on your screen there as well that you can check out if you guys have any photos or videos. Stormchaser Connor Croft is pulling out a car again. So now we officially have 2 cars that are stuck on the day. And they're going to try, it looks like, to push this. I mean, there's a snowplow there, which won't really be much of a help. I can make it 3 cars. Let's not make it 3 cars, please. We do not need more cars getting stuck. So there's a car stuck. We'll put that bottom left of your screen. Let me go ahead and do slot 1. We do have a big power outage update. The number is increasing significantly. We are now at 500,000 customers without power in the United States. So at 500,000 now. If I take off weather alerts here, you can see the counties that have been the hardest hit at this point by this winter storm. Again, back over here in Delaware, we are now approaching 100,000 without power just in Delaware alone. Dover has quite a bit. Sussex County is at 31% without power at this point. Back over here in New Jersey, mainly from Middletown back towards Vineland, just east of Philadelphia. That is where the most significant power outages have taken place. Back over in Monmouth County, Lakewood Township and Toms River, we are now pushing close to about 70,000 customers without power just in these two counties. A little further down to the south near Ocean City, Cape May Courthouse, we're now a little over 10,000. And then in southeastern Massachusetts, this number is just continuing to increase. Cape Cod, anywhere in Cape Cod, is now pushing over 80,000 without power. So this number has increased by about 5% since we went live. Plymouth and surrounding areas in Plymouth County, we're talking about 17% without power. Nantucket is also 24% without power. So, and then 6.7% over in Essex County. Also, they're trying hard right now to push this car out of the snow. You guys might have seen that just a second ago here. Oh, they're trying. I think Ben Williams on his own trying to push this thing. It might just be stuck. It honestly might be on a curb. It's kind of hard to tell. Looks like it's on a curb. There's a snowplow. I think that's Ben helping, right? Unless that's the driver. And now he's walking away. I don't know where he's going. Maybe he's taking a break. Well, that car might be cooked for a bit. This is what it looks like over North Stonington, Connecticut. Guys, don't drive if you don't have to. I literally can barely see. Quarter of a mile visibility currently. And it looks like there's a car stuck maybe on the left there. On the other side of the highway. That might be a third car stuck. I'm not going to make it through because we cannot fully confirm that's stuck. But look, stuck on the other side of the highway there. They are now moving into Rhode Island. They're actually near Hopkinton. Hopkinton? Maybe. Going towards Wyoming and Richmond. Southwestern Rhode Island.
Today. She's probably not here.
Rhode Island?
I don't know. I thought she lived in Kansas City.
The wind is making everything crazy. Well, that's what you call a blizzard, guys. It's literally a blizzard. The conditions are pretty crazy right now. We got Ben out there. He's still trying to help get that car unstuck. He's trying to push it again. There's not been very much success here. Ben used to be a football player, so he has the potential to push this thing out, but I don't know if he's going to. Oh, that looked kind of promising. Somebody's phone's going off.
Come on.
Oh, they got it. Hopefully.
Stupid charging thing.
Wow. Alright, well there you go. Another car unstuck. Hey, good sunrise for the super chat.
Oh, I was like asleep too. Yeah, Chad, I took.
Connor is now sleeping. Oh, we might have another car stuck. That is definitely stuck. Another car slid off the road.
Oh, okay.
So as Tornado Pagey and Bryce Sheldon head towards Plymouth, Massachusetts, they've been interrupted multiple times. Is that another car stuck?
Oh, it's a tractor trailer.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we got a tractor trailer stuck now. So now we have a massive tractor trailer that is stuck on the highway. And that's actually blocking lanes. Which you cannot really even see the lanes. This is a free-for-all when it comes to this roadway. You can't see a thing. There might be, I don't even know how many lanes this highway is to begin with on a normal day, on today, and there might be, like, I don't know. How many lanes are there on I-95 near Hopkinton in southwestern Rhode Island? Anybody know? 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna keep going, don't lose the traction.
Yep.
You guys giving advice to Tornado Pagey and Bryce on how to drive here, and I would agree. Oh god, there's more. There are multiple semis that are seemingly stuck right now on the interstate. Again, this is eastbound or northbound I-95 in southwestern Connecticut, just south of Rockville and Wyoming. There are 2 more here, and I do not think they're just sleeping. I'm pretty sure they are actually stuck, and they've lost traction. So there are possibly as many, I don't know, there might be as many as 4 trucks that are stuck here, though, by the looks of it. I think we're gonna increase the number to 7. What do you guys think? I think that's 4. Hey, Matt, for the super chat. We need a cars unstuck today. I mean, most of the cars that we see do get unstuck. But yeah, this is what I-95 looks like, guys. If you want to, if you had any intention of traveling, if you want to go to get your McDonald's McGriddle or whatever this morning, definitely don't recommend. This is this ain't the time to do that.
All those nice people.
You can't see a thing.
I always don't.
New Jersey's gotten a little bit better, at least. But yeah, crazy stuff.
Any gas stations open? I'm sure the gas part is open, but not the insides.
All right, Tornado Pagey is bottom right of your screen. Travel ban in Rhode Island. There's a travel ban in multiple states. I think New Jersey's ended, but they may have extended it. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just wanted to talk quickly about the mesoscale discussion and the snowfall rate. So this does include places like Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Boston, and the Cape Cod area as well. And this has actually been in effect since 4:13 a.m., but this is for snowfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour and blizzard conditions. And this is exactly what we're seeing. In fact, we've actually seen a snowfall rate over that 3 inches per hour. But the thing that I want to talk about once again is the wind gust. If we come onto the Radar Mega app here and take a look at the METARs, we can see that we have winds gusting as high as 70 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour on a lot of these METARs. And this is something that we're going to continue to see. And as we see that area of low pressure work its way just a little bit closer to the coast of the United States, we're actually going to see those wind gusts start to get even higher. And it's not just on the coastal regions that we're starting to see these high winds gusts. We have 63 miles an hour in Providence, Worcester. We're seeing 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is why we're starting to see these power outages be a little bit more widespread. When we show reports here in a little bit, there's a lot of pictures of that really moist, heavy snow sitting on the power lines, the trees as well, causing a lot of different infrastructure damage. That is what's knocking the power out, and that is going to continue to happen. I would expect pretty shortly we're probably going to get even more power outages than we already have, just as we continue to see trees go down. A lot of other states are also reporting that they have power outages as well outside of areas like Kentucky or Connecticut and New York. This is mostly also happening down in Delaware and Maryland. We were seeing those heavy winds start to kick up as well. Over here near Salisbury, our winds are starting to gust to 30, maybe even 40 miles an hour, and this is causing a lot of issues there as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the updates. If you wouldn't even guess it, guys. I got DoorDash, and again, no straw. I don't understand how this is possible. It happens all the time. It makes literally no sense to me. Also, my DoorDash, I schedule it the night before for these like morning streams because I'm usually not up like early enough. I scheduled it for like 7 to 7:20. It didn't arrive until about 5 minutes ago. It is for reference. It's an hour late, and I'm not in New England or anything. I'm in Florida. I know it's cold outside. Like I went outside. I stepped out for 2 seconds. It is freezing here. We're down to like 50 degrees.
I want to see the big waves.
It is cold. Cold for Florida.
47.7K.
All right, back over to Rhode Island again. For those that are just tuning in this morning, maybe just waking up, we are having overperforming nor'easter. Again, we are talking about in Rhode Island, we have now pushed over 20 inches of snow officially, and the snow is still about 12 hours from being done. This is what it looks like currently out there in Ashaway, Rhode Island. This is an interstate, and we've already seen about 5 different cars stuck just on this interstate alone, including a bunch of semis. And we just got a breaking news, new winter weather advisory in Alaska. And those alerts, I don't understand. Sometimes we get winter weather advisories in Alaska and they decide to pop up on stream. Yeah, I got sweatpants on today. It's cold. Only reason why I'm not wearing a jacket or anything right now is because I'm in a studio where there's multiple computers on and we got lights and stuff, so it's staying warm. I'm just wondering who in the chat right now, is anybody in chat right now has to go to work or is at work today here in the Northeast? I'm just curious. Like I'm talking about like these areas that are the hardest hit. Just out of curiosity. They imagine for the super chat. My husband works for USPS, was expected to come in. It's bad here. People will complain that they didn't have their mail today. No, he didn't go. I mean, your life is worth more than risking it out there. Thank you, Southside, for becoming a member.
Max wind gusts on the Jersey Shore. It was a 47.
We got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. We just got a new video from North Attleboro, Massachusetts, and man, oh man, is it windy. Blizzard conditions over in North Attleboro. Over in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Taking shelter on my bird feeder. Lots of snow and extreme winds. I do not blame the bird for taking shelter. This is a seek shelter. Get away from the open here for any birds over in the Northeast. Free old Township, New Jersey. Don't think the trees are supposed to do that. I don't think so either. But again, you got a lot of trees like this really being weighed down a lot because of all the snow that we have that is stacked up onto the trees. And there will be a lot of trees that will try to come down, even at least branches come down here throughout the daytime today. Over in Stoneham, Massachusetts, probably under about a half a foot of fresh snow on the ground on top of the existing snowfall shortly after sunrise in Stoneham, Massachusetts. Winds have only been gusting for an hour at this point. More distant trees are definitely faded or gone. That snow on the shoreline in Milford, Connecticut. See a little ripple effect too on the water from all the wind. This is another video which looks like these videos don't want to load. Oh, there we go. This is over West Orange, New Jersey. I'm surprised some of these trees haven't come down. I mean, if this was ice, it'd be very different. Trees would definitely be coming down. Out of curiosity, has anybody seen any big, large tree branches or actual trees come down in the chat? I know we've had some pretty big branches come down today so far. This is over in Kingston, Massachusetts. I looked out and the birds were swarming the feeders. 12 inches of heavy snow so far. Power is good. Fingers crossed. Well, hopefully it stays on. This is over in Livingston, New Jersey. A lot of snow on the ground there, obviously. Lots of snow in Union, New Jersey. We're getting close to 20 inches over North Providence, Rhode Island. Again, Rhode Island is overperforming. Farmington, New York is over 2 feet of snow, and that's what it looks like if you want to walk outside this morning. Yeah, good luck walking outside, and hopefully that snow doesn't fall into your house or anything. Ugh, it reminds me of when I used to live in New Hampshire. It just looks so cold. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on the screen at reports.maxvelocitywx.com if you have any photos or videos this morning. Thank you, Vital, for becoming a member. Also, T-Car for becoming a member. So it looks like currently over in Salisbury, Massachusetts, one of the live cameras that we have over in eastern Massachusetts. Wind is still intensifying right now. Wind gusts are approaching 50 to 55 miles per hour here. They are about 70 to 75 miles per hour in Cape Cod, maybe even pushing towards 80 miles per hour. So wind is intensifying. We got large waves offshore. There's also, guess what? A train. We got a train in Springfield, Massachusetts. This camera is literally next to the train. You can't see anything. You can barely even see the train. That's how low the visibility is. And Springfield isn't even an area that is seeing the worst of these blizzard conditions. That is a train right there on the left. You can barely see it. Trains do operate during winter storms, believe it or not. Also, back over in Long Island, I actually got several trucks on the pickup trucks on the road right now. Most of these people that are driving on the road are you know, actually plowing. So for the most part, there are very few cars on the roadway right now that are not people that are plowing the roads. And for those that are wondering what's happening in Connecticut right now, if you're tuning in from Connecticut, this is a live view in Wilton, Connecticut, which is just north of New York City. Stormchaser Ryan Schill is actually going northbound right now on Route 7. He's heading up towards Danbury.
Our visibility is dropping fast, dude. What in the world?
Also, here's what it looks like on the coastline right now in Portsmouth. This is Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is also what it looks like in downtown Portsmouth. There are people walking outside right now. I honestly, like, if I lived up here, I would not be going outside. Even if I wasn't live, I would not be going outside. I'd be staying indoors today. Like, the amount of wind that we have is making things obviously cold. Just blustery. It's not fun. This isn't like the type of fun snow. Like, this is... It might be fun after today, but, you know, today specifically, it is just too cold. Yeah, we got another train. This one's over also in Springfield, Massachusetts. A little bit easier to see here on this camera. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just a quick update on power outages. In the entirety of the U.S., we are now up to over 500,000. 21,000 of these are in California, so not all 500,000 of those are in the Northeast, but a majority of them are. Right now in Massachusetts, we have 181,000 customers without power. That's 6.18%. New Jersey, we have 129,000 customers without power. That's 3.12%. Delaware, we have 71,000 customers out of power. That is 15.58%. And Maryland has 33,309 people without power. I do expect these numbers to continue getting higher. I believe when we started stream, we were just around 200,000, so they're definitely going up rapidly. But this will continue to happen as we see more damage from the snow sitting there and the wind speeds pick up.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, power outage numbers increasing. This is the first time we're over 500,000 people without power since, I believe, January, maybe 16th or so. So, number has increased, obviously a lot today, but generally speaking, comparing it to our last major winter storm, which that one ended up producing a lot of snow back over in, again, across the southern plains, and also a lot of ice across southern plains and back towards the East Coast. That one knocked out over 1 million people, I believe. So this one has obviously crossed 500,000, and by the end of today, we could actually cross 1 million people with how many people live here up in the Northeast. All right, let's go slot 1, 2, 3. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. Again, they are right now en route to go to Plymouth, Massachusetts. For those that don't know where Plymouth is, and you're maybe international or something like that, Plymouth is going to be near the coastline. If you look bottom right of my screen here, the winds basically are coming out of the northwest, so we have very significant waves and also extremely high winds that are hammering areas in the interior Cape Cod. And so that's where they're heading right now. They are still probably a good hour or two from there because of how bad the conditions are. This is in Richmond, Rhode Island. It's again, a full-blown blizzard. This is easily going to be the blizzard of 2026, maybe even the blizzard of the decade so far here in the United States. It's just quite literally unbelievable what we're seeing out there. Kids must be loving this. Anybody have any kiddos that are actually playing in the snow right now? I do not feel like that's a great option. I feel like staying indoors and playing video games is going to be more fun than going out there in the snow today. It is so cold. This is also not the first winter storm that we've had. I mean, we've had several this winter up in the Northeast. Some areas like New Jersey, a little bit different. We haven't had that much snow. I can't believe Paige has found a car. We have found a vehicle on the roadway, guys. There's been very few on the interstate. I think that person's also probably surprised. They're like, why is there somebody behind me? This is a 2-lane interstate. You can actually see the lane, the line at the bottom. You know, I mean, if this was a normal day, this guy is technically driving in 2 lanes right now. You can see the dashed line in the middle. So he's just kind of in the middle of 2 lanes. I believe this is still a 2-lane interstate. I think it's 2 lanes all the way through Rhode Island. So, man, that's what it looks like right now in Rhode Island. We are overperforming once again in Rhode Island. We already have 20 inches of snow confirmed in Rhode Island.
Thank you for the super sticker.
We also have breaking news. Freehold, New Jersey has just reached a brand new number of snowfall. We are now at 24.2 inches of snow in Freehold, New Jersey as of 45 minutes ago. I think we're going to hit 30 inches. We're going to hit 30 inches, I think, in Freehold. Freehold's somewhere over here near Middletown. Let me get the exact location. This is where it is. So it's just north of Lakewood Township. Guys, we were talking about last night. Somewhere in this area is going to probably see 30 inches of snow. That's on the northern extent of it. We're going to hit 30 inches there. I have very little doubt that's happening. Thank you, Ellen, for the $5 PayPal donation. Also, over in Montauk, New York, we have now just hit 22.5 inches of snow. As of the last several minutes, so we just got a new report out of Mooresville, Pennsylvania. This is only as of half an hour ago, of 21 inches of snowfall. So we even have 20 inches plus in Pennsylvania at this point. Mount Holly, New Jersey, has reached 19 inches of snow. Chatham, New Jersey, has reached 20 inches. South Kingston, Rhode Island, which is right here, has already reached 19 inches of snow. To put in perspective, we are still forecasting another foot potentially of snow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
And we got another car stuck.
No.
Doing all this, no.
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna need it.
I don't even think Connor or anybody... There's 3 people with Connor today, including himself. I don't think anybody's gone out to try to push this thing, but there are several people trying to push this car out of a... It looks like out of some sort of dip. Looks like they still off the road. There goes Ben Williams. The shovel. Thank you, Vanessa, for becoming a member. Thank you, Lage, for the super chat. By the way, I do want to remind you guys... Oh, there's a snowplow. I do want to remind you guys, if you are taking any snow measurements, make sure to not do it in snow drifts or anything like that. You got to do it in the open grass. All right, I saw somebody say in the chat they have 30 inches in Brick, New Jersey. I mean, there could be 40 inches, but it might just be a snowdrift from how windy it is. So, make sure to use the proper techniques for measuring snowfall, because at the end of the day, there will be numbers that are really over the top because, you know, it's not proper measurement. Because with our wind and whatnot, like, obviously the wind for the most part right now is coming out of the east and northeast. Let's just say you're in a location where the wind's coming out of the east, and this is your home right here. And let's say that's your home. I don't know why this home is so tall, but let's just say that's your home. You got a 5-story home going up. Let's say the wind is coming out of the east, going this direction. Snow is going to basically drift up into your home like this. All right, so you basically have to find where the snow is basically leveled out, which there is a place where it's going to be leveled out, but it's not usually next to your home. You could also be, let's say the wind's coming out of the east and you're on the west side of the home. There might not be any snow or very little snow right along the edge of your house. So you want to be able to measure it in the open where there's basically a flatter area of snowfall where it's not just all of a sudden sloping. And if you are sending in any snowfall measurements to us on our website, on reports.maxvelocitywx.com, make sure that you are properly, doing that. They're really trying to get this car unstuck. We got 2 people shoveling. We got the tires unstuck here. There is almost no visibility in Toms River, New Jersey still. New Jersey, the nor'easter is for the most part now. It's not winding down by any means. It's not done. It's gradually getting less intense, but at the same time, it hasn't really looked much better over the last few hours. The winds are still gusting to about 50 miles per hour. And the snow is still coming down at about 1 inch per hour.
Again, a reminder, chat. Ben is out there in tennis shoes right now, and for whatever reason. Bro did not have boots.
What in the world?
Tennis shoes and sweatpants is Ben Williams snow chasing weather.
Bro is out there in tennis shoes trying to help this guy get unstuck. That's the most northeastern thing I've ever seen. Breaking news, we have a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust that has been confirmed in Wellfleet. I believe that is Wellfleet, Massachusetts, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't have the actual state abbreviation. This guy is gonna have frozen feet by the end of this. That's gonna take a while.
Just like lift it up.
All right, let's go over to the graphic here. So this is the latest wind gust measurements here across southeastern New England. 77 miles per hour in Wellfleet, Norwell 73, North Kingston or Kingstown, which I believe is over in Rhode Island, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 72. Chatham Airport at 72 miles per hour, Sandwich at 72. Even Block Island and Nantucket have pushed over 70 at this point. And again, the peak wind gust will be for the next 4 hours or so. Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is way up here where my cursor is, they've reached 64 miles per hour. So very high numbers all across the board. And the winds are still far from done. Boston area has also gotten near 65 at this point. It's kind of crazy. All of a sudden, Page has caught up to more vehicles on I-95 in this blizzard.
We found the plow brigade.
Somehow found a semi and a pickup. The roads have actually been plowed pretty recently. We have very heavy snowfall happening in Providence right now. Again, very intense snow band. Probably 3 inches of snow per hour coming down in southeastern New England, back over in Rhode Island. Isn't there a commercial vehicle banned in Rhode Island? Can somebody confirm that? I thought there was. Hey, theme park for the super chat. As a truck driver, what's the accumulation in Newburgh, New York? Check where that is. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around 12 to 18. We don't have I don't think we have any official number specifically there right now. So there is a commercial ban in Rhode Island. Riley confirmed that. We have seen several semi-trucks, though, out there. I mean, we saw a bunch get stuck behind where Tornado Pagey's at. There's a travel ban for all of Rhode Island. It does look like Page is stuck behind a plow, a couple plows. That's why the road looks so plowed. So I say it looks like it's been plowed recently. Well, that would be why. They've caught up to the snow plows. Looks like I think Connor may have gotten that car unstuck. Just gonna make sure we can confirm that. I missed it. Nope, it did not get unstuck. Never mind. So they weren't really able to help getting that car unstuck. It is still stuck. We are still sitting at 8 stuck vehicles on the day today, and a couple of them have already been in Toms River, New Jersey. And we are expecting that number to continue to increase.
That's the only truck I've seen so far got chains on.
This looks like a typical winter day up here in Ontario. We haven't really had a winter storm like this in the Northeast in like a decade, it feels like. I think the last time we had a winter storm comparable to this was probably 2015, 2016 in the Northeast. I mean, granted, again, a lot of you guys have probably seen 20+ inches of snow from other events in the last 10 years, but when it comes to the widespread scale of this and the significance of this blizzard, I feel like this is, you know, probably the most significant since the mid-2010s. Many of you guys are also saying in the chat, this is the worst since 2015, 2017, and I'd have to agree with that. I mean, the last, for those that are wondering, I used to live in New Hampshire, lived there until about 2017, I want to say, and after I left, nothing happened. So maybe it was because I left that we've seen no big nor'easters. So I moved to Texas, then I moved to Florida, and when I lived in New Hampshire, there was, whatever reason, we had a lot of winter storms up until I left. But maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's actually some truth there. I don't know. Maybe we have to move back to New Hampshire so we get more common winter storms. What do you guys think?
This is tough.
Ice slip. We have 2 feet here. Yeah, we have an official report of like 23 inches. I want to say at the airport, which is probably now over 24 inches.
Raymond, thank you for the super chat.
We just got a new report out of Chatham, New Jersey, of 20 inches of snow in the last few minutes. Here's what the total amount of snowfall looks like right now. We got a map here of all the different snowfall accumulation. The key's on the left side of your screen.
Yep.
And we got another vehicle stuck. That is a full-blown van. But Rhode Island, again, is one of those places that is really overperforming. Exeter, Rhode Island, just coming in a moment ago at now 21, almost 21 inches of snow. Just across Rhode Island, again, this is really overperforming, and we are still expecting another 8 to 12 inches of snow on top of this. So we're going to be pushing towards 30 inches in Rhode Island. Eastern Long Island is now approaching 2 feet. I mean, these are just crazy numbers. Let me take off some of these numbers, though. We're at, this is the last 24 hours. Let's do last 6 hours. There you go. A little bit more accurate for what we're looking at here. Again, back over in Freehold, New Jersey, we have official numbers of over 24 inches of snow that is exceeding 2 feet. Got a lot of places around and just east of Philadelphia that are pushing towards 2 feet at this hour. We have a few areas in far eastern Pennsylvania that have actually reached, I believe, 20 inches, like Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. Even eastern Delaware has reached almost 20 inches in some spots. We got 19 over in Seaford and over in western Delaware. Lewes is up to 18 inches, and a lot of these places have power outages right now. If you look at the power outage map, widespread power outages are starting to fill in, especially in this part of Delaware, back over in Sussex and Kent counties. We are now at a little over 20 to 30% without power. By the way, Radar Omega's been putting out some updates. Obviously, we're using the Radar Omega app here. They've actually added it, so you can actually see that there's like kind of a new little UI look to the power outages and stuff like that. They also just updated the warnings and stuff. So these blizzard warnings, it's actually a little bit easier to see like everything that's expected. So you can see like the wind gust is high as 75 miles per hour. Basically goes over the visibility and the snow. It's really easy to read. Like this just pushed out last night, I'm pretty sure. So they've kind of basically summarized and made it more simple to look at all the blizzard warnings and stuff. So it's easier to click on that. They've also added these little Stormchaser arrows and where they're going. So Tornado Pagey's going northbound on I-95. It actually makes it easier for us too to be able to see where everybody's going. Connor's not even moving because of this. Not this. This. Another a van is stuck now. So our vehicle's stuck counter is up to 9 today. I don't know how they're going to get that guy unstuck, but we'll be keeping close tabs on him. As... well, he's going to try to push it. This would be impressive. If he can push this van out, this would be impressive. Here goes Ben Williams. If he does this first try, I'll give him a cookie. Good day to use a sick day. I feel like if you have a boss that had made you made you take a sick day today. I feel like that's crazy. Huge shout out to Bang with the $100 super chat saying, Common Radar Mega W. Really appreciate the very generous super chat. W's in the chat. For Bang, really appreciate that. How much snow, more snow is expected for Long Island? Probably an additional 6 to 10 inches of snow. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on them. They are still, it's like, trying to figure out how to get out of there. What it looks like back over in West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Tornado Pagey is going to be coming up on Warwick here soon in Providence. Again, full-blown blizzard conditions happening right now. And they're now trying to push out the car, or the van. I get Ben Williams was a football player at one point, but I don't think there's any way this guy's going to be able to push this van.
Ben!
Oh my god, there's no way!
Oh my gosh, what a dog.
Bro, that is crazy timing, and I don't know how in the world.
Power right there.
He just pushed out that van.
Just pure power. Ben Williams. What a straight dog.
I cannot believe that. We need some W's in the chat. That
Straight
is
up
insane.
Dog, Ben Williams.
What?
It's a straight up dog. Straight up animal.
Oh, there's my other glove.
Solo pushes the van out of the snowbank.
I can't believe that. That's crazy.
Dude,
What time was that? 8:45. How are the power outages in New York City? Are they hanging in there? Power is hanging in there in New York City. Yeah, we haven't had any major power outages in New York City yet. Hopefully it stays that way. Hey, Kyle for the super chat. Hey, Chris, for becoming a member. Plenty of power in New York City. Yeah, we haven't had any major power outages in New York City. And our power outage map at this point, again, if we go back over to, let me take off the weather alerts. Back over to the map here. You can see, again, the power outages are where those county boxes are. Any of this is power outages, and we don't really have any in New York City. If there are any, it's very, very isolated, a very small percentage. It wouldn't be enough to show on here. I think the minimum here is at least a few thousand people are at least like 2% without power. For the most part, our power outages are confined to New Jersey, Delaware, Southern Maryland, so a lot of the coastal areas, as we've been alluding to, and then Cape Cod has really been increasing. We've now hit 50% without power in Cape Cod. A little over 92,000 customers are without power in Barnstable County here in Cape Cod. And that's, again, crazy. It's still going up. We started the stream and it was about 39%. So, and keep in mind, this is a very large county. So that number has just continued to increase over the last few hours at 92,000 people. Over here in Plymouth, I'm honestly surprised this number isn't higher. And again, we will see here in a little bit, once Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton get to Plymouth and they're going that direction, you're going to see how intense the winds and the waves are. We have very intense winds coming out of the northeast right now, all surging basically towards the coastline, and the winds are pushing inland, and it's a lot easier for these areas to get power outages. I'm surprised, again, that number is not higher, but I'd have to assume maybe more of these inland areas are still okay. I think the coastal areas are probably going to hit pretty hard. Over near Taunton, as well as Fall River, New Bedford, we are currently looking at about 12,000 customers without power, and then just south of Boston in Norfolk County, we've now just hit 11,000 without power. Gloucester, Ipswich starting to see some power outages, a little over 15,000. That number should probably continue to increase. I don't think that's going to be decreasing anytime soon. We are also now getting power outages in Connecticut. We haven't had very many, but Eastern Connecticut now has a little over 5,000 without power in Wyndham and New London. I know it's a pretty small number, but that is at least a sign that we are now starting to see some power outages as this bomb cyclone continues to intensify just to the south of New England. Also, we are seeing some very intense snowfall now all across southeastern New England at this hour. We have snowfall rates in here around 3 to 4 inches of snow per hour, maybe even a little bit higher in some spots. So the snow is only continuing to get more significant in the southeast, and we are probably going to get to a point here that we have some places picking up nearly 30 inches of snow near Rhode Island. It's back over. All right, I'm going to go back through a few of our chasers. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Stormchaser. Connor Croft, he's also live inside of the Radar Omega app, and you can download it with the top link in the description below. He is located in Toms River, New Jersey.
Snow, more snow.
White stuff.
And then we have Stormchaser Ryan Scholl, who's in Connecticut. We have a very diverse group of people here today in terms of where they're all located. He's over in Danbury, Connecticut. Ryan Scholl's trying to fix his windshield wipers as the snow continues to come down. And then right now, the craziest scenes are still in southeastern New England. Again, it just looks completely white out at this point. Very hard to even see the roadways. If you don't know what road we're on, this is I-95 northbound going towards Providence, Rhode Island. We have full-blown blizzard conditions. We've maybe seen a dozen cars on the roadway, and out of those dozen cars, we've probably had about 6 or 7 stuck. So we're looking at maybe about 50% of the people that Tornado Pagey has seen on the road have actually been stuck. They are grinding their way up there towards Plymouth in Massachusetts. Huge shout out to Bane with 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Bane. Also, thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. I wish it would snow just like this here on the Gulf Coast for us. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you'd want that, because if we had snow like this and it was cold enough for like a week and the snow wasn't really melting, you'd be shut down. You wouldn't even be able to go get your McDonald's burrito in the morning. Or go to Starbucks or whatever. Everything would be closed. This would be it would be catastrophic if we saw something like this near the Gulf Coast, and we also had something like this lasting for, or the temperature staying at least below freezing for like a week. It'd be catastrophic for a lot of reasons. I'm 5 minutes from Page, maybe 5 minutes on a good day. If you want to get to Page right now from anywhere, it's going to take you probably 5 times the time. So we've been live for about an hour and 40 minutes, or not hour 40, about an hour and 30 minutes. Tornado Pagey started right out here near Westerly to start the stream. They have driven maybe 30 miles at most. I don't even know if they've driven 30 miles since we went live. To put that in perspective, you know, they're maybe averaging, I mean, they've had to stop a couple times to help people, you know, that are stuck and somebody hit a guardrail and whatnot, but, you know, they're basically averaging like 20 miles an hour maybe. So they aren't going very fast. Again, the roadways are really bad out here, and obviously the visibility is super poor, so it's very hard to drive anywhere or any faster than maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour on the interstate right now. Conditions a little bit further to the west near New York City, they are still pretty bad. I mean, all of Long Island is still getting moderate snowfall at this hour. And we are, again, really nowhere near done with this heavier snow. We're going to pull up a couple cameras in Long Island to give you an idea of what's happening there, but again, conditions are continuing to get worse. We obviously have Ryan Scholl, who's in southwestern Connecticut. You can see the different Stormchaser dots. That's Paige, that's Scholl, and then down here is Connor. So kind of split across the board right now. Pretty evenly, too. Thank you, CP, for the super chat. All right, so this is what it looks like right now. Back over in, let me go slot 2. This is what it looks like right now over in Long Island. So, again, roadways are pretty much covered over. At least it's been plowed recently. That's a good thing. A lot of the cameras that we have across the board are pretty much covered in snow. This one is over on exit 272 over in eastern Long Island. You can see how much the camera is shaking right now. Crazy stuff there. Camera is shaking a ton. Winds are gusting to about 50 to 60 miles per hour at this moment. I want to show you guys downtown New York. There are just so many cameras right now that you can barely see anything, or they're covered in snow. This one is over here near Manhattan. Not far from the Empire State Building, actually. And again, visibility is down to maybe about a quarter of a mile. We only got a couple of cars on the roadway. This is, again, crazy, slow on the road. Like, there's very little people on the roadways for this being a winter storm. So most people have stayed home. There's obviously a travel ban in effect, too. This is what it looks like on West Street, which is just west of the Empire State Building, just outside of Central Park. Very few people on the roadways. We got a couple taxis that I just saw in this camera. On a normal day, there'd be a lot of traffic. That is all what it looks like around New York City right now. And then back over on some of the coastal regions of New Jersey, there have been a lot of cameras that have gone down. This one, I believe, is still up somehow, or it might have just froze. Oh, nope, it's still here. This one is over on Sea Isle City in New Jersey. This is in southeastern New Jersey. And honestly, I'm surprised this camera's even up. It was actually down for a few hours because of power outages. It looks like it came back up, though. See the waves crashing right on the coastline. So conditions have at least improved a little bit here. And this one looks like over in Sussex County, Delaware, where we have widespread power outages right along the coastline. The street lights are swaying. So conditions have at least improved a little bit back over here in Delaware. But again, conditions are only continuing to get worse elsewhere, like Long Island. Also, Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is an area that we are now seeing a little over 15,000 customers without power. You can see the boat dock a little bit more clear now. We weren't able to see it very well earlier. Wind is going to continue to intensify over the next few hours. You're just north of Boston and even around Boston. Through the Boston Harbor. Also, we should have a live camera north of Sandwich in Cedarville, Massachusetts, but that has gone down due to power outages. So we have yet again another power outage that has just happened. Power outages are currently increasing in Massachusetts. So it's back over to Tornado Pagey, coming up towards Providence, Rhode Island. Hey, South for the $10 super chat. The reason why there are some people in the roads is essential workers. CVS in Connecticut is considered essential. Poor corporate. Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, I'm not, for those that are wondering, I know there's a lot of people asking in the chat, like, why people are on the roadways. There is definitely a reason. There are some events, though, like, I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised there aren't more people on the roadway. Like, I thought there'd be more. We've seen very few in between vehicles on the major interstates here. Like this one, you can see that one car in front of them, and there's been very few that they've even seen. So, you know, I'm gonna be honest, like, I feel like the number of vehicles that we saw with our last winter storm, so the one that we had back over in the mid-Atlantic, there were way too many people on the roadway, and I don't feel like all of them were essential. I think some people are just driving for, you know, whatever reason it might be, because there were way more people. We've seen very few here in New England, so. But I do think, you know, people up here in the Northeast actually have heeded this winter storm very well. And yes, there have been vehicles that have gotten stuck, but that's kind of goes with any winter storm. I'm actually surprised how high the number is. I didn't think it would be this high.
John says my rider
We're at 9 right now. A lot of them are semis.
It is here. That gives me a great.
So it looks like over in Danbury, Connecticut. Not nearly as intense of winds in southwestern Connecticut. So it looks like getting off the exit in Danbury. Near Lake Avenue. Hey, Thomas with the $10 super chat. Insane winds and snow here in southern Mass.
We are in Danbury, Connecticut, and I want to try to stay in Danbury if we can, so. Go right at light. Yep. I got my directions and don't.
And back over in Toms River, New Jersey. Connor Croft is back onto the Garden State Parkway, moving northbound, heading up towards Brick Township. He's actually heading up towards one of those local maximums in terms of snow accumulation. not far from where Freehold is, which Freehold again has seen 24 inches of snow so far, and we are still expecting more over the next several hours.
Actually, you're going to be really close to it. It's just like if you see me, it's just behind me to the north. It would be worth maybe getting your stream on it if you want. The road's plowed too, a little road to get down there.
We do have some new photos and videos coming in from you guys. Let me... over to this. Here are some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in. And again, if you want to send in photos and videos, it is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. The link's also on your screen, but it's also in the description. Back over in Brick Township, New Jersey, at about 16 to 18 inches of snow so far. See, the trees again look sad. All the snow is weighing down those tree branches. Crazy wind and snow over in Middletown, Rhode Island at 8:30 in the morning. And then a little over 30,000 people without power in Rhode Island getting slammed here in coastal southern Rhode Island. Hopefully your power's still on. That's over in Little Compton. Can't see my neighbor's house maybe 300 feet away over in Somerset, Massachusetts. This is Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I just drove this truck about 10 minutes ago, already covered up again. I mean, we're talking about almost 3 inches of snow per hour. We might honestly be pushing towards a couple of spots in Rhode Island, upwards of 5 inches of snow per hour. I'm not even kidding. We might have a couple bands there that are producing 5 inches per hour. Because, I mean, that right there, you just drove that 10 minutes ago, that already looks like an inch or two. Steve the Cat reporting live with extremely low visibility and blizzard conditions in Chelsea, Massachusetts. Appreciate the Cat reporting. Over in Hampton, New Hampshire. That's the Hampton Beach. Visibility's down to about a quarter of a mile. Can barely even see the water tower there on the right. This is from Jake over in Suffield, Connecticut. Snowing sideways in Suffield, Connecticut. Work in Springfield where the train was. Never thought I'd see our towns on a stream. It happens. When we get major weather events like this, it definitely happens. It's over in Brick, New Jersey. Last big storm was 2010 at 36 inches of snow. And you guys honestly might push towards 3 feet. I don't think we'll get to 36 inches, but I do think 30 inches is very well in play right now. Warwick, Rhode Island. A lot of snow on the ground right now, covering all the vehicles. You can barely see any vehicles right now over here. Let me get my pen here. My pen is not on. Let me turn my pen on so I can actually draw. The last time we had 5 inches of snow falling per hour was probably a lake effect snow event. This is a car, by the way, right here. You can barely even tell it's a car. Fully covered over. This is a video out of Point Pleasant, New Jersey. 10 to 12 inches of snow so far with 24 to 30 inch snow drifts. Thank you, Max Velocity, for the most accurate weather info. Appreciate that. Thank you for sending this in. And again, if you have photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We will be doing an overhaul of our reports website here pretty soon to make it a little bit easier and a little bit more, straightforward to kind of submit photos and videos, but it's not that hard right now. We're just going to make it even better. So, working on improvements there.
Oh, you say if it went to if it was still like this at 2 o'clock.
Rhode Island got dunked on, and you guys are still getting dunked on, if you want to use that phrase. I'm honestly surprised the power outages haven't been more widespread in Rhode Island. We have very isolated power outages right now.
Static. That's not
Northwest
happening.
Indiana storm.
The guy's flying.
Hopefully it's 60 degrees instead.
Dude, my Joplin storm disappeared.
That's good.
I was supposed to get a snowstorm today.
Bro, that was never even on the model. It was made up.
I was supposed to get a snowstorm.
Did you play my Thunder Snow video earlier in New York? I did. Yes, we did earlier in the stream. Appreciate you sending that in.
To the model runs. It was on the Euro.
That
GFS.
was not on anything.
Yes, it was. Even like the local Mets in like Tulsa were talking about a potential snowstorm.
We do have some breaking news. We've now just crossed 577,000 customers without power in the United States. Most of them, again, are in the Northeast. We have like 20,000 in California, which seems to happen quite a bit. Back over in the Northeast, we have, again, growing power outages. New Jersey is now at 128,000 without power, 74,000 without power in Delaware, Maryland at 28,000, New York is at about 20,000. And I'm actually surprised New York is not higher. Long Island has been getting really hammered by the high winds this morning. Virginia's at 13,000 and Pennsylvania is at 14,000 people. And then back over in the Northeast, the number has been rapidly increasing. Massachusetts is approaching 250,000 on their own. Rhode Island is at 37,000, and then Connecticut is a little over 12,000 people. We have in Barnstable County about 103,000 without power. That's, again, over 57% now. They're without power in Cape Cod. Plymouth County is at 52,000. Bristol County at about 12,000. Norfolk County is almost at 13,000. And then Essex is also at 13,000. So, again, these are crazy numbers, guys. You know, like the power outages, I think, are going to reach 1 million by the end of today. We predicted last night they were going to reach 250,000 by the time we woke up, and they're exponentially growing. I think I woke up this morning and they were at 400,000 across the country. So over the last 3 hours, they've grown by 200,000, and we are still well away from this winter storm being done. The climax of this winter storm for New England will be around 12 o'clock or so. And so right now, obviously, it's 9. We still got 3 hours till we hit the climax. And if we go over to the northeast here, you can see the low pressure center offshore here. 972 millibars is what it was at about an hour ago. It's going to drop to about 969, 968 or so just southeast of Cape Cod. Look how close this low pressure center is going to get to Cape Cod. It's going to make a very close approach. It's actually closer than forecasted.
You can add to your, oh, sorry, I have an update. You can add to your car stuck counter.
Stormchaser Ryan Scholl. Let me see what he's looking at. All right, we got
Like someone's stuck.
Bro knows we have the car stuck counter. Is that 2 cars? Just 1. I think it's just 1. There's also a guy just stopped at a green light. I'm not sure if he's stuck or if he's taking maybe a left. Or maybe he's taking a left.
You can add to your, oh, sorry, I have an update. You can add to your car stuck counter.
Is this guy got a turn? I'm confused. Am I tripping, or is that guy literally, it's a green light? I might be tripping, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can, that's like a yield on green.
Let's see if I can turn, oh, I can.
Here's that other car that's stuck here on the left. You know. That light won't get any greener though for that guy.
See if we can help out.
Here's another vehicle that is stuck over here. This is in Danbury, Connecticut. Again, this isn't even really where the worst of the conditions are. Danbury, obviously, is going to see probably around 15, 16 inches of snow when this thing's done, but comparatively to southeastern New England, we're talking about 30-plus inches maybe in some spots. Believe it or not, we can actually see street signs now in Warwick, Rhode Island. And now we can't really see anything anymore.
You know it's a real storm when the casino closes the poker rooms. Is that the indicator up here?
The casino's closed? Don't know. That must be that's like the Waffle House Index in the south. We got the casino index up here in the northeast. Back over to Stormchaser Ryan Scholl in Danbury. Are there Waffle Houses closed in the northeast? Anybody know? Thank you, Catherine, for the super chat. Good shot to Ryan Scholl there helping get that car unstuck. Can't even really see the road here in Warwick, Rhode Island. We don't have Waffle Houses up here? Northeast doesn't have Waffle Houses? Wait, what? Seriously? I used to live in New Hampshire. I don't remember there being any, but at the same time, I thought there were Waffle Houses like everywhere. I'm looking at a map right now. I gotta look. The closest Waffle House is in eastern Pennsylvania, near Easton. Then there's a Vic's Waffle House near Lawrence. It's a knockoff. We got Vic's Waffle House. Ryan Scholl is really trying. Did you like New Hampshire? I mean, I lived there for about 16 years, I want to say. I liked it. It's very different from Texas or Florida, I can say that. It also snows all the time. Or at least used to when I lived there. IHOP? That's valid. Huge shout out to Bang with a $50 super chat. I don't know why, but watching this blizzard has me craving a McFlurry. Appreciate the super chat. McFlurry does sound good right now, I'm not gonna lie. Let's get a W spam for Bang. Really appreciate the support. Definitely the biggest nor'easter that New Jersey has seen since Winter Storm Jonas in 2016. Guys, why are we naming winter storms? I can't believe, I'm honestly surprised how many people refer to winter storms with names, because like it's literally, I think only the Weather Channel does that. I don't think anybody else names winter storms. Maybe Bang for becoming a member. I'm literally gonna start naming winter storms. We're calling this one Winter Storm Phil for the groundhog. 6 more weeks of winter. Ryan Scholl's trying. This car is pretty stuck. The other guy might try to help out here. Maybe. We should start naming winter storms. We're gonna make like a max velocity winter storm list for names. We're gonna call one of them Elsa. We're gonna let it go. But the Northeast has roadside lobster. There you go. Name the storm after me. Or we have a random Phil in the chat. Winter Storm Curd? Ah, can't name it that. It's simply a marketing ploy? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah, we need to name one Winter Storm Max too. Thank you, Matt, for the super chat. Shamrock Shake Fund. Appreciate that. I just saw they came out with like Shamrock ice cream at Costco.
Like a building
Saw something about that last night. It's back over in Lakewood, New Jersey. We are now approaching in Ocean County, which is where Connor's at. About 37,000 customers without power. A little over 10%. We also have kind of breaking news, not really breaking, but at least news. We now have in Providence County, Rhode Island, 14,000 customers without power. So we have our first power outage over here in Providence. And then back over in Warwick area, we now have about 7,000 customers without power. So we are starting to see some power outages in Rhode Island. We also now have in Washington County, Rhode Island, 12,000 customers without power. So it's actually breaking news now. We do have several counties that have just been added to power outages. We had really none in Rhode Island, at least that were known of. We had somebody report a little while ago that there were power outages, but nothing, widespread. They've gotten a little bit more widespread here. Windham and New London counties have power outages in Connecticut. We also now have in Middlesex County a little over 1,700 people with no power. Cape Cod is, again, over 57% right now, so those numbers are going to keep increasing. Nantucket County is at about 6,700 people without power, and then Dukes County, which is Martha's Vineyard, is at about 6,100 without any power. Again, nothing really in New York. Very isolated, which has been impressive. Long Island has really seen nothing, despite the very high winds that we've had in Long Island today. And the snow is nowhere near done. If we go on over to the wind gust map, let me do HRRR here. This is the wind gusts. And this is the main reason why we're having power outages, because of the wind. This is what it looks like right now. We have winds exceeding 65 miles per hour pretty much all across southeastern Massachusetts. Eastern Long Island has been over 50 miles per hour for a pretty long period of time, too. And over the next few hours, as we go beyond the next few hours, so by 10 to 11 o'clock this morning, you can see the highest winds are going to continue to remain pretty much over here around Boston, Gloucester, back into southeastern Massachusetts. Long Island's still getting hit pretty hard, but they will die down after lunchtime across most of New Jersey and also Long Island. Keep in mind that blizzard conditions will continue pretty much all the way into early tomorrow morning because of how windy it is. But Cape Cod will not be dumped these really high winds until at least 5 o'clock today. So it's going to stay very windy over there. Also, Tornado Pagey, for those that are just tuning in, they are one of the storm chasers that we have that is going right now towards Plymouth, Massachusetts. If you look at the map here, you can see the wind, again, is coming out of the northwest. So we have really large waves and really significant storm inundation expected here in some of the interior parts of Cape Cod, just south of Boston, for the next several hours. So they're heading that direction right now. It is a full-blown blizzard right now in southeastern New England. Again, conditions are really bad. If you were planning on traveling today, I would not unless it's urgent or an emergency, because this one looks like right now, even on Interstate 95 northbound, just south of Providence, Tornado Pagey currently is heading towards Plymouth.
Heaters from Fall River.
And based off of the conditions right now, I mean, they are about an hour away from Plymouth. With that said, they are in a blizzard, so it might take a bit more time to actually get to their final destination. But the snow is very heavy right now. Providence, Plymouth, just south of Boston, worse snow currently coming in right now. We got some really big snow bands. Snow as high as 3 to 4 inches per hour is falling. Ryan Scholl has gotten the car unstuck. Big W's in the chat. You can also watch Stormchaser, Ryan Scholl, Tornado Pagey, and Connor Croft all inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Big W's there. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are live with winter storm coverage right now here across the Northeast. If you got friends or family in the path of this winter storm, make sure to share the stream too. This is commercial-free coverage here throughout the daytime today on YouTube. This is wild. It is definitely wild. Oh man, I was an hour behind. This is not the car I was watching. Yeah, make sure if you look at the top right, the time will be within about 5 seconds or 10 seconds of your time. Or the actual time. Obviously, there is for those that are wondering, even for TV, like there is a stream delay or even a TV delay. It doesn't matter what you watch. There will be about a 7 to 8 second delay, no matter what, because streams have to go through a server and it does take like a little bit of time to actually get to you. So this stream is like delayed by maybe 5 seconds. So it's live, obviously, but like, you know, it's close as we can get. We're only about 4 or 5 seconds behind probably for you guys. Even TVs though, like if you're watching live TV, it's actually not technically live. It's like 7 seconds behind on most stations. That's how any live stream works, though. They're not usually like live in real time. It's very hard to have it like within a second, basically, of being live.
Down, but still some nice DBZs on radar.
It looks wild out here with all the trees, and especially the cedar trees. They really hang. They have
yeah, our stream delay is like 4 seconds. It's pretty small.
Catch the snow a lot easier.
Yeah.
Now, so one, I don't know if you've ever seen a good snow.
So this is what it looks like over in Lakewood, New Jersey.
Trees, but that's when you can get some
Stormchaser Connor Croft is in downtown Lakewood Township.
Get an ice storm when it's October.
Nobody on the roadway other than snowplows and Connor.
Yeah.
So it looks like at the Mobile over in Danbury, Connecticut. See all the snow drifts and also the wind. It's got some blowing snow here. It's been a little occasional. Over in Danbury.
Got some gusty winds in between these buildings.
There's one car on the road.
Those lights around.
Look at those lights swaying up there. Wind gusts are only around 40 miles per hour now in New Jersey, but it's still windy enough to make the lights sway. When is this crap ending? Great question. Depends on what you consider crap. Most of the snow... I'll do a little future radar here for you guys so you know when the snow is actually going to end, which I hate to break it to you, but for most of you, it's not really ending anytime soon. At least in New England. New England's going to have snow for a while. This is what it looks like pretty much right now. Again, I would say there's a little bit more snow than it's actually showing a little bit further off to the west. But this is basically pictured now. After 10 o'clock, right around lunchtime or so, the snow is going to be really still heavy across southeastern New England. That's not going anywhere. New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, mostly beginning to wind down after lunchtime. Like, once we get closer to 2 to 3 o'clock, a lot of the worst of it is going to be done. It will still be snowing all across New Jersey, though. This pictured here is about 2 o'clock Eastern time, and it will still be snowing in New Jersey. New York City, Long Island is still going to have snow. Back over in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, snow's really not going to go anywhere. By 3 to 4 o'clock, most of New Jersey will be done. Not all of it, but most of it will be done with snow falling. There will still be blizzard conditions ongoing tonight because of how windy it is. There will still be snow in central and southern New Jersey, basically from Trenton down towards Atlantic City around 4 o'clock. And then once we hit sunset, most of the snow is done in New Jersey. It will still be heavy snow all across eastern Massachusetts, so Boston, Providence, and Cape Cod will still have heavy snowfall. Maine is going to be snowing also around 5, 6 o'clock tonight. And then by 7 to 8 o'clock, snow is going to still be going on in Boston and Cape Cod. It really will not end until about 11 or so tonight for most of these areas. So again, there is obviously already overperforming snow, and I do think Cape Cod has a real chance to actually see over 30 inches of snow. I mean, this is an area that was originally forecasted to transition to rain. It's not forecasted to do that anymore because our low pressure center is closer and a little further east to the coastline. So there is a real chance that we could actually end up seeing over 30 inches of snow. This is the National Weather Service forecast for this winter weather event. And just south of Boston, I mean, again, anywhere really around Boston in that orange is still expected to see an additional 12 to 18 inches of snow. This does not include what we've already seen. This is additional snowfall. So anywhere in this orange, we are still expecting an additional 12 to 18 inches of snow. That is another foot to 1.5 feet in some of these areas. This orange here, that's going to be 8 to 12 inches. So that would include South Kingston, Rhode Island, back into Keene, New Hampshire, Manchester, Dover. In that yellow shaded area, that's 6 to 8 inches of snow. So Springfield, Massachusetts, back towards White Plains in Connecticut. And then in the darker blue, 4 to 6 inches of snow is still expected. Most of New Jersey, I mean, some locations could see an additional 8 to 12, but for the most part, we're only going to see another 0.5 foot to maybe 10 inches. So for those that are, back over in like Freehold, New Jersey, where we've already had 24 inches of snow, that number is probably going to increase a little bit more, but probably not dramatically. And speaking of Freehold, New Jersey, we just got a brand new report coming in. We are now at 24.2 inches of snow in Freehold, New Jersey. Breaking news out of Rhode Island. South Kingstown, Rhode Island, has just hit 24 inches of snow. My goodness, we are on track for 36 inches of snow right now in South Kingston, Rhode Island. Or Kingstown, I keep saying Kingston. Kingstown, Rhode Island. We are on track for 36 inches of snow, which is insane. This is not the area that I thought might be on track for that. And the snow is nowhere near done. You can see all the heavy snow still coming in. These are snowfall bands around 4 to 5 inches per hour. Is it Kingston? Or is it Kingstown? Is it Kingston? It says on here Kingstown, I think. Also breaking news, out of Coventry, Rhode Island, we're at 23 inches of snow. That is the latest of, again, these are official numbers. They're actual numbers. They're not like, from the snowdrifts. These are legit reports. Chester, Connecticut has hit 22 inches of snowfall. Morristown, Pennsylvania is at 21 inches. Ridgefield, New Jersey just hit 21 inches of snow. And then over in Lower Makefield Township, we just hit 20.5 inches of snow. Also, Providence, Rhode Island has just hit 20 inches. That is breaking news, too. That just came in a few minutes ago. So we have had, again, these numbers are way overperforming in Rhode Island. This is pretty insane. This is what it looks like right now in Providence. Tornado Pagey is currently about to go eastbound on Route 44. You can't even see anything on this bridge that they're going over. They're about to cross over the Providence River. That's a bridge. You can barely see it. They're going over the Providence River right now. Going into Massachusetts. It's completely whiteout conditions, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if Providence exists. You can't even see it.
Yeah, it's there.
Continue on I-195 east for 2 miles. Your route may be affected by blizzard warning.
Thanks, Siri.
See that. Why is there a bird?
There's a bird.
Flying this. I don't know why.
There's a bird flying out there. Plows are stuck here. Yeah, there have been snow plows that have gotten stuck today. Connor Croft had a couple stuck earlier. We had a video on stream of it a little while ago. Bird, I don't think.
Pretty
Whoa.
crazy, honestly.
My goodness. Like, it's hard to see the road at all. I mean, like, some of the there are times where there's literally no visibility
Yep.
while driving.
Over here looks a bit less though.
Can't really even see the road. Will we be back to work tomorrow? I'm in South County, Rhode Island. I don't know. I would probably not bet on it.
Cross over some bridge.
I would be honest. I think school closures and work closures are probably going to last well into the week. Probably at least through Tuesday, if not Wednesday, and maybe Thursday. I mean, Tornado Pagey and Bryce here, they just went obviously over the bridge here, over the Providence River, the Washington Bridge, and I mean, they are going awfully slow. It is hard to see anything out there. See the flags whipping up there on the right. Wind gusts are easily at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Keep in mind, for the most part, they've been driving through 40, 50 mile per hour winds. There's an ambulance there. But they're going through wind gusts probably around 60 now, if I had to guess. And once they get closer to Plymouth, Massachusetts, they'll be going into 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Look at that. Buried on the exit ramp.
All right, looks like they're going down the East Providence Expressway on I-195. It looks like they're actually going to be going east, moving towards Fall River. Can't see anything. This is just crazy. For whatever reason, right after they passed from Rhode Island into Massachusetts, the conditions have gotten so much worse. I'm talking so much worse. Not see the road. This is dangerous. It's actually crazy though how different the conditions are crossing the Massachusetts. It might, I mean, like, we're not really talking that much of a mile difference, but this is near Seekonk, Mass. Actually, they're not even in Mass yet. They're actually still in Providence. They're actually still in Rhode Island. They haven't even crossed the border yet, but it's basically crossing the Massachusetts right now. The conditions are just so incredibly worse here. New Jersey is not as bad. Again, there's obviously a lot of snow here, but the winds aren't as intense, so it's a little bit easier to see out there in New Jersey.
On those snowplow convoys, though, for sure.
Oh yeah.
It would have the rat there, and I still getting good snow rates.
We actually should radio into Bryce and talk to him real quick. You want to talk about what you're seeing out there and where you're going? So we can get a little update from Bryce. Can't see a thing. Like, there's literally no visibility. They're trying to find, I think, an exit or something. Like, you can't even see the exit. You can barely see it. They barely made it. So they are trying to, I think, go to Plymouth, but I think they missed the other the other exit there. This is truly whiteout conditions here. All right, well, that's crazy. We have some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is one out of Point Pleasant, New Jersey. We actually saw this one earlier. This is the newer ones. Westwood, New Jersey. More snow than last time. Still windy, but not as crazy. I am wearing trims for the scale. Yeah, that is a lot of snow. Easily a couple feet, probably. Up to your knees. Over in Plainview, New York. Got a ton of snow in this guy's backyard. Entire limb of the tree collapsed within 20 seconds after walking underneath it. Insane coincidence. Definitely a close call. 8:50 in the morning in Somerset, New Jersey. Yeah, guys, be careful, especially if you have kiddos out there, you know, playing in the snow and stuff like that. You know, make sure that they are staying away from trees. We could, especially with all the wet snow that is stacking up on the branches, we could have tree limbs that come down. And obviously, this is a close call on its own, only being 20 seconds off from that thing falling. But it can really injure somebody, or potentially worse. So again, make sure that you're staying away from trees. They could come down. More than anything, tree limbs will definitely be at risk here today with all the snow that is weighing down on these trees. Over in East Hanover, New Jersey, still snowing there. Plenty of snow on the ground. This is sent in Sparta Township. About 9.5 inches for an average around my house. So no wind anymore as of right now. Not much snow on the trees. Been under freezing since yesterday. Still moderate to heavy snow. Thank you for the report. Some people actually like this. In Middleborough, Massachusetts, we have about 1 David worth of snow. I don't know how tall this guy is. It doesn't look very tall. He's having a good time, though. This is from Gabe over Mount Laurel Township, New Jersey. Cars are completely covered in snow. This is over in Islip, New York. This is in Long Island. Drifts are crazy. Neighbor's tree snapped in half. I think that's right there. Tree completely snapped right there. This is over in the Southampton, New York area. 2 feet of snow in Eastport, New York. And the dog, it's literally it's taller than the dog. The dog has to like crawl through it. Help my poor mailbox. Bro, what happened to your mailbox? It's like it's fallen over. This is a drone. This is some drone footage taken over in Marlborough, Massachusetts. This is actually kind of cool. And as a reminder, if you guys have photos or videos, there is a link on your screen. It's also one of the links in the description. This is over in Fall River, Massachusetts. Plow driver's been stuck for over half an hour. No plowing on street to St. Anne Hospital. Now, unfortunately, this is one of the big concerns. Blocking roadways, and obviously emergency personnel are going to be struggling to get through some of this. Over in Auburn, Maine, got the cat wanting to help out with the forecast live. Appreciate that. This over in Berks County, Pennsylvania. Never got below freezing here. We were ready for more snow than 12 inches. Looks like we got more than 4 inches of snow. And look at that snow sticking to these lines here. That is thick snow just sticking to it. It almost looks like ice, but it's obviously not. But it looks like it's sticking. This is over in Coventry, Rhode Island. And then we got Jen and Matt over in Gloucester, New Jersey. Over a foot of snow in South Jersey, and it is still coming down. Gonna at least see a few more inches before this thing moves out. That is a really long name. Barrington, Rhode Island. I'm supposed to take the bar exam tomorrow to become a lawyer. Well, hopefully, you know, you do well on it, but also hopefully get there safely, because that is a lot of blowing snow. Look at the wind there. Barrington, Rhode Island. Those are some definitely blizzard conditions. This is truly a blizzard. Blizzard of 2026, maybe the blizzard of the decade. This is Chris in Burlington County, New Jersey. Snowman update. It's now up to 13 inches and still going. Apparently that is a snowman right there. Remember the snowman from last night. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code. It is also the one of the top links in the description below to send anything in. It looks like Tornado Pagey and Bryce are going towards the coastline. They're going towards Providence River, it looks like. They're heading down to the Kettle Point Park and Pier. We'll be keeping an eye on them. And if you are just tuning in for the first time today, we got a major winter storm happening across the Northeast. This is a classic nor'easter with extremely heavy snowfall happening all across southeastern New England at this hour. Very high winds. Power outages are becoming more and more widespread. Also, our latest power outage update just came in. We are now over 600,000 people without power in the Northeast. The most that we have is over in Massachusetts at 224,000 customers without power. New Jersey is at 137,000. Delaware at 75,000. Rhode Island is at 42,000. Maryland, 29,000. California is up there at 19,000. And then back over New York and Virginia, we're at a combined 34,000 customers without power. And again, Massachusetts has been the hardest hit. Cape Cod is now over 60% for the first time today. Nantucket County is almost at 100% without power from this major nor'easter. Plymouth County is actually over 20% too for the first time today. So numbers are increasing, and they will continue to increase over the next several hours. As a reminder, we are overperforming on snowfall accumulation, especially back over in Rhode Island. Almost all of Rhode Island is now over 18 inches of snow, and there will likely be another 12 inches of snow for many of you over the next several hours. We have already hit over 24 inches of snow in South Kingston, Rhode Island here recently. We actually have more breaking news coming out of Rhode Island. In Providence, we just had a new measurement and report come out of 24.6 inches of snowfall accumulation now in Providence. Again, we are on track right now for Providence to see 36 inches of snow. We're expecting an additional 8 to 12, maybe more, snowfall accumulation in Providence. Also, in Shinnecock Hills, New York, we are at 25 inches of snowfall, which is in Long Island. So we've now just hit 25 inches of snow for the first time anywhere officially. Southampton, New York, just hit 24 inches. Bliss Corner, Massachusetts, has now just rung in at 24 inches of snow. That is the first time today that we've had a report of 24 inches or more of snow in Massachusetts. And again, these are official reports. These are not like snow drifts and stuff like that. So, again, these numbers are only continuing to increase. And it does not look like they are going to be, getting any better anytime soon if you want to be looking for no snow. A lot more snow is coming. Not a good thing for the non-snow lovers here. This is what it looks like in East Providence, Rhode Island. This is Tornado Pagey right now near Kent Heights. They're near Pawtucket Avenue. I think there's a stop sign there that they just completely passed by. I can't, well, maybe they didn't. Can't even tell. It's hard to even see the stop signs out here. You can barely see one power pole down. This is how low visibility is currently on these roadways.
Get out there with the snow blower.
What do we think happened to the kayak guy? I have no clue. I cannot tell you. Maybe 50 degrees on Friday. This winter is crazy. For those that live, I mean, obviously most of you guys live in the Northeast. I don't have good news for you if you guys don't like snowfall, because this ain't it, by the way. We have more snow coming after this. We got another snow event coming Tuesday into Wednesday. Maybe a few inches. It won't be as bad as this winter storm. We could have another winter storm once we get into Thursday and Friday. The GFS has trended south again, which means I wouldn't say there's another nor'easter coming yet, but there's a possibility at least. Another big winter storm is also likely in the first week of March in the Northeast. There are 3 more snow chances that are possibly significant coming to the Northeast here. You live in the Northeast, I feel bad for you. I mean, this is a classic winter that we would usually see back in the mid 2010s. This is like the first time since 2015 or 2016 we've had this much snowfall. We have a lot more coming. This is our seasonal snowfall map this winter. And again, most areas in the pink have at least seen, 70 inches of snow. And so like, New Hampshire, Massachusetts has all been over 70 inches. New York is now over 40 inches of snow. New York City. Washington, D.C. is over a foot of snow. This is a pretty significant winter for the Northeast. There's no doubt about that. The Midwest has had a pretty quiet winter, generally speaking. Central Plains have had almost nothing. So, pretty crazy stuff. Northeast has been really hammered. And there is plenty more snowfall coming over the next week. We could end up having over 100 inches of snow in some places by the end of this winter. It is really crazy what's happening out there. Well, looks like Tornado Pagey and Bryce found a gas station. I think that's what they're trying to find. They did find a gas station, believe it or not. That is open. That's back over in East Providence. This is in Danbury, Connecticut.
That would have been fun. You got Lane, thank you for that $400 PayPal donation. Oh my goodness.
Huge W. This over in Howell, New Jersey. That's Stormchaser Connor Croft.
Pretty good. Lost the drone.
Oh, sorry to hear that. He's like,
Huge shout out to Nancy with the $10 PayPal donation from Howell, New Jersey. Hey, we're looking at Howell, New Jersey right now. Ironic timing.
Fire.
The car's
fire in
flying.
these conditions is crazy, but it's possible.
How fast the person's going, but they're going really quick.
I'd say down here we're starting to lose some of the really heavy snow, but these bands are kind of going to pivot through for the next few hours. But it seems like a lot of these areas are approaching 15, 20 plus inches. So you got to verify.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we are live here with nor'easter coverage. If you have friends or family in the path of this, make sure to share the stream. Get the word out there. We'll be live here all day today. I think we'll be live at least until 5 o'clock. This could be going close to a 12-hour stream with this nor'easter.
24 inches in portions of Rhode Island and just to our southwest as well.
Howell, New Jersey, again, is going to be winding down here soon. If you look bottom right of your screen, though, there's still a lot of moderate to heavy snow all across central and eastern New Jersey. Freehold, New Jersey has had 24 inches of snow today, which is a little north of where Connor's at, just northeast of Trenton. I do think we'll be over 30 inches by the end of this event in Freehold, as we still have probably a good 4 to 6 inches at least coming here over the next few hours. Just got a report in the chat in Plymouth of whiteout conditions, insane weather.
Guess off of radar.
For those people that are in Long Island, the snow's aren't really going to end until probably 4 to 5 o'clock for most of you, maybe as late as 7 or 8. Still got a good almost 10 hours left here of snow.
Where you want to go or anything, or you're just gonna kind of sit by the water?
Yeah, it seems.
Just went right back to Ryan Schultz streaming. He's doing Snow Angels. All right. That was ironic timing.
Try to run this like 2 more hours or so.
Gotta go rate the snow angel chat before it gets.
So it looks like over in Sea Isle City in New Jersey right now, conditions are continuing, or at least the ocean's still very angry. Over in Boston, Massachusetts, it's hard to see really anything on these cameras as the weather's been continuing to get worse and worse. The cameras are all pretty much covered over in snow at this point. You should be able to see skyscrapers on this Boston Museum of Science camera. You can't even see them, though. You can't really see anything. There are skyscrapers there, trust me. Like, there are. You just can't see them. Over in Salisbury Beach, Massachusetts, the winds have been pretty strong here. Visibility's actually improved over the last 30 minutes. Last time we looked at this camera, you could not see anywhere past really that roof that's right in front of us here. That little pier. But you can actually see down the beach a little bit now here. That's in northeastern Massachusetts. And then back over in Gloucester, conditions have improved a little bit here too for just the time being. And again, we're still, like, the peak is going to continue for the next few hours. It's going to be on and off with the visibility, but it's improved a little bit here, which is actually kind of surprising. This is also back over in Maine, where conditions will be getting worse here soon. That's on the pier in Cape Porpoise, I think, Maine. And then this is what it looks like in Long Island. The winds have been pretty strong. Got a few plow trucks out there. We're looking at about 24 inches of snow here near North Sea, New York, which is, again, far eastern Long Island. This is also a live camera at exit 72 on New York 25. This camera is bouncing up and down as the winds are still very strong here. Wind gusts around 50 miles per hour still at this hour. So conditions will continue to stay treacherous for the next probably several hours. That's what it looks like at the Cumberland Farms over in Riverside, Rhode Island. It's gonna be the first time in the 2.5 hours I've been live that I'm actually gonna be sitting. I've been literally standing this entire time. It's like Connor's fixing his windshields, or windshield. The winds are scary. They are very intense. We have a couple of traffic cameras that we can look at back over near Plymouth. I'm trying to see if we can pull one up. A lot of the cameras in Plymouth have gone down, though.
All right, guys.
One...
Whoa! I'll be right back.
Wow. Hear the wind when they open. I mean, it literally looks like a... It's obviously a blizzard, but there's, like, basically no visibility at times. Crazy conditions right now. And again, it's nowhere near done. Look at all the heavy snow that's still ongoing, all on the northwest side of this low pressure system. And Providence, Plymouth, Boston, just a massive area of heavy snowfall right now, all making its way up towards Boston. Over in Long Island, we still have a large area of moderate to heavy snowfall anywhere from North Sea back towards Mineola and New York City. JFK Airport is definitely getting a lot of snow right now. We are at over 1,000 flight cancellations at JFK right now. Also, we now have over 624,000 customers without power across the country. So the latest update, now over 624,000 people without power. That number is continuing to increase. Hey, Wazoo for the super chat. We had thunder snow apparently in Plymouth. Thank you, Nick, for the $20 super chat. What's in store for the rest of the week in Jersey? Could have more winter weather events. We're going to have more snow Tuesday. Could have more snow as well on Thursday, Friday. We could have another winter storm for its week in March. We've now just hit 67.7% of people without power in Barnstable County, which is all of Cape Cod here over the last few minutes. So we're now at 123,000 people without power. That is out of 181,000 people that are tracked in this county. Nantucket is nearly at 100% people without power. Martha's Vineyard's at 32%. Southern Rhode Island, the power outages are rapidly increasing. We now have nearly 16,000 customers without power. In South Kingston, Westerly, and surrounding areas. And then back over in Plymouth County, we're now over 50,000 customers without power for the first time today. This is obviously just a standstill. I mean, it's not a standstill camera, but right now they're getting probably food or something like that here at the Cumberland Farms. But this is what it looks like, you know, just at a standstill view right now in Riverside, Rhode Island. The winds are just unbelievable with the snow, too. Absolutely crazy conditions out here in Rhode Island. Where are you guys all tuning in from, by the way? Let me know in the chat where everybody's tuning in from. Any cameras in New York City? We do have some cameras in New York City. I mean, like, you can look at the roadways. There are very few people actually on the roads, mostly snowplows. This is live over at Henry Hudson Parkway, so this is just west of the Empire State Building. A little bit further to the north, or actually we'll go a little further south, just outside of Manhattan. That's what it looks like on the west side of Manhattan. This is directly west of the Empire State Building. And nobody on the roadway here. It's mostly snow plows. Hey, Smith for the super chat. Yeah, we've talked about it. Yeah, I mean, every 10 years it seems like the New York City Metro gets hit by a major snow event. Happened in 1996, happened in 2006, happened in 2016, and now it's happening again in 2026. And there is a guy here crossing the road. Somebody's out there walking right now. There are travel bans in place. One of the reasons why there's really nobody out there. I say that, then we go over to I-278 at Adams Street. You got a bunch of vehicles here, but mostly stuck behind plows. So again, this is all around New York City is what we're looking at. We're all looking at New York City currently on these different cameras. Again, there are a lot of cameras here. I'm trying to find the best ones, but a lot of them also are covered by snow. Any cameras that are facing east, the wind's coming out of the east, so a lot of those cameras are going to be covered over by snow. This is I-495 near 138th Street, just south of Flushing. This is on the eastern side of New York City, not far from JFK Airport. And not very many people on the roadways here. This is also just outside of JFK Airport. Again, very few people are flying out of JFK right now. And you can tell because there's literally nobody on the roadway here going to the airport. And then this back over to Danbury, Connecticut. In the downtown area.
It's a nice town, dude.
Hey, Sally for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Wow, the roads are still not awful. Great job by the crews. Yeah, big shout out to all the people that are out there snow plowing today. I mean, again, this is not an easy task with the snowfall rates that we have and the conditions that are present with all the wind and whatnot. I mean, New Jersey is, again, the roads are not good. If you're trying to travel for reasons that are not important, it's not good conditions. But it is honestly surprising that the roads aren't worse currently because of how fast the snow's been coming down. Snowplows have kept up pretty well. This is also in eastern Long Island. This is near Brookhaven. Conditions in Delaware have also been improving. This is a little surprising, but just east of Millsboro in Delaware, again, there's still snow coming down, but they've done a great job keeping these roads clean over here in eastern Delaware. This is right along the water here east of Long Neck. So this is one of those areas that was hit hard, really hard last night and also early this morning. We have a lot of people without power right now in Sussex County, but honestly isn't terrible for, you know, the conditions present last night. Huge shout out to all the plows and all the first responders out there and all the linemen that are keeping power on and all that good stuff, keeping the roads clear. Back over to Shoal.
This is a cute downtown area. Like, there's not a travel ban in place. I think it's only for commercial vehicles, so people are still going out for this stuff. Okay. I gotta take a picture of this with the film camera.
Our bomb cyclone is now down to 972 millibars.
Yeah, so a lady in the bathroom, she said to me, she's like, this is the worst blizzard I've ever seen. So, that's saying something. It's a local. Holy cow.
Okay. Yeah, so again, just coming in now, our low pressure center is down to 972 millibars. Just off the coast of Cape Cod. So our low pressure center is continuing to decrease. There's also apparently almost 2,000 Dunkin Donuts that are closed right now in the Northeast. That is catastrophic for those that love Dunkin. Dunkin is literally at every single corner in the Northeast. And very heavy snowfall right now in Providence. We got Bridgewater, Brockton, Plymouth, all currently experiencing very heavy snowfall. And Cape Cod, we actually have some lighter snow. It's not as heavy as earlier, but Cape Cod is going to continue to see snow literally all day today. It's a very brief break in the snow. Keep in mind, if we go over to satellite imagery, all right, I'm going to do a whole 200 frame loop of our geocolor satellite, because it's actually pretty cool. But you can see our low pressure center. It's gotten a little bit closer to Cape Cod, so there will be a brief amount of time here where it's closer to the coastline, where basically we have a smaller pocket of lighter snow, but once it pulls away and goes a little east again, we're going to get those heavier bands of snow again in Cape Cod. This is a loop of our low pressure center since last night. This is basically starting from 5 o'clock. This is what we call Bomogenesis, when our low pressure center goes from only being around 1,000 millibars down to about 972. This is a 28 millibar decrease over the last maybe 12 hours or so. You can just see how it rapidly intensifies just to the south there of New England. At the very end of this is what it looks like right now, that low pressure center, just southeast of Boston. And again, you can watch these different loops in the satellite imagery inside of the Radar Omega app if you get one of the subscriptions. Top link in the description below. So we're using a look at this here. But pretty cool little loop there, just south of New England. All the heaviest snow is really in this area right here. And we got a little break in the action for Cape Cod, but it'll get heavier again here soon. We have a small decrease in power outages, went down 0.4% in Barnstable County. So they're still out there trying to keep power on, but not a very high success rate. Oh, it's horrible outside? It is definitely bad outside. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just looking at snowfall totals, it looks like we now have a number of places that have seen over a foot of snow. The highest on the day is still 26, at least for this storm. There are additional snowfall reports actually out of Michigan, where we did see about 32 inches of lake effect snow here. So that is in the last 72 hours. But back over in New England and the Northeast United States, we're still around that 2-foot mark. The majority of our snow has fallen in the Long Island area as well as New Jersey. And then Cape Cod as well. That is where we're starting to see some of those heavier accumulations. It seems like we're starting to see some lower values in this region. I think what we have happening on the Cape area specifically is a lot of the snow is actually blowing away. We do have 80-mile-an-hour winds there. The snow is falling there just as heavy as it is everywhere else, but I think because it's so windy, we're seeing wind gusts up to 70, even 80 miles an hour. It's just blowing the snow away. So I'd imagine that these are going to be some lower snowfall totals than what actually fell there. Taking a look at the HRRR, unfortunately, it looks like this event is now starting to be on the downtrend. What we're looking at here is the 1-hour snow accumulation. So this is essentially our snowfall rates. We can see right now we have a max of 3.6 inches per hour falling, but as the storm continues to move off to the east, we are eventually going to see this start to diminish. We've seen reports out of New York and New Jersey that they're starting to get more plows out and do more road and snow removal, so hopefully that is going to improve. But for the meantime, travel is going to continue to be hard across the majority of these areas.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Again, snowfall rates are still very high right now. There is a little break in the action, by the way. There's a very small little dry slot that developed basically from Lowell back towards Hartford. So very small little area here that we have a little dry slot in, but obviously for the most part we still have a very heavy area of snowfall off to the east, and then snow on the northwest, very far northwest side of our low pressure center. And obviously there will be dry slots from time to time that will kind of limit snowfall temporarily, but for the most part the snow will start to fill in again. They can sometimes happen with these events. It doesn't really make a major difference to snowfall accumulation though by the end of it. So report in the chat, Mansfield, Massachusetts of whiteout in windy conditions right now. Let's go back over to, there's once again over in Riverside, Rhode Island.
24-inch report in New Bedford.
Very blistery conditions there. Danbury, Connecticut doesn't have very many people on the roadways, mostly just essential workers and snow plows. Thank you, Pizza, for the $20 super chat. Eating some pizza, watching Max. Thanks for everything you do, brother. Always pop live streams up during crazy events.
No
Appreciate
turn
that.
on red. What?
Or almost just ran a red light.
Probably over a foot in spots. At least here. They're shoveling out a lot of freaking snow.
Back over in Freehold, New Jersey. This is where we have had 25 inches of snowfall so far.
Look at this, buried right here.
We do have breaking news. I know Riley just talked about this, but we now have a 26-inch snow accumulation amount back over in Shirley Airport, New York. And we also have now officially a 26-inch amount of snow in Richmond, Rhode Island. So, again, overperforming by a lot in some of these areas. South Kingston, Rhode Island is at least at 25 inches as of 7 a.m. It's been 2 hours since then. We're probably pushing towards 27, 28 inches of snowfall, too. Insane amounts here in New Jersey. Yeah. Again, this is overperforming for so many places right now. We're doing power outage updates so frequently because this number just keeps going up. Right now, 636,000 customers without power in the Northeast. Massachusetts is nearly at 250,000 people, and it's going to hit that probably in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to just send the chat, I do not want to shovel this. I do not blame you. I don't think anybody wants to shovel this. Look at the snow just offshore. It's like a ripple effect right here. Just east of Stafford Township. New Jersey is still a few hours away from being done. So we got very heavy snow also across Long Island. Connor's stuck behind some snow plows right now in Freehold, New Jersey.
Some of the cars at that dealership are just like up to the mirrors of the drifts. It's crazy.
26 inches of snow in Charlestown, New York, or Rhode Island, according to somebody in the chat. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, make sure to send them in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's one of the links in the description. We're going to go over some of your photos and videos in a second, but this is what the website looks like. Just got to put your name here. Say your name's Tom. Click here to upload a photo or video. Click wherever you're at in the United States. And then you can type the message, and then that, and then you submit. Pretty easy.
You gotta exit and right up here at this.
Wait, send the chat. There are 7-foot snowdrifts in West Warwick, Rhode Island. Dunkin's down. Apparently, there's around 2,000 Dunkin Donuts without, that are not open right now. Tornado Pagey's back on the road here in Riverside, Rhode Island. This is the closest to our 80-mile-per-hour wind gust that we are experiencing in southeastern Massachusetts right now.
I can't even see this person walking across the street.
It's dangerous to even walk across the street with how low visibility is.
Pizza.
Look at the lights swaying here.
Yeah. Except widespread.
Mm-hmm.
You want to give us an update on what you're seeing out there? See if Bryce will respond. Dunkin Donuts is disgusting. It's a big thing in the Northeast.
Yeah, Max, I'll be honest with you, not seeing too much. It is a blizzard out here. Some people are abandoning their cars on the interstate and having to walk.
Can't see much out here. Hey, he's not wrong. Where are you heading to right now?
We're going to try to head towards eastern Massachusetts. We're in Providence, Rhode Island right now. Trying to find the interstate again, but like I said, you can't really see too much, so having to take it very slow.
Hey, if you see anything interesting, let me know. Bro can't see anything. Alright, let's... Potato Pagey and Bryce here. Can't see much out there. Where are you heading to right now? Let me go back over to Ryan Scholl. Hey, you can actually see something here in Connecticut. It's not full-blown blizzard conditions in Danbury right now. It's kind of gotten past the peak of wind in western Connecticut. We do have some new photos and videos
Potential for
that you guys are sending in. This is in eastern Massachusetts from last night in North Attleboro. Wicked big storm Sunday night. Get ready now. Yeah, they were not wrong. This is over in Rhode Island. North Kingstown, Rhode Island. BMW X5 still visible. Toyota Camry is not. Apparently right there is that Toyota Camry. It is blending in with the snow. Still about an hour ago, snow still steadily falling and is also windy. We have power, thankfully, over in Deer Park, New York. New York hasn't really been that bad today. Again, it has not been bad when it comes to power outages. There's been a lot of snow, though. Thank you, Callie, for sending this in over at Anoset, Massachusetts. Wind gusts up to about 40 miles per hour right now. Using a pea pad, apparently. Nice. Wow. This is crazy. In Smithfield, Rhode Island. Those are crazy winds. It's also North Attleboro, Massachusetts. It's just unbelievable, these conditions out here. I can't see out my windows. I sent a picture of it. We'll probably see it at some point here. This is over in Lakeville, Massachusetts. And this is also in Gloucester. Gloucester has at least had measured wind gusts up to about 65 miles per hour. Very windy out there. Visibility about a quarter, maybe a half of a mile. Not as bad as southeastern Massachusetts. Northbridge, the dog is super excited for this nor'easter. This is my reaction when I get to a Raising Cane's. It's also in West Warwick. Wind gusts have been insane. About 15 inches of snow in West Warwick, Rhode Island. That car is back half. You can definitely not move that car anytime soon. And then this Northbridge, Massachusetts. Yeah, I do not envy anybody that's shoveling snow today. At least someone's having fun. Yeah, very few people today are having fun. It's just really just the kids and then the dogs. That's really about it. About 20 inches or 23 inches of snow so far in Long Island at MacArthur Airport, and then our last one for right now is in Jersey City. Looking east towards New York City, you cannot even see the skyline, really. You can't see any of the skyscrapers in New York City. The visibility has gotten so low. If you have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code. The link's also on your screen. Let's go ahead and go back over to Tornado Pagey. And wow. Holy crap. Well, we just hit 11 cars that are stuck, and I don't even know how you can see the road. Tornado Page is trying to get back to the interstate right now. You cannot see a thing. This is just insanity over here in Rhode Island. Riley, I got that camera, by the way. You don't have to do it. We got a disabled vehicle in New York. Looks like this person's stuck. This is over at Port Jefferson Station. So technically now we have 12 cars that are stuck. This is an intersection. This is just unbelievable. You cannot see the road. They're trying to get up to the interstate right now.
I got a shovel.
You want me to help? No? Okay.
It's stuck.
This guy is cooked. It is low-key, like, I'm gonna be honest, if I was stuck, I would actually be so scared because of just how much snow is on the ground and just not being able to see almost anything. Bro is gonna need a crane. Is that a snowplow that's stuck? Looks like a snowplow is stuck.
Blasting me. This is a pure insanity. Pure insanity right now.
We're up to 2 feet in Freehold, New Jersey, still dumping.
Well, we got a snowplow that's stuck here in Freehold, New Jersey, which has already seen 24 inches of snow. That's as of 2 hours ago. It's probably higher than that now.
We're about to find out.
Guessing it's stuck.
There's absolutely no chance. His wheel is like on top of a. It's like a picture of it.
That's why when I drove by, I was like, "Oh, buddy's cooked," because he's literally like 2 foot of snow under his car. Yeah, yeah.
The wheel. This guys. I don't know if you can see this well, but
that's so
it's, yeah, it's the focus is way off. But dude, his wheel is literally like, yeah. Wow. So.
Jeez, there's freaking line just hanging out.
So that snowplow is cooked. Same thing with this person, honestly. Like, you can't even see the road. I don't know the last time this road was plowed either. This is a road, by the way. This is not a desert. These conditions are just... I don't know how else to describe it. Why is he driving in the snow in a Prius? This ain't no Prius. I think Tornado Page and Bryce, they're in it's some sort of pickup truck, I think, and then it's normal SUV here. It's gonna take a while for this car to get unstuck. Ryan Scholl is now in Brewster, New York. They're no longer in Connecticut. Across the border here on I-84. Trying to fix his windshield wipers again, as many of the chasers are gonna have to do with the conditions that are present. Still trying to shovel this car out of the snow here just outside of Providence. How long are you gonna stream? We're gonna probably be live all the way until 5. I think we're gonna be live here for a long time. The conditions are not gonna get any better anytime soon. I mean, obviously, Tornado Pagey, they're heading towards Plymouth. All right, Plymouth, Massachusetts is one of those areas that's been hit very hard so far by this winter storm. You can see the very heavy snowfall, but they are in the area where the wind is coming offshore. A lot of areas, like right along the coastline here of Connecticut and Rhode Island, these are winds that are coming from onshore going offshore. So there aren't really necessarily large waves or anything crashing onto the coastline, and power lines aren't really leaning down. Over here, we have a very significant area of wind pushing right onto the coastal areas. So it's actually the worst of this nor'easter is over here. So that's where they're basically heading towards. But, you know, they've had to help out probably about 4 or 5 different stuck vehicles. They're trying to do it again right now. I mean, you got 3 people out of their car right now trying to shovel this car out and just get it unstuck. But again, whenever a car gets stuck in any of these snow drifts or anything, we're talking about feet of snow that they are going to be stuck in. This is not like 4 inches of snow in the Carolinas. This is literally 2 feet. And this is what it looks like, or just looked like a few minutes ago, back over in Smithfield, Rhode Island. Straight up blizzard conditions. By the way, we are posting constantly photos and videos to our socials at Max Velocity WX. Make sure that you're following us on Facebook and Twitter if you're not already. Links are in the description. I think Bryce is in that yellow visor. The snow is almost up to him. Keep in mind, Bryce and Paige are the chasers that we're looking at here. They are, I wouldn't say the tallest people ever. Now, I met them about a month ago back here in Florida. I mean, I look like I'm 20'4" next to them. It was about a month ago. All right, we have a couple new snowfall numbers coming in right now. Some brand new snowfall accumulation that has come in. Coming out of Richmond, Rhode Island, we are now up to 26 inches of snow. That is within the last half hour that we got that report come in. Over in Swansea, Massachusetts, we are now at 24 inches of snowfall. Also, in East Islip, New York, we reached 26.5 inches of snow 2.5 hours ago. That number just came in, and that was as of 2.5 hours ago. Guys, we are going to push over 30 inches of snow in a lot of places. It's possible that we could hit that in the Freehold area of New Jersey, which is right here. We're going to be approaching 30 inches here soon. I think we're already approaching 30 inches in Islip, New York. And then over here in Rhode Island, we have a widespread 22 to 26 inches of snow that is currently on the ground. And we still have another 6 to 10 inches that's coming. Just insane, the amount of snowfall that we are seeing right now. We also just reached 68% of people, almost 69% of people without power over in Barnstable County, Massachusetts. So that's all of Cape Cod. Over 125,000 customers are now without power in Cape Cod. We're over 60,000 customers without power now in Plymouth County. Washington County is at about 14,500 people. Kent County is at 6,300, and then Providence County is now at 15,000 people without power. Wyndham and New London counties have increased a little bit. They went from 5,000 to 6,000 people without power. So power outages are still increasing right now across southern New England. We are now at 646,000 customers without power across the entire country. Again, about 630,000 of those are in the Northeast. We have 300,000 without power just in New England alone, most of those being in Massachusetts, especially in Cape Cod. Rhode Island and Kentucky make up about 50,000 of that. And then back over in the Mid-Atlantic, we're a little over 250,000 people with no electricity right now. New Jersey's at 134,000. Delaware is at 76,000. Maryland at 29,000. New York at 21,000, which has increased a little bit. Pennsylvania and New Jersey a little under 30,000 people.
Here a second. Wait, turn that way a little bit.
This car might be chocked.
Ooh, it's cold. It's way cold. I'll do this for a second.
Thank you, Sam, for the super chat. I'm in Dayville, Connecticut. Semi-truck driver here. Not even moving. Too much snow on the ground. Submitted a report with a video via link. I'll check it out. Yeah, we'll go back through some photos and videos here soon. We got a lot that just came in.
I'm melting now.
You're all set if you have to get out of here. We're
Yeah.
gonna stick around and we're gonna pull out with the tow.
Okay,
All
y'all
right.
stay safe.
Looks like they're gonna leave this car here. Rhode Island is overperforming like crazy. No, it is. It's way overperforming. Like, I mean, we're not even like Rhode Island. We talked about it yesterday, but I wasn't.
Thank you, Tim, for the super chat.
I honestly, like, yesterday we were doing the snowfall forecast and stuff, and I mean, I expected there to be some places that were near 30 inches near Providence, maybe, but
Tree down.
not as widespread as it is. It is way more widespread in Rhode Island than I thought. There's a branch down right there, probably because of the snow. But we are now pushing 30 inches, or going towards 30 inches across nearly the entire state.
In half a mile, take a slight left toward Main Street.
There aren't very many places that haven't hit 2 feet yet. I live on the border of Rhode Island and I have 29 inches. Long Island's gone over 30 inches for me.
Like I just took a bath.
Back over to Ryan Scholl. He's in Brewster, New York. This is on Interstate 84 westbound. Conditions are really poor here.
You had a snow plow.
And Freehold, New Jersey is the first place
Yeah,
that 2 feet of snow today.
The guys.
And we're probably gonna be pushing 30 inches here.
Snow plowing, I bet.
Oh yeah.
The ones that get all the parking lots for these businesses and stuff.
Dude, so much snow in Massachusetts.
Probably making good money.
I know. We are seeing it in real time.
folks. We got a freaking spam call. And it shut the whole stream down.
This is a mess up here.
This is back over in Riverside, Rhode Island.
Yeah. We gotta go that way.
We're supposed to.
We might need to go that way.
Apparently they are supposed to take a left here, and I don't even know where you turn left. Bro, you can't even see the roads. Like, they're trying to find their way back to the highway. You can't see the roads. They're supposed to be taking a left onto Mink Street here in Riverside. This would be crossing officially into Massachusetts, and they're just not going to do that. There's a police officer there.
That's way too deep to go through. That car is absolutely buried.
There's another buried car there on the left. Another stuck vehicle. We've hit the unlucky number 13 for stuck cars today. Why are they driving? I mean, there's Stormchasers here. There are people that are out there, though, that are driving that are essential workers or have to go, you know, to their job and stuff like that. So this isn't, like, surprising, especially for the Northeast. A lot of people do drive out there during winter storms like this if they have to get to work. But at the same token, I mean, again, the conditions are terrible. They're going down right now, 114 southbound. Heading up towards Barrington, Rhode Island. Come to Puerto Rico, you'll never see snow again. Never say never. My dog is pissed. Well, there are some dogs that are really excited about this. There's also plenty that are not. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got new updated reports on snowfall totals. Sounds like we are now up to 27.5 inches as that top report. This is probably going to be something that still continues to go up in terms of how much snow we're going to see. A lot of the tallest reports are coming from the Long Island area, where we are still seeing convection around 2 inches per hour. This is going to quickly diminish here shortly. We're going to get closer to that 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour, and that is actually no longer the area where we're seeing the heaviest snowfall occur. So that's happening over here in Massachusetts. We are seeing a snow band producing 4 inches of snow per hour. That is exactly where Tornado Pagey is. This is a normal reflectivity, not looking at winter reflectivity, which shows you precip type. This is all snow, but just looking here to see those reflectivity values. In some areas, we are pushing 40 decibels on the radar in terms of how hard the snow is falling. So there is a lot of moisture in this air. It's all coming right out of the ocean, and it is just going to fall instantly as snow. So there was a few of you in Massachusetts saying, hey, we're getting ripped off on snow. I promise you guys, you're not. When we're seeing 4 inches of snow per hour, we could see a foot of snow accumulate in just 3 hours. So if this is something that continues for a couple hours, maybe even a few hours, you're going to pick up an additional foot of snow very, very quickly. And this could actually end up shifting towards Boston at some point. I don't think Boston is going to end up seeing the full 4 inches per hour snow rate. We're probably getting more in that 1 to 3 inches of snow per hour, but that is still really significant. I think one of the things that kind of gets lost when we have an event as significant as this is once we're talking about 1 inch per hour snow rates, that's actually considered relatively high for most other winter storms that aren't directly tied to a lake or an ocean. And if we had a winter storm in the Midwest and we were seeing 1 inch of snow per hour, we'd consider that relatively high. We're almost 4 times that in some places of New England right now. So Bryce and Tornado Pagey are definitely going to start to see the heaviest snowfall here, in addition to those 60-mile-an-hour winds, if not more. Our METARs are actually having issues sending out data right now through a large portion of this area. The wind speeds are just reporting as undefined, so I'd imagine we're having wind gusts of at least 70 miles an hour. Part of that will be correlated to the power outages as well. There was a wind report sent into us from Cape Cod of 82 miles an hour. That was not an NWS report, so it hasn't been approved. That was a viewer report, but it has a report nonetheless.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's a breakdown again of what's happening out there right now. We got very heavy snow currently impacting southeastern New England. Some of the worst snowfall that we currently have is located near Taunton, as well as Providence, Plymouth, and Brockton. So conditions are continuing to deteriorate, and obviously Tornado Pagey is the closest to this area.
Thank you for the Venmo.
They are currently in Riverside, Rhode Island. Very heavy snow still coming down. We have snowfall rates again right around 4 inches per hour right now. It's a pretty cool look at our storm system here, spinning off the coast of New England. This is on the visible satellite imagery. We could also look at shortwave IR. We could basically look at a bunch of different products, but this is the last 24 frames. We could do 96 frames too. They have geocolor on here? Am I tripping? Where's geocolor at? I do not see geocolor. We do clean. That's what our storm system looks like, again, just off the coast of New England. Pretty classic looking nor'easter happening right now. We just do visible satellite. Supposed to find view of the storm system. Almost has a little eye shape to it, just to the southeast there of New England. You almost see it offshore, too. It's way over here, though. Radar can't really pick up on it. Gloucester is now over almost just a little over 18,000 without power now in Essex County. So Gloucester, one of the harder areas right now for power outages in northeastern Massachusetts. Plymouth County is still increasing for power outages. Nantucket County is actually decreased a little bit in terms of power outages. So it looks like there has been some sort of power restoration over there. Nantucket County is at about 9,300,000 or 90. Why can I not read numbers? 9,300 people without power in Nantucket. And then back over in Martha's Vineyard, we're at 41% without power. Again, that number has been increasing for the last few hours. All of Rhode Island at this point has some sort of power outage risk. And that will continue to stay elevated for the next several hours. If you guys don't have power outages yet in southern New England or back over in New York or even New Jersey, once again, that number will continue to increase. It's going to be a lot lower, though, over New Jersey. The winds have been dying down, so power outages are becoming more isolated. But our more heightened threat for power outages for the next several hours is going to be anywhere in here. As we've alluded to, Long Island has been kind of fortunate. Not very many power outages there today at all, which is really surprising with how windy it's been and all the snow that we've seen. We're approaching 30 inches of snow in some spots, but southeastern New England, wind gusts are widespread, 60 to 80 miles per hour. The blizzard warning that is in effect right now for Cape Cod is unfortunately looking like we're going to at least see wind gusts as high as 75 miles per hour. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if we had an 80 mile per hour wind gust somewhere in there. The National Weather Service does have a graphic that kind of shows us the highest wind gusts, and I think the highest one so far today was 72 miles per hour. So apparently it is currently snowing over in Tennessee. It is snowing over in Tennessee right now. That's kind of surprising. We have snow showers out there near Nashville. Nothing compared to what we have in the Northeast. But there are snow showers. We do have some new information regarding our flights and cancellations at some of the major airports here across the Northeast. This is the latest in terms of departures and arrivals for a number of flights canceled. We are now over 1,090 at John F. Kennedy Airport for flight cancellations. LaGuardia is a little over 1,000 now. Boston is at 970. That number has increased quite a bit since last night. Newark Airport's at 960. Philadelphia is at 600, and then Reagan is at a little over 350. So flights have continued to get canceled here over the last several hours, and flight cancellations basically continue all the way through about Tuesday, if not even into early Wednesday. All right, we do have some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. And check those out. So is the most recent one that we looked at back over in the New York City area. This looking east towards New York City from Jersey City. Very heavy snowfall coming down still there. Middletown, Rhode Island has had a lot of snow. This is the 10 a.m. update here from Alexis. Stay safe, everyone. We're lucky enough to have power. Yeah, again, a lot of you guys are fortunate to have power. If you still have power right now in southeastern New England, you are very lucky. Thank you, Sunshine, for becoming a member. This is over in Wareham, Massachusetts. Still have power somehow, drinking coffee, and then about to go shovel all this. I bet it's not Dunkin' coffee. Most of Dunkin' Donuts in New England are closed. Stamford, Connecticut has very intense winds. At the Doubletree in Stamford, Connecticut, this is one of the few spots. The NBC Olympic hotels for TV workers. People will get home from Italy before we do. Very interesting. So over in Norwalk, Connecticut, picked the wrong place to park last night. Should be okay, though. Just snow weighing down the branches. Yeah, hopefully your car doesn't have any more branches fall into it. A lot of snow in Lexington, covering all the plants and vegetation. This is over in North Kingston, Rhode Island. About 26 to 28 inches of snow, not including the drifts. It is completely white out. That is just insane. The amount of snow that's fallen in Rhode Island is, again, just shocking. Look at how... I'm going to pause this video for a second. This is over in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Look at all the snow that is stacked up onto this tree branch. That is at least like 2, 3, 4 inches of snow on these tree branches, all being weighed down. But it might be done outside of Philly. Yeah, Philadelphia, you guys are not far from being done from this winter storm. Philly will be winding down here soon, but it is a full-blown winter wonderland in Malvern, Pennsylvania this morning. Really beautiful but dangerous. I do agree. Now, our last video sent in for right now, this is over in North Providence, Rhode Island. God, it's just crazy. This like looks like a scene, like out of a scene out of a movie. It feels like what we're looking at here. This is Stormrunner Media. They're back over in New Jersey near Freehold. You can see all the snow that is stacked up on the trees. Camera's getting a lot of wind in it, but that's what it looks like out there. They are not in Greenville, Illinois. That location is not right. They are in Freehold. This is not Illinois, but that's Freehold, New Jersey. All those branches are being weighed down by all the snow. Power lines, too. Crazy sights out here. And the snow is still coming down, by the way. Like, I mean, we still got probably a good 3 hours left of snow at least in Freehold. And there's still some heavier bands here. So, pretty crazy stuff there. And we have full-blown blizzard conditions still in Rhode Island. This is in Barrington, Rhode Island. This is Tornado Pagey. They are currently going over the Barrington River, or may have just done so. They're going over a couple of the rivers, also near Palmer River, near Warren, Rhode Island. They're currently tracking towards Massachusetts, which is where the worst of the conditions are present. Visibility is about 1/4 of a mile. So here is the Barrington River going over the bridge. Not far from the Barrington Yacht Club and the Blue Water Bar and Grill. Nice to see people staying put. Yeah, again, I'm really surprised there are not. It's a good thing, but I'm also surprised there are not as many people on the roadways as I expected. I thought there'd be a lot more. My friend on the coast of South Massachusetts, and he says he has never seen snow like this in 60 years that he's lived there. That is crazy.
Yeah, Fall River's definitely a place that gets the most snow.
Now, this is by far one of the most extreme winter storms we've ever seen, I think, in the Northeast. Max, do you ever get sleep? I think last night.
2 feet out of Fall River already.
See, again, almost no visibility at times here in Southeast Providence. I think last night I got like 5 hours of sleep, but more because again we went live until, or we were live almost until about 11. It was about 10:30, 11 Eastern last night, and then went to bed at like maybe around 12, and got up at about 6, I want to say. So I don't even know if it was 6 hours. It was probably about 5 hours. On and off sleep. You can barely even see the traffic lights out here. This is now in Warren, Rhode Island. They are about to be moving into Massachusetts. Also, it looks like we got some big problems in Holmes, New York. Some sort of... I believe this is this a, oh, is this a rest stop? This might be a rest stop. Alright, never mind. This is a rest stop. Thought we had a semi stuck. Maybe not. A lot of semis are off the road right now, though. Resting. Is Waffle House open? There's only one house, or only one Waffle House anywhere near this winter storm. It's over in eastern Pennsylvania. We just got a snow measurement from Stormchaser Ben Williams over in Freehold, New Jersey. Put your guesses in the chat how much snow you think's on the ground in Freehold.
Well,
took about 4 or 5 measurements. I had some 18s. I had some that where the ruler was like buried by like 6 or 7 inches. So I'll kind of be between 18 and 24.
Yeah,
be my guess. So
we'll probably get another inch or 2.
Look at the flags whipping up there.
Yeah.
Surprised it's only 18 inches.
About between that.
We have more breaking news. We are very close to 30 inches of snowfall in Remsenburg, New York, at 27.5 inches of snow. In North Patchogue, I think, New York, we're at 27.2 inches of snow. I mean, these numbers are just crazy. Here's the map of the latest reports within the last hour. Southern Rhode Island is now at 26 inches of snowfall. And again, these are official numbers. We are approaching 30 inches in a lot of locations right now. Even near Central Park, we're near 24 inches in Moonachie, New Jersey. Very close to Central Park, we're approaching 22 inches. The last time we had a blizzard warning in New York City was back in 2017, but in the 2016 winter storm, which was blizzard warning, there were blizzard warnings there as well, we ended up seeing 27 inches in Central Park. So it'll be interesting to see how close we get to that number. Because, I mean, right now we still have a large band of moderate to heavy snowfall wrapping around New York City. The snow, for the most part, here off to the west has been winding down, but we still have probably a good 3 to 4 hours left of snowfall in New York City and all across New Jersey, maybe even longer than that. I mean, I honestly don't think the snow will be fully done in New York City or New Jersey until about 4 or 5 o'clock. So it could be another almost 8 hours until the snow is actually done. Or maybe not 8 hours, but another 6 hours or so until this thing is all said and done. And anywhere over here in southeastern Massachusetts, I know a lot of you guys want this winter storm to be done. Hate to break it to you, it will not be done anytime soon. This thing is going nowhere. It is going to be going for a long period of time. We're talking about possibly a widespread 24 to 32 inches of snow pretty much anywhere just south of Boston and Plymouth, Brockton, Taunton, as well as back through South Kingston and Providence. Conditions are just absolutely terrible right now.
He told us to go.
It's back to Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They are in... I'm going to put the location back on here so you guys can keep tracking along. That is in Warren, Rhode Island. New Jersey has a travel ban until 7 p.m., so they have extended it. I'm not surprised. They have a commercial ban in Rhode Island. There are some other bans also in effect. Is he going to tell us the total in Freehold? I think it was 18 inches what he said, but I think it's higher than that. And we had confirmed reports of 24 inches in Freehold a couple hours ago. That'd explain the lack of traffic. There are still people out there, but not very many. I mean, in this small... I mean, I wouldn't consider this a small town, but it's definitely a smaller town in Rhode Island, in Warren. There's really nobody out here. We've seen the snowplows go by. We obviously saw a police officer go by. Yeah, generally speaking, there's really nobody out there. It's mostly only emergency vehicles and personnel in Rhode Island, and most of these states are the same way. Go back to standing mode. Before the chat in Galloway, New Jersey of whiteout conditions. How much longer will it snow in Massachusetts? Eastern Massachusetts will have snow probably through about 8. Or about 8 o'clock or so. Not going anywhere anytime soon. The 3+ inches of snow per hour will probably end for most of Massachusetts around 2. But we basically have widespread 2+ inches of snow everywhere right now in southeastern Massachusetts. By the way, if you are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. Make sure to subscribe to the channel too if you're new here. And that's what it looks like right now out there in eastern Rhode Island. Ryan Scholl is going through East Fishkill, New York, where conditions are getting a little bit better. And Stormchaser Connor Croft is in Freehold, which has the maximum snowfall accumulation number right now in New Jersey at about 24 inches. And across the Northeast, we have approximately 2,000 Dunkin Donuts closed today. It's basically the Waffle House meter of the Northeast. It's either that or the casinos, because apparently there are a lot of casinos that are closed too. I think there's one in Rhode Island. I think it's Rhode Island that has them.
Tom's River, guys.
That's what it looks like out there in Long Island in New York. Again, there's still been some snow. It's been on and off. It's been a bit more on and off when it comes to the heavier snow bands, a little bit lighter for the time being. Small little dry slot has made its way into Calverton, which is basically where this camera is located. The winds are still gusting though. Again, not really any sort of widespread power outages from what we have seen. Closer to downtown New York City, there's really, again, not many people on the roadway right now. This is near Floral Park, 5-10 miles away from Manhattan. And this is what it looks like going into Manhattan. This is the tunnel. Can't see anything. The snow is covering the camera. This camera has the tiniest hole to look out of right now. The snow is covering the rest of it. And then this is what it looks like on the west side of Manhattan. This is near the Empire State Building. Snowplows have been out here very frequently today, which has kept the roadways pretty much clear of any sort of, you know, major accumulation from occurring. Plows have done a great job here across New York City, really across everywhere, but definitely there too. This is near the Bronx River Parkway at Gun Hill Road. So generally speaking, the conditions are not terrible right now in the Bronx River Park area. So it looks like over in Springfield, Massachusetts, completely different zip code. Got some light to moderate snow. Visibility is about half mile, which isn't as bad as most of these other areas. This is one of the railway cameras, so a little traffic cam here. Or a little railway camera, I mean. This is also the Boston and Maine live camera over at the Boston Museum of Science. Boston, Massachusetts is kind of in the midst right now of the peak or climax of this winter storm. See most of the harbor right now. There should be a skyline visible, but you cannot see that whatsoever on any of the cameras right now in Massachusetts. And back over in Gloucester, the visibility has dropped once again to about a quarter of a mile. Blizzard conditions are once again ramping up near Gloucester and Ipswich. Water also in Salisbury Beach has been getting a little bit higher. You can see the waves crashing up towards the pier here. Earlier, the water was still quite a ways back, but we now have storm inundation that's beginning. All the wind pushing offshore is now pushing kind of onshore, and we are starting to see some of those impacts to those coastal regions now growing. So, and pretty windy here too. We have wind gusts around 60 miles per hour here in Salisbury, Massachusetts. Thank you, Diego, for the super chat. How are we looking in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, near Worcester County, northern Mass? Any concern for power outages? I think the power outages will be pretty isolated over there in northern Massachusetts. I mean, they're going to be a lot more widespread around and just south of Boston. Coastal areas are going to suffer the most for these power outages, but I think inland areas will be all right. There's a real chance, though, Cape Cod could have power outages for a while. Maybe a few days in some spots. We are now up to our 14th vehicle stuck of the day. This one is over in Freehold, New Jersey, and they're trying to push it right now.
Radio's around here somewhere, but
Got two people pushing it. Thank you, Kill, for the sewer chat. In the medical field, we never really closed 2 times since I've been working since 2018. We are closed today in Milford, Mass. That's surprising. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Yeah, I've gotten the car unstuck. Freehold, New Jersey lost power last night. Not sure if it was restored. They are in Freehold right now, I think.
Dude, the key's right here, you stupid car.
The power outages are not terrible. I mean, about 8% of the county is without power, which Freehold's more central. I would assume power's come back.
4 or 5, I can't remember.
For some areas.
Maybe 4, 5. We've helped out
in
today.
Monmouth County, which is where they are.
Not like a
we
ton
have
of people, but
26,000 people without power right now. That's not the right screen. About 26,000 people without power right now. Back over just to their south in Ocean County, we're at 40,000 without power. And again, the power outages here in New Jersey have been a bit more isolated. They're much more numerous. In Delaware, we're approaching 35% without power there. Maryland's gotten a little bit better. I think power is starting to get restored back over there in Maryland and maybe even Delaware. The numbers haven't really increased a whole lot over the last few hours, but Cape Cod's been really hit hard. We're now over 70% for the first time today without power in Barnstable County, which is basically all of Cape Cod. We're probably going to get close to 90%. Nantucket's at 65%. Martha's Vineyard's at about 41% in Dukes County. Bristol County, which is now where Tornado Page is located, they are about 13,000 without power. Plymouth County is at 62,000. And then just south of Boston and Norfolk County, we are at 12,000 without power. And Rhode Island across the board is at about 25,000. Right now, in terms of total power outages, the number is at 662,000 people. So when we started the stream today, I think it was around 400, 450, somewhere in that range. And we've now gone all the way up to almost 750,000 people, or two-thirds of people without power now. Or not two-thirds people, 2/3 of a million of people without power here in the Northeast. Most of them, again, are in Massachusetts. I think Massachusetts did officially cross. Yeah, Massachusetts is officially over 250,000 people. That is customers without power, not necessarily people.
They have 27.
I said people, I meant to say customers. So it looks like over in Warren, Rhode Island, Tornado Pagey and Bryce are now officially crossing into Massachusetts here in just a moment. They've been trying to get into Massachusetts for like an hour and a half, I think. But it's been difficult trying to find roadways and such. They're behind some sort of snowplow or excavator or something. How much snow does Boston have right now? Let me see what our latest number is there. So they're starting by that. Right now in Boston, we are sitting at, the latest report is about 8 to 10 inches. Depends on where you are, but in the last couple hours, the highest report is about 11 to 12 inches on the southwest side. There's no actual report officially in Boston, Massachusetts. These are the latest official snowfall reports. The highest number that we have in any place right now is over in Remsenburg, New York at 27.5 inches of snow. We've reached in South Kingston, Rhode Island at least 25 inches. I think it's actually at 26 now. Richmond in Rhode Island as of 1 hour ago is at 26 inches. And then Swansea, Massachusetts and Bliss Corner, Massachusetts have both hit 2 feet of snow, which is 24 inches. Cape Cod has been anywhere from 10 to 12 at this point, and then, again, further west you go, it's way more significant. We are still expecting as much as 20 inches of snow in Cape Cod. Most of the traffic cameras that are over in Cape Cod have gone down. There's one that you can see very barely. You can kind of see through the little holes here of the snow. You can see the wind on the trees a little bit. That's a little bit more interior Cape Cod, so not on the immediate coastline, but definitely windy. But most of the cameras, you can see this image is temporarily unavailable. Most of the cameras have completely gone down because of how windy it is. Power has gone out in a lot of areas. This is just north of Boston, Massachusetts, on US 1. Again, only one car that I can see, and that's probably some sort of plow truck. Thank you, Amanda, for the $5 super chat. What do people do in the Northeast without power in a blizzard? How do they prep? I mean, the prep would have already had to be done. There's no way you could really prep anymore here in the Northeast. I mean, this winter storm is at this point, like, it's already going on. You can't really prepare anymore for power outages unless you're in Maine, maybe. But obviously having a generator, flashlights, when you actually don't have power, just staying warm is the biggest thing. And I mean, if you get to the point where it's too cold in your own place, you might have to find a shelter or something. You know, that's kind of what it comes down to. But having a generator is by far probably one of the most important things during a winter storm of this magnitude. So I mean, this is one of the worst winter storms, probably the worst winter storm that we've seen in the Northeast in about a decade. This is by far the blizzard of the decade, I think, anywhere in the United States. I don't think there's been any blizzard like this anywhere else. I grew up west of Boston. All you need are shovels and a beer. Yes, for some people, that's all you need.
snow is so heavy that it's
But I mean, if you're one of the, I mean, most people here that are watching probably still have power. Again, if you have not lost power yet, make sure all your devices are charged. If you're watching me right now on a phone, I'll just plug it in while watching. And at least it gives you extra battery for, or at least keeps you at almost 100% battery in case you do lose power. If you have portable chargers, power banks, anything like that,
truck's plowing or not.
you know, charge those up too.
I don't know. They're making some nice tire marks for us.
Yeah, at least we can get up here to the big highway.
Thank you, Peter, for becoming a maximum velocity member. How long is this going to last? All the way until sunset.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit beyond that for Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut. New Jersey and Long Island will be done by around 5 or 6, so basically around sunset too.
Let's see. Next high tide, 349.
So again, Tornado Pagey and Bryce are still trying to head towards Cape Cod. Whiteout conditions, visibility about, it's definitely under a quarter of a mile. I wouldn't even say it is a quarter of a mile. Maybe an eighth of a mile. No way to really see the roadway either here. This is a side road. This is Wilbur Avenue, getting close to I-195 near Fall River. How's Indianapolis, or what's Indianapolis looking like in terms of snow stopping? I don't really think Indianapolis is really looking at much. Is it? There's a little bit of snow. It'll probably be ongoing for the next hour or two, just light snow. Probably not going to stack up into much. There was actually snow back down in Tennessee. There are Radar Omega cyclone ports down here. You can watch these cameras live inside of the Radar Omega app. You can actually see the snow coming down. There are some snowflakes flying across the screen. Tennessee is seeing a little bit of snowfall here in the middle of February. Making its way down through Nashville and Franklin. A little bit of a, maybe a little bit of a surprise. We still have some pretty heavy snow making its way across New Jersey. A lot of snow falling in Delaware still. We have a lot of power outages right now in Dover, Milford, and Millsboro. Power outages have continued to increase here over the last few hours. It's pretty much stagnant though, I think now. I think from the most part, power outages will probably decrease again, basically power being restored here in Delaware and Maryland. In New Jersey, we still have widespread power outages, mainly on the coastal regions, much more isolated the more inland you go. Back over in Freehold and Lakewood Township, power outages have been pretty isolated here thus far. New England, again, the worst hit by power outages. We're around 72% without power in Barnstable County. Provincetown and Yarmouth are the hardest hit. Nantucket's at about 65%, so no big increases here as of lately. Plymouth is about 64,000 without power. And then Bristol County is at 12,000 people without power. Heavy snow is still moving in. We have snowfall rates around 4 inches per hour currently, impacting Providence, Taunton, as well as Brockton, Plymouth, just south of Boston. Quincy is probably seeing around 3 inches of snow per hour. And then even near New Bedford and Fall River, this is probably where the most significant snow is. It's actually not far from where Tornado Pagey and Bryce are. That's probably right around 4 inches of snow right now coming down per hour. And the visibility is, again, only about an eighth of a mile, with constant blowing snow here as they approach Ocean Grove near Swansea, Massachusetts. And Swansea has already had a confirmed 24 inches of snow as of about an hour ago. Sub with the super chat saying, sending love from Freehold, measured 25 inches, and I've been making reports since 12:45 a.m. Appreciate you making reports. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. It is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's also one of the top links in the description. This is pretty cool. This is a time-lapse video that was sent in over in Malton Township, New Jersey. Full-blown time-lapse. Went from nothing to 20 inches of snow. This is overnight last night into this morning. That snow. That's just that. It's really cool. Absolutely nothing to a lot of snow. A lot of people around this time when it was just raining like this, people were saying, "Oh, this is a bust. We're not going to see any snow." Completely changed in about 4 hours. Look at it kind of accumulate even to the siding here of this building. onto the pole. Pretty fascinating. Here's that QR code in the link if you want to send in any sort of photos and videos. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you guys are sending in any photos, best way to do it, just take a photo like this horizontally with your phone or whatever device you're using. That way we can have more of a horizontal view like this instead of a vertical. It's a photo sent in by Michelle. First blizzard for these guys. I don't know if they're happy about it. They don't look overly happy. This is also this is apparently another time lapse. All right, this is another time lapse here. Over in Sayreville, New Jersey. Pretty long time lapse. You can just see it over time though, stacking up. The patio furniture isn't even really visible at the end of this time lapse. Look at the amount of snow on that patio furniture. My goodness. I don't know how much snow that is, but that's probably at least 25 inches. A lot more is going to be on patio furniture for sure. Got the corgis. One corgi tall, about 18 inches. In Phillipstown, Illinois. And Plainville, Massachusetts. Just absolutely hammered with snow. Winter wonderland out there. It's over in Yonkers, New York. Just unbelievable stuff. 25 inches of snow measured in Freehold, New Jersey. I think we're going to have the 30s. I'll be going out at 11:45 a.m. to check. Yeah, I honestly think we are going to probably push 30 inches of snow in Freehold. This over in Lower Manhattan. Love your coverage. Appreciate that. This over in New York City and Manhattan. Snow is definitely sticking to the trees, and that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Be very cautious again if you're outside today or anytime tonight or tomorrow. There's gonna be a lot of snow on the trees and on the tree branches. Those could easily get knocked down. Over in Hopkinton, Rhode Island, still very windy. Snow up to our knees in the middle of the road. Hope wind dies down for the essential workers who have to travel this afternoon. Yeah, those are very intense conditions. Look just how tall the snow is. 2 feet of snow doesn't even sound like much until you see it, like in person. And this over in North Providence, Rhode Island, with the blizzard conditions in Pawtucket and Central Falls. Again, if you guys have photos or videos, QR code's on your screen to send us stuff. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. All right, Tornado Page is now approaching I-195 and on Wilbur Avenue near Ocean Grove. They're officially in Swansea, Massachusetts. Let's get some W's in the chat. They're actually in Massachusetts. Been trying to get here for a long time. No school today. Get a shovel and make some dough. Yeah, honestly, if you need a job and you're younger, shoveling driveways is a big thing in the Northeast. It's been kind of an extinct job for a while though, because like there's not really been any big winter storms like this. This is the day though. Go knocking on your neighbor's doors and start asking, hey, pay me like 20 bucks to shovel the driveway or whatever. Or get a snowplow or a snowblower like that. It's one way. If you're a hustler and you're younger, you might be able to do it. Or if you have like literally nothing to do today and you feel like you're physically fit to do it, I mean, go for it. Plenty of opportunity out there today. Millstone Township, New Jersey is a winter wonderland. The road's actually plowed over here. And for the most part, all the roads are for the most part being plowed. It just, again, frequency depends and varies everywhere. Major highways are being plowed probably pretty much every 30 minutes.
There's so many trees.
Some of these side roads can be plowed as little as every 2 to 3 hours.
I'm assuming some of them.
Honestly, most places, especially in southeast Massachusetts, need the roads to be plowed every like 30 minutes because of the snowfall rates being 3 inches per hour in some spots. Making it tricky. Tornado Page and Bryce, they're going about 20 miles per hour here through Swansea, Massachusetts. Coming up on the I-195 stretch here. pass by here in a few minutes.
God,
They've been behind
Look at those cars.
this person for quite some time that's making a bunch of tire tracks, kind of helping them out. Hey, back in my day, all right, not really back in my day, but back like 10 years ago, $20 per hour for doing shoveling snow is kind of the norm. Probably like double or triple that now, but people charge over $100 in New York City to easily remove the snow from homes. That's valid.
The precip is coming to an end across portions of New Jersey. Still have a band of moderate to heavy snow about to move through Tom's River, but after
It's
that,
higher now,
it
yeah.
should really lighten up for New Jersey.
Well, it's probably higher now. Getting paid closer to $500 for snow removal. That's crazy. It is a serious business in these places, but at the same time, it's so weather dependent. I mean, obviously, the job that I'm doing too is weather dependent. Like, but obviously, snow is even harder because it's more localized. Like, we do national scale, but if you're doing like a local area in Massachusetts or wherever, it depends on the winter. This winter's been amazing for snow removal, but like a lot of the other winters recently have not. They've actually been really bad for snow removal. So, this is the Lee River Bridge that they're going over right now. Look at the wind pickup. This is over the river, so you can see the obviously the wind coming left to right, blowing snow. About 1/8 of a mile visibility. Only can see maybe a few hundred feet out in front of them.
Continuously right here.
I know.
In my day, I got $1 for a sidewalk. $1. Like the dollar store snow removal. $1 per square foot. I don't know how much that would come out to. Actually, might not be a bad deal. $1 per square foot. Hey, Eric, for the $5 super chat. Here in Chatham, the roads are impossible to travel. Trees and lines down everywhere.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the report. Stay safe.
I mean, obviously, it was a big time, widespread event across multiple states.
They data for the super chat. Also, thank you, Brittany, for the $10 super chat. Hello from Maine. In the last 5 years, I've worked for IDEX Labs. This is only the second time they've closed, both times this year from inclement weather.
I was gonna wipe the mirror off for you when I got
That's
slowed
crazy.
on. There we go. Is that better?
Data with the sewer chat says shoveling heavy snow is not fun in Salem, Massachusetts. It is not.
Up to the
I had to do it when I was younger.
coast.
So again, conditions are still pretty treacherous out there here in southeastern Massachusetts. We actually have a small little pocket here near Fall River of around 35 to 40 dBz, which corresponding to what we're seeing for snowfall rates, that's probably about 3 to 4 inches still coming down per hour. The snowfall rates in Connecticut have decreased. Again, a lot of Connecticut right now is dealing with light to moderate snow. We have a lot more dry slots filling in around Springfield and Waterbury. This does not mean your snow is done, just a little bit lower end of snowfall. Oh, we got something here. I don't know what happened here. We got a police officer and a ambulance on the scene of something. I don't know if there was a car in the ditch.
The ambulance is stuck.
Somebody's stuck apparently. That's not good. Can't tell what was stuck. I couldn't see it. I'm looking back at their stream. Couldn't see it. Might have been somebody stuck in the ditch. Not good. I had somebody ask, but this one looks like in Boston right now. And visibility is still about 1/4 of a mile. This is at the Boston Museum of Science. No really major power outages in Boston right now. The wind has been gusting to about 60 miles per hour this entire time. You can actually see the wind vane down there at the bottom of your screen. Pretty cool. And then if we go back over to Western Connecticut, this right here is Norwalk, Connecticut on the railroad. Snow is still coming down. It's pretty light at this point. Again, a much lighter snowfall, kind of breaking in between some of the heavier bands. Over in Long Island near Calverton, wind is still gusting at around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Snow has not been nearly as heavy. And across the board, most of Long Island, again, there's still moderate snowfall for most areas, but it's not as heavy as earlier. Snowfall rates are down to probably about 1/2 of an inch per hour, maybe an inch in some locations. But for the most part, the snowfall rates have definitely decreased in Long Island. It's over at West 23rd Street. This is right next to Manhattan. Got a lot of different disabled vehicles in some of these areas too. Also, things have improved a lot over in Delaware. This is one of the more major roadways along the coastline, Delaware Route 1. This is called Coastal Highway. Still light snow coming down. Winds have been a lot less bad, though, than what they were earlier. And if we take our attention back to the northeast, this is over in Gloucester, Massachusetts. Visibility about a quarter of a mile here in the bay. The yacht club here. No boats out there, obviously. It is the winter, so nobody's boating. So it looks like here across the board with some of our different camera views. This is Connor Croft in Millstone Township.
At least these are drivable at
on I-195. He's heading over towards Trenton, New Jersey right now.
Pretty good.
At least 20 inches of snow in Peabody, Mass. Is what somebody just said in the chat. Huge shout out to Rogue with the $20 super chat, saying we are getting more somewhere like, or I hear we're getting more snow somewhere in like Thursday or Friday after this. Happy birthday to Uncle John. Yeah, again, we're gonna have more snow. This is not the only winter storm. We'll talk more about it here in a moment, but there will be more snowfall in the Northeast, even beyond what we are seeing today. There will be more snow Tuesday and Wednesday. There could be another actual winter storm Thursday, Friday. There will likely be another winter storm in early March, which is only about a week from now. So we have upwards of 3 or 4 different snow events going to be impacting these same exact areas over the next 10 days. It is going to be a crazy stretch of weather, to say the least. Just absolutely crazy. Thank you, KJ, for the super chat. I'll drive up there to have a professional snow bite with Fortress. $10 for 25 snowballs. Hey, Snowshoe for the super chat. Almost 4 inches an hour in Taunton, Massachusetts. Currently in a whiteout. Just measured my driveway and currently at 27 inches.
Of course, they have only
My goodness.
inches, but that's still a lot. We're going to see what the high tide
That is insane.
that way this afternoon. I know they have quite a few power outages that way, too. But without a doubt, Fall River is going to get the most snow. Look at that truck. He's in full drive.
No.
That truck might be stuck.
That bank instead of coming
over here.
Won't say it's officially stuck yet. This is at Wilbur Avenue, right next to the Taunton River. And it looks like they're stuck. I will say it's probably officially stuck. Oh, they almost got it.
There you go.
Wow. Never mind. I will remove that. We're still at 14. They were able to get unstuck without actually getting stuck.
Thank you. You know, if I drank coffee, I'd be peeing all day. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashton, for the super chat. How much more snow is expected to fall in Worcester Hills of Massachusetts? Probably another, I would say, at least 5 to 7 inches of snow.
I had my leftover Diet Coke from last night.
They also led for the super chat. Local reports of some street flooding in Winthrop, Massachusetts, according to CBS Boston. Yeah, there probably is. There's storm inundation along the coast. So there will be some local flooding. We do have a couple more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This one's back over in Bolton, Massachusetts, over in Worcester County. Light to moderate snow still coming down. Not very heavy over here right now. We got a little dry slot making its way in, but it is a winter wonderland. In Ledyard, Connecticut, trash cans are rocking an afro. You understand for sending this in? So over in Providence, Rhode Island, where you, again, can't really even tell this is a car, but 22 inches of snow measured as of 10 a.m. in Providence. I think we had an official report of like 26 or something here recently. We will have new snowfall reports coming in a moment that are official. Cumberland, Rhode Island, over in Attleboro. A lot of snow coming down still there. And then we got a little snowman named Gary saying hello from New Jersey. Very nice snowman. If you guys have snowman photos, definitely send it in to us. Again, it's reports.maxloss@ewx.com. In New Jersey, cars are completely covered in snow. And it just white screened. Maybe refresh it. Go back to that in a second.
Is this a rotary?
This is a rotary. Traffic circle.
Roundabout. Depending on what part of the country.
All right, here's another video. This is from Westport, Massachusetts. Severe blizzard conditions for my house in Westport, Massachusetts. And then the last one for right now is over in Mattapoisett, Massachusetts. Big snowflake still coming down there. And again, if you have photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. Link is also on your screen. Unapologetic, just with the $10 super chat, said, can you ask if Tornado Pagey if they seen my daughter and I waving at them in Swansea? I think they beeped at us. All right, I guess I'll ask them. I don't know if they're going to answer me, but we'll see. Somebody in my chat is asking if you end up beeping at them because their daughter and I were waving at them in Swansea. I don't know if you can see anything. It's the other thing. I don't know if he's going to respond in Zell. I'll try to message him.
This is definitely the most intense blizzard I've ever been in. I think so.
Up there.
Hey, Ashton for the super chat. This is over in Somerset, Massachusetts. They are heading north right now, 138.
It rained before the snow up here.
Towards Taunton.
So it rained before the snow down in like Jersey. But
I believe they are heading towards Route 24 maybe, or Route 6 now. They're going back west, maybe. And you go on Stormchasers like Tornado Pagey, Bryce Shelton, and as well as Carter Croft and Ryan Scholl, all inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below, as the weather app we've been using this entire stream.
That's what was confusing me. I couldn't tell if he was on the road or off the road or what.
okay, because of the snow piles.
Yeah.
There's a snowplow stuck? Question mark. Looks like there might be another snowplow that's stuck.
Oh, I'm gonna push that.
Are you a Mass local? You have no issues with your town names? I used to live in New Hampshire, so that would be why I actually know how to pronounce a lot of town names in the Northeast. Not all of them, though. A lot of the ones in New York I'm terrible with. There's been a lot in New York, New Jersey, and Providence I've just tried, or on Rhode Island that I've just tried to avoid saying. We now have 15 cars that have been stuck today. This one is a plow truck in Somerset, located near the Grand Army of Republic Highway. Kind of, it looks like a loop here near Riverside Avenue. Trying to get the snowplow unstuck. It is going to be a tough one to get that plow truck unstuck. Be keeping an eye on that. What is going on here? I'm not gonna lie, I saw this camera and I thought they were, like, this person was proposing to the other guy. I think they're just skiing though. So over in North Carolina, where it's also snowing right now in the mountains. You guys don't understand. I look at, like, the small cams also on a program, and look-y thought it looked like somebody was proposing. Like, what in the world? A live proposal on stream? Only happened once. Not very many people skiing out there in North Carolina today. Not surprised. Got a little bit of snow coming down. Snow shoveling Super Bowl. That's pretty much what it is today. We basically have a snow shoveling Super Bowl.
Okay. Did he just get stuck in the bank over there?
It's officially, dude, where is my car status in Massachusetts? I think they're gonna go around the plow truck, maybe. Maybe not. Not sure what they're exactly doing here. Might be leaving the plow truck. It's hard to get a plow truck unshoveled to really help them out that much. Blizzard conditions continuing here in Somerset.
There's a plow truck.
Oh, okay.
I think they're struggling to drive right now.
Not like a legit state truck with a...
I'm not sure what that.
Sharing your stream with all my buddies up in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Appreciate that. If you guys have any friends or family up here in the Northeast, again, most people in the Northeast don't even know YouTube exists for weather coverage, so make sure to share the stream, get the word out there. We are live with winter storm and nor'easter coverage. Maybe they're trying to level off the snow. Wow, this is crazy. The analyzed central pressure at 7 a.m. Eastern time this morning was 966 millibars. That is an estimated 20 or 41 millibar drop in 24 hours compared to yesterday's analysis at the same time of 1,007 millibars. You could also do like a 12-hour analysis, and I'm pretty sure last night it was about 998 millibars, and it's down to 966. That's about a 32 millibar drop in about 12 hours. Absolutely historic nor'easter happening here in real time. Just outside here of New England, obviously hitting New England, but very heavily impacting southeastern New England at this hour. If you are getting a headache anywhere, it might be because of all the big pressure drop that we are seeing here with this low pressure center just offshore here of Nantucket. We do have some new snowfall reports coming in, some new snowfall numbers from this winter storm. Over in Cranston, Rhode Island, we now have 26.5 inches of snow that has been reported. So these are some of the new snowfall reports. Back over in Richmond, we're still at 26 inches of snow. That was as of 8:40, so almost 2 hours ago was the last time we had an updated snowfall number there. Jamestown, Rhode Island at 24.5 inches of snowfall reported. Swansea, Massachusetts, we just had a report out of there, which is where Tornado Pagey is currently located. They have reached 26.5 inches of snow. Once again, we are approaching 30 inches of snow in a lot of locations. Jamestown, Rhode Island's at 24.5 inches. Warren, Rhode Island, again at 26 inches. That's pretty close to Somerset. And then on the north side of Providence, 18 to 19 inches of snow respectively reported there. A couple of different locations. Just had somebody with a super chat in the chat just say about 28 inches of snow in Franklin, Massachusetts. Rogue with the $20 super chat says in Warminster, Pennsylvania, I keep seeing temperatures almost around 40 degrees and solid feel-like weather, and yet it is still possible. That's why I'm bringing it up. No offense, New England. I selfishly hope it just misses us for you. Appreciate the super chat. But once again, we do have snowfall rates very high right now in southeastern New England. Back over here just south of Boston, snowfall rates are right around 3 to 4 inches per hour. We are seeing some breaks in the snow back over in Connecticut and central and western Massachusetts. We will likely continue to see that on and off for the next several hours. Here's a video that was sent in Providence, Rhode Island from Dave. Heavy snow and intense winds here in downtown. This is a great POV video. Really good perspective of the snow drifts too, as wind gusts remain around 50 to 60 miles per hour in Providence. And we still have hours until this stops. We have quite a few hours for most areas. Definitely 2 feet in Weehawken, New Jersey. That's a lot of snow. That is a brick of snow. It looks like Minecraft. So over in Mystic, Connecticut, wind gusts in Mystic. Yep, it's very windy. These are blizzard conditions. Only about 2 inches in Annapolis, Maryland. Very disappointing. Yeah, Maryland was initially looking like it'd be big, and then it really downtrended, with the low pressure center being a little bit further east. Smithfield, Rhode Island. Apologize for the pic quality, but it's the only window that isn't 100% covered up. Valid. And I don't recommend even... I wouldn't go outside if I were you either, so it's valid. Ripping winds here in Providence. They actually got a few icicles sticking from some of the roof windows. Thank you, Kyle, for sending this in. Crazy stuff. Over in North Attleboro, these are not cyber trucks. That is really tall snow. That's like really angled up too. Another video from North Attleboro. From the ground level. I'm surprised some of you guys are even going outside, to be honest. Like, I feel like it'd just be... You need to wear, like, literally a face mask and everything. Might even have to wear some goggles or something. Bristol, Rhode Island. Guess I can't use the smoker today. Halfway up a 6-foot fence. Or 6-foot tall fence. Over in Bristol County, Massachusetts, we do have a image here of about 26 inches of snow. And then the last photo for right now is over in the backyard in Long Island in Smithtown, New York. Again, if you have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. Link is also right here at the bottom. You cannot see almost a thing in Somerset. It looks like they've left that plow truck. They are now heading up Highway 79 near Mechanicsville in Massachusetts. Near zero visibility currently, just south of Taunton. Roadways are almost not visible either.
The trees on the side of the road that catches it.
Yeah, me too. Hey, thank you for 48K.
This is getting onto the highway here in Somerset.
2,000 away from 50.
Aegis vehicle is a beast. It is. Yeah, they got the right vehicle for being on the roadways today. Knock on wood, but they haven't had any major problems yet.
No, I'm gonna make that video, remember? When I get to it, Bryce is like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because in about 2 weeks, this pattern is...
Thank you, Steven, for the $20 super chat. I live in Indiana. I feel for the Northeast right now. Thankful that there are not as many stuck vehicles and slide-offs like Indianapolis had last month. Indianapolis was really bad last month. Yeah, Indianapolis, we ended up having like 75 stuck cars on that stream, and most of them were in Indianapolis.
Get another one in a week and a half. There's nowhere to put that snow. So our low is still deepening?
Let me see.
For those that are wondering why you might have had like a video or photo that you sent in that might have been skipped, keep in mind, again, the best photo practices and video practices is doing horizontal stuff. That's what we mostly will approve. So, again, if you want to send stuff in, that's the best way to send stuff in. And also, we do get so many photos and videos to the point where it's hard to approve every single one. Like, we do get to a point where we just
Sorry
get
about
out
the
of
delay, Max. We were trying to get those plow trucks on stuff. But yeah, we beeped at them and waved at them back in Swansea.
First, that super chat earlier asking about if you and the daughter were seen by Bryce. He has answered yes. I'm surprised you even saw anybody.
It was tough. We seen them just as soon as we came up on them, and then as soon as we passed them, couldn't see them no more. Just like all these vehicles on the road, you can't see them until you're literally within 50 feet or less.
Yeah, I bet. Where are you heading now? We have exploding trees.
We're going to try to head up towards Marshfield for high tide. High tide, I think, is around 2:30, 3 o'clock maybe. And we're going to see what happens up there with those strong onshore winds.
Thank you for the update. So they're going towards the North Shore. See the high tide and all the winds. Obviously, the wind is very strong right now. We have wind gusts still pushing towards 60 to 80 miles per hour right now back over in Cape Cod and surrounding locations. Power outages have increased further. We're now at 76,000 people without power in Barnstable County, which is Cape Cod, and that number is continuing to increase. Has not decreased really at all. It's had a couple of periodic decreases, but nothing very consistent, and I do not think that we're going to see much improvement there anytime soon when it comes to power outages. Nantucket is at 65% without power, approximately 9,300 without power. Dukes County also is at 8,300 without power. That's Martha's Vineyard. We still have a lot of people without power in Delaware, New Jersey. Improvement, though, over in Kent County, Delaware. We're only about 25% now, so the number is actually decreased there. But we have now officially passed 2/3 of a million people without power here in the United States. Numbers now a little over 670,000 people without power, with most of them being in Massachusetts. We're at 288,000. No electricity in Massachusetts. And again, that is customers. That is not just people. I mean, people is probably in the millions, but for customers, we are at a very high number right now. Cape Cod is at the highest number really right now. And then back over here in New Jersey, we have approximately 131,000 without power. Again, conditions are slowly improving in New Jersey right now. Delaware and Maryland are the same way. Conditions are still at their climax right now in southeastern New England, with Delaware at about 72,000. Rhode Island's at 43,000 now. And then back over in Connecticut, which is actually not even one of the top, 8 states. Connecticut is currently at... Why do I not see Connecticut anywhere? Connecticut is not showing anywhere. I need to log in, apparently. All right, well, Connecticut is somewhere in the... All right, they're at 15,000. There you go. 15,000 without power in Connecticut. So that number's been increasing. The worst of it's on the eastern half of the state. But Cape Cod is approaching... Well, they just upgraded even higher. They're almost at 80% now. They're about hit 80% without power in Cape Cod. So conditions are obviously really bad over there right now. It looks like Connor and Ryan Scholl are both heading back home, but Connor is currently in near Trenton, New Jersey. Roads are pretty clear right now over in western New Jersey, so pretty good news if you have any sort of travel plans coming up soon. The roadways have been pretty clear here, but keep in mind there could be some light glazing of ice or a little bit of ice on the roadways. We do have some snow also still happening back over in Nashville. We had some snow showers moving through Indianapolis. It's still snowing out there in Indianapolis. Pretty significant lake effect snow happened last night and even this morning over in northwestern Indiana, so that's still happening. Very heavy snow still happening in southeastern Massachusetts right now. Go back to Tornado Pagey. Gotta start shoveling snow in Rhode Island, otherwise I'll gonna be snowed in. Yeah, definitely make sure you're snow shoveling every so often. This is an updated look at all of the flight cancellations from the blizzard here of 2026. We're at about 1,100 flight cancellations at John F. Kennedy Airport, a little over 1,000 in LaGuardia. Boston is nearing 1,000. Newark Liberty is at about 960, 600 in Philadelphia, and then Reagan Airport at about 370. And again, Reagan hasn't really had that much snowfall, but still a pretty high number here all across the board. A little over 4,000 flights combined canceled from this winter storm now, as this winter storm continues to cripple the Northeast. Thank you, Gabby, for the super chat.
Hey, Donna, what's up?
We have some damage reports coming in from New York here in the last few minutes. These are all preliminary damage reports, but we do have a down tree across Jericho Turnpike on Eastgate Drive and Westgate Drive. All lanes are blocked in both directions over in West Hills, which is in Suffolk, New York, according to the Deputy of Highways. That was actually last night. More recently, we've had some damage. Apparently, there's been numerous trees down with damage to cars and structures in Brooklyn and Queens, including an awning collapse. So that's over at Elmhurst, which is in Queens County, New York. Large tree was down across Willow Street and onto a building back over in Kings County, New York, in Battery Park last night. And then earlier this morning, we've had a lot of different trees and wires down reported back over in New Haven County, Connecticut, near Beacon Falls. So again, as a reminder, if you have any plans of going outside today, I would definitely not recommend going near trees, and obviously be very cautious because power lines could come down or wires could come down from all the snow that is stacking up onto the wires. Makes it very dangerous. We have yet again another car stuck. Makes it 16 on the day today.
Yeah, I'll give him a hand. I'll give you a hand too. Okay.
And again, another vehicle stuck. That one is really stuck too. That is almost, that is really deep into the snow.
Huh? Okay. Doesn't want me to help.
Try to shovel a car out here. What state am I in? I'm in Florida. I'm not dealing with this major winter storm, luckily. How do you bury a Bronco that takes a serious lack of skill? I mean, hey, the roads are very covered over. I mean, like, again, there are snowplows coming across these areas every half hour to an hour, but snow's coming down so rapidly right now in southeastern Massachusetts, it's almost impossible to stop this from happening. Oh, somebody's bag is flying away. I don't even know if they know that. There was a bag that just went flying. I don't know what's in the bag or whose bag it was. I don't know if they're going to catch it either. I can't really Zello him either because they're not in the car. Unapologetic with the sewer chat saying my daughter was so pumped to see Tornado Pagey. Thanks for all you do. It's awesome. 21 inches of snow recorded so far in Atlantic County, New Jersey, according to somebody in the chat. Saw Jim Cantori got thundersnow again in Plymouth this morning. I heard about that. There was thundersnow last night in New York City. We had somebody send in a video of that earlier. While they help shovel that car out of the snow. This is what a few more photos that we just got sent in. That's over in Long Island. We got some dogs playing in the snow in Chester? I don't even know what that is, New Hampshire. I didn't even know this place existed. Playing with the dogs. I used to live in New Hampshire. I never even heard of that town. So over in Johnston, Rhode Island, 28 inches of snow being measured by this person over in Providence, Rhode Island. Keep in mind that could be snow drifts, but there's a lot of snow. 12-foot dancing skeleton. Bro, what is this? We leave our Halloween decorations up over in Franklin, Massachusetts. This is one of the most random videos of the day. What in the world? Chichester, thank you. It's a 32-second video of a skeleton dancing from the wind. So much snow here and wind in Attleboro, Massachusetts. Still somehow have power. This is a view from our front door. Have fun shoveling that. This sent in from somewhere in New York here. 2 feet of snow at least in Manorville, New York. And then another photo out of Danbury, Connecticut, which is where Ryan Scholl was not too long ago. Foot of snow and then some still coming down. Winds are kicking. Bone-chilling snow. Oh my goodness. That is a crazy pun. Again, if you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. The link is also here. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. How do I send photos? There's a link down below. Yeah, I mean, the snow that this Bronco drove into is probably a good foot to 2 feet deep. It is just a struggle at this point to get this thing out of there. Yeah, this is a Ford Bronco that got stuck. So continue to keep an eye on that. We'll keep it bottom right of your screen. Actually, we'll go to here real quick. This is back over in Salisbury, Massachusetts. We are getting a little bit closer to high tide. We're about 2 hours away from high tide for most of the east coast here of Massachusetts. And the water's continuing to get higher and higher. It will probably at least cause some coastal flooding here once we get closer to the mid-afternoon hours. Anywhere basically from Newport and Gloucester all the way back down into Cape Cod. Pettis, yeah, you can. Apparently we have a fire breaking out right now in Florida. You can see it right there at the top of your screen. A big fire breaking out there over in Collier, Florida. Kind of out of nowhere. You can actually see it on radar. Look at this thing. This thing just went up. That is a fire. Caught on radar with reflectivity. We got a little bit of wildfire smoke there. But yeah, as I was alluding to, again, we do have significant snowfall still ongoing here across the Northeast. You can see the heaviest band of snow is located near Brockton, just outside of Plymouth, moving towards Taunton, Massachusetts, just south of Boston. This is all moving down towards Taunton, Fall River, New Bedford. We still have some light to moderate snowfall across the Cape Cod area. It'll get a little bit heavier over the next few hours, but again, this is only going to add on to the 20 plus inches of snow that we have in many areas right now around Taunton and Plymouth and even Providence. I think we have some new snowfall reports coming in now. See what we got for snowfall reports. We got a couple new ones that have come in recently. The highest snowfall accumulation numbers that we have here over the last few hours are on this map right here. Actually, I'll go back to that in a second. It looks like the Bronco is getting out of the snow. Went at the car. Backed up into Tornado Pagey's rental. Looks like they had success getting it out. Poor Bronco has been unstuck. Hey, Sims, for becoming a member. Has anyone ever said to you that your voice is calming? I've been told a lot of different things about my voice. Hey, if for some reason weather doesn't work out down the line, I'm going to become a sports broadcaster. Call some football games or something, I don't know. I could probably do it.
Stop. We got him out, guys.
Somebody's in the chat for Paige there and Bryce for helping out. Need my caffeine. My 1 liter, 1.25 liter Diet Coke is now gone. Well, they're kind of out. God, they're still struggling, my goodness. AR sliding.
Right.
Jeez.
Another one out.
Woo!
Thank you, Gene, for becoming a member. All right, well, they're back on the road here.
Bags.
He was too deep in for bag.
See how deep it is over
Yeah.
there?
I sunk up to my chest.
Yeah.
But these snowplows... What happened here? Police officer here. Couldn't even see that police officer before. Just sitting there, it looks like. I was about to say, you couldn't even see the police officer for more than a second ago. Just so much snow.
Yeah, I did.
It's cold.
It is cold.
Just a heads up, there was a bag that went flying behind your car. I'm guessing you're not going to ever find it, but I'm not sure if somebody got it, but yeah. That was while you were helping getting that person unstuck.
Hey, thank you for that. That was one of his cooler bags or something like that. I think it's in the top of a tree now, so he didn't want to go climb and get it, and I didn't want to go climb and get it, so I think it's just going to rest there.
Holy crap, bro! That guy just ran to another snowbank.
Slow her down.
Can't even see. Hey, Tommy for the super chat. Yes, coastal flooding is possible in the Cape today.
Thank you for that. That was one of his cooler bags or something like that. I think it's in the top of a tree now, so he didn't want to go climb and get it, and I didn't want to go climb and get it, so I think it's just going to rest there.
I hit Taco Bell soon. I don't even think Taco Bell's open today. I highly doubt it. I don't think really much is open. We officially just crossed 80,000 people, that are 80% of people without power over in Barnstable County in Cape Cod. You'd be surprised at what's still open here on Long Island. Well, there's a lot of businesses on Long Island. I think that snowplow might have been stuck.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I don't even know where the Ford Bronco went. That thing is so far in front of them. Like, they're going way faster than what Tornado, Paige, and Bryce are right now. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we, for some reason, found that Ford Bronco up ahead stuck again, because of how fast they're going. Maybe that's it right up there. I can't really tell. It looks like that's probably it. Just barely in viewing distance. Barely in viewing range right now. All right, we were talking about the snowfall accumulation and the snowfall map. But once again, the snowfall, like, these are the reports that we've had coming at this point for snowfall accumulation. Highest number is still, as of 2 hours ago, back over in Remsen, New York, at about 27.5 inches of snow. We just had a new report in North Stonington, Connecticut, which is over here, of 26.5 inches of snowfall accumulation. So the number even over here in Southeast Connecticut is just, again, way overperforming. Most of Rhode Island has, again, there's about half dozen locations that have at least picked up 26 inches of snow thus far. Over in Warren, Rhode Island, we're at 26 inches. Over closer to Swansea, Massachusetts, we're at 26.5 inches of snowfall. So, yeah, we're in no shortage of snowfall at this point here in the Northeast. And if you want another big winter storm, something like this, I don't know if many people in the Northeast will want anything like this anytime soon. With the magnitude, but I do want to remind you that we have several more winter storms coming. It's not just this one. We have a possibility of seeing maybe as many as 3 more winter storms over the next 10 days in the Northeast. The latest GFS model run just came out, and the last one was showing a bunch of snow, but we have another snow shot coming Tuesday into Wednesday with some light to moderate snowfall across the Northeast. Thursday into Friday, maybe another winter weather event here across areas like New Jersey, Long Island, southern New England perhaps. And then as we go into early March, GFS model has been hinting at a very significant winter storm happening around March 2nd or 3rd back over across all of the Northeast. So there's no end in sight right now to this really extreme winter pattern that is happening back over in the Northeast. And I personally think we're probably going to see a lot of these areas pick up another 10 to 20 inches of snow before winter's all over with. And that's not including what we're seeing today, by the way. So there'll be even more snow coming. But we have some very heavy pockets of snow right now near Brockton, Plymouth, and Taunton. All of Cape Cod dealing with light to moderate snowfall. And our low pressure center is just offshore, so we'll have some breaks in at least the heavier snowfall for a little bit of time in Cape Cod, but it'll get heavier again here soon. All of Long Island still has snow, but a lot of it has gotten lighter. We have some of these dry slots that have been making their way in, so it's not as consistent for snowfall in Long Island. And then all of New Jersey at this point is pretty much winding down. At least the northern half of New Jersey is winding down. Southern and central side of New Jersey is mostly moderate snowfall. Worst of it is near Toms River, Stafford Township, and also down towards Atlantic City. Power outages are again improving a little bit back over in Delaware as some of the power restoration crews can get out there, but they're not getting any better here in southeastern Massachusetts. They have continued to increase over the last several hours, and we are now officially approaching 700,000 people without power. The numbers just barely decreased, but it's at 669,000 customers without power across the country. A little over 645,000 of those are in the Northeast. We have some in California and some of the higher elevations. So New Jersey and Massachusetts lead the way in terms of power outages. It's mostly around and just south of Boston for our worst outages at this hour. Wind gusts are still around 70 to 80 miles per hour in Cape Cod and Plymouth. Wind gusts will start to slowly decrease over the next few hours. We are right around the climax right now.
Hopefully he can get to the stuff again.
It's back over at Anonet, or Assonet, Massachusetts, near Freetown. This is, once again, one of the major highways. Back to standing mode.
I think it's the wind.
Yeah. And then you can't see the road anymore.
Hey, Remo for the super chat. Falmouth, Massachusetts has trees snapped in half from winds and snow. I'm really not surprised. I still can't believe Ben pushed that van. I can't either. I think stunned everybody. was a football player at one point. Got to give him that. Hey, Cube, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Tennis shoes, don't forget. Yeah, Ben Williams was doing that in tennis shoes. Let me show you guys a clip. In case you guys weren't here earlier in the stream and don't know what we're talking about. Stormchaser Ben Williams. He pushed this van out in tennis shoes. Back over in Tom's River a little earlier. Incredible. Van kind of skidded a little bit, but I don't know how you do that. You used to play football, though, so it kind of helps. Hey, stop for the sewer chat. I got 26 inches of snow in Freehold. Freehold is continuing to go up.
So we're almost at Taunton.
Live in Sandwich, Massachusetts, and we still have power. Who goes to a snowstorm wearing tennis shoes? I guess he forgot to bring boots. I really don't know. I don't know what he was thinking. I don't think he was probably thinking about it. We have flurries in western Kentucky. There is a little bit of snow over in the Ohio Valley right now. It's mostly just very light flurries. Tornado Pagey is starting to struggle to see the road. There is a car in front of them. I believe that is the Ford Bronco from earlier that they got unstuck. Yeah, their goal is to go in the direction of Plymouth. They've kind of taken a detour. I'm surprised you're still on. We've only been live for like 4.5 hours. We were live yesterday for 6.5. I think today we'll probably be live for at least 8, maybe 10, maybe 12. Who knows? It'll be a long stream. Especially with Tornado Pagey are going towards the coast. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like out there. He was asking for a look at the entire radar. This is what it looks like currently all across southern and central New England. Again, this is the high-res radar. If we go we can go, you know, station by station and see. Again, there's just still a lot of snow out there. Still have some heavier bands of snow impacting far eastern New York at this hour, making their way down towards New York City. Again, there's a really sharp divide between where we have snow falling and where we have absolutely nothing happening. This is the MRMS radar, and you can see mostly almost no snow off to the west here of Albany and New York. Still very heavy snow all across, you know, eastern New England currently, mainly in eastern Massachusetts. Larger bands that are kind of circling around this too. Then some dry slots kind of in between that has kept snowfall totals maybe slightly lower here over the last couple of hours in some locations. Snowfall rates in most areas are down to about 1/2 inch to 1 inch per hour, but this band is just going to continue to dump 3 to 4 inches per hour, and it's still happening as we speak around and just south of Boston. We also just hit 81% without power in Barnstable County here in Cape Cod. Almost 150,000 people are without power there. Nantucket is about 9,500 without power. Essex County is at 14,000 without power. Norfolk County is at 11,000. Bristol County, 16,000. And Washington County is also a little over 20% now in southern Rhode Island. If we go over to the future radar, you'll see, again, the next several hours are going to be snow-filled for most areas. This is pictured here about an hour from now. Still very heavy snowfall continuing across Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, that snow will continue to push to the east. Let me do this other radar here. So this is what it will look like by about 4 o'clock. Most of New Jersey will be done with snow by about 4. I think we'll still have some snow in the southern half of the state. Most of Long Island will also have some snowfall happening. Some moderate to heavy snow will continue in Boston and Cape Cod. Snow is not going to be done anywhere in Boston or really anywhere in eastern Massachusetts until at least about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. It'll be much lighter by this point, but it will still be snowing. The worst snowfall rates should be done by 3, though. So a lot of the snow that we're seeing is around 3 to 4 inches an hour south of Boston. It will eventually be down to about a half an inch to maybe an inch and a half per hour after 3 o'clock. So the next about 3 hours or so are going to be the most significant here across the board when it comes to the snow. The wind, though, will be pretty intense no matter what here for the next few hours. Hey, Doc, for the super chat. Most of New Jersey, I mean, I think we'll see maybe a few more inches of snow, but it won't be anything like another foot probably for most locations. I think most areas in New Jersey only have maybe about 3 to 6 inches left of snowfall. All right, we're going to keep it on Tornado Pagey. I got to pee. I'll be back in a second. I am back. Guessing nothing happened while I was gone. A lot of cars on the left side of the road there. It looks like maybe a semi might be stuck there.
Good morning, Homer.
Where's everybody tuning in from right now here in the stream? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from.
Gosh, I felt like it was like late.
A lot of people in Massachusetts tuning in, New York.
Okay. Thank you.
Florida tuning in, California.
I'm looking.
Rhode Island. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Valdosta, Georgia. Windshield wipers making some interesting noises. Dunlap, Tennessee. Got Minneapolis tuning in. We got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This one's back over in Brockton, Massachusetts. Trees are whipping back and forth with this blizzard. Conditions are crazy out there right now. You aim here for the super chat. It's over in South Kingston, Rhode Island. This is US Route 1 in South Kingston is astounding. Almost 20 or over 20-ish, so about to be close to 30 inches at this point. I'll take another measurement, holding on to the power at this moment. I'll be heading out for more photos shortly. This is crazy. We are getting hammered here. Love your work, by the way. Appreciate that. West Haven, Connecticut has 20 inches along the shoreline. First sign of a snowplow. There you go. 26 to 28 inches in Newport, Rhode Island. That is just crazy. I don't know how you're going to get out of that door. In Jersey City, about 18 and a half inches of snow. They at least got the sidewalk shoveled. They work for becoming a member. This over in South Kingston, Rhode Island. We got about 30 inches of snow in the driveway. That is 30 to 31 inches of snow in South Kingston being measured there. We probably have several locations right now over 30 inches of snow. This is in Marshfield, Massachusetts. Tons of snow on the trees here. Spring. This is from Nick in Portsmouth, Rhode Island. Spring versus now for my window. Two completely different vibes. I would take spring over winter any day. It's from Ramsey in New York City. Fluff up to the waist in Park Slope, Brooklyn. Looks pretty if you stay home. Also looks pretty when you're not living in one of these states. Having to shovel. This is from Mystic, Connecticut. Car's almost completely buried in Mystic. This is insane. I like, that's actually insane. I don't even know how you're gonna get this car out. This is the problem. Like, if you don't shovel your car out at all, like during, like, periodically at least during a winter storm, this is what happens. I don't know how you're getting that car out. That's bad. This is over in Freehold Township, New Jersey. Looks like these railings are wearing multiple layers of jackets with all the snow that's there. That's supposed to be Manhattan in the distance. Usually it's clear, but you can barely see to the edge of Long Island. That's crazy. In New York City. Backyard blizzard fun over in Hudson, New Hampshire. Dog's having a great time. Everybody else has to shovel is not. Are the airports closed? I don't think the airports are closed. I just think there's a lot of cancellations. In Swansea, Massachusetts, the Priuses are covered. Portsmouth, Rhode Island has blizzard conditions still happening right now. Thank you, Coco, for the super chat. And then the last photo for right now, east side of Aquidneck Island in Portsmouth, Rhode Island at about 12 o'clock. Looking across the water to Tiverton, taken by my father Robert, who says he still has power. That's impressive. There's a lot of snow. And if you have any photos or videos, there's a QR code on your screen. You can also click the top link, or one of the top links in the description. It's at reports.maxvelocitywx.com if you have any photos or videos to send in. Completely free to do. It's pretty easy to do too. So it looks like in East Taunton, Massachusetts. Renato Pagey and Bryce Shelton are coming up towards the Highway 44 and 24 interchange east of Taunton. As blizzard conditions continue. Thank you, Colum, for the super chat. Does he only see you if you super chat? No. We have about 14,000 watching. It's actually a little bit easier to see chat right now. A lot of the time, it's very difficult to keep up with chat most of the time with bigger weather events, but I would say today's a really big weather event. I just think, again, we talked about this last night, but, you know, Northeast winter storms are not something that most people come to YouTube for. Most people watch local news networks because, again, a lot of the Northeast is just kind of accustomed to that. There's a lot less major weather events that have happened up here too. While YouTube has been a thing, there's only been a few. Like, this is one of the very few major winter weather events or major weather events in general that we've had anywhere in the Northeast that has actually been something that we stream. So it's a very new audience that we don't really attract that often, which is why, you know, in general, we have lower numbers across the board. When it comes to, like, if this was an event over in the Midwest, we would easily have, you know, 20, 30 plus thousand people watching because it's, you know, people watch us there. Same thing with Texas or wherever else. But the Northeast is one of those markets that is not really tapped into on YouTube. It's a pretty small niche market right now, and it's, I think, growing though, but most people do watch news networks up here still. I will say it's very weird hearing you talk about Massachusetts. I'm gonna be honest, it's weird for me too. And I don't know how many times we'll ever really cover this area. It happens here and there, but this is really one of the only events that we've ever covered the Northeast for. We've covered New England specifically probably about 5 or 6 times since I started on YouTube. Maybe a little bit more than that. I don't really know. It hasn't been that many though. Thank you, Susie, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Massachusetts is crazy. It's still snowing.
At the next light, use any lane to turn right.
Okay.
Thank you, Luke, for the super chat.
We'll probably just use this one, but.
Yeah, this is really deep.
How much more snow will we get in northeast New Jersey? Probably not much more. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more snowfall in New Jersey with this weather event.
Lake effect bands that we covered.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the same territory as that.
Looks like Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton are going towards Plymouth, Massachusetts. We should have a view of what's going on there here soon. I do want to quickly go back over. They kind of struggle in the snow here. I want to go over to our snowfall map here.
Hey, Lee.
Just kind of give you an idea of how much more snowfall we're going to see out of this winter storm for the rest of today. This is, one moment. This is kind of our thinking for the rest of today in terms of snowfall accumulation. Let me try to center into New England here. We'll try to do, might do Massachusetts. So here's what it looks like in terms of total snowfall accumulation between now and the end of this event. So this is what's still coming, which is crazy to say that we're still going to see possibly another foot of snow in Massachusetts. Most of these areas have already seen 25 inches of snow. We could be pushing 3 feet of snow in southeastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island very soon. Boston, another 10 inches. Gloucester and Ipswich, close to 10 inches of snow. Most of Cape Cod is going to see an additional 5 to 10 inches. Long Island and northern New Jersey, widespread 3 to 6 inches still coming. This is, again, not already what we've seen. This is what's to come. So, significant amount of snowfall still coming. Actually, well, National Weather Service forecast still has up to 14 to 15 inches in southeast New England. The latest ARRR model run, we go over to that. Latest ARRR only has about 7 to 8 inches down there. So, but I think it'll probably be closer to about 10 inches in a lot of those areas. But still, nonetheless, still a lot more snowfall to come. We still have very heavy snowfall that is hammering areas near Plymouth right now. This actually might be some of the most intense snow that we've seen today over here near Plymouth. We're looking at DBZ values near 40 over near Marshfield. We had a few areas in New Jersey last night that got to 40, but we have a consistent band of 40 DBZ just hammering the east coast here of Massachusetts north of Plymouth. Those are snowfall rates that are, again, around 3 to 4 inches still. And if we go over to, I think there should be for the ARRR, hour by hour look, Massachusetts at our snowfall rates. So these are our snowfall rates for the next few hours. And estimated by the ARRR, they're only around 1 inch, which this isn't even accurate. I mean, we still have a band here that is producing 3 to 4 inches an hour. But for most areas right now, our snowfall rates are around, again, approximately around 0.5 inch to 1 inch per hour. This is using the 10-to-1 ratio, so these numbers are actually going to be higher than they are saying on here. But as we go into, later today, the numbers will still be around 0.5 inch to 1 inch per hour across all of the southeastern New England before the storm system fully moves out. But again, those numbers are kind of underestimated. The 10-to-1 ratio isn't really accurate with today. All right, this is a completely different roadway now. We're on now Route 44 with Tornado Pagey going eastbound on New State Highway. Going towards I-495 there, heading east towards Plymouth. They're in Raynham, Massachusetts. We do have breaking news coming out of Northampton County, Pennsylvania. There are now 2 fatalities that are confirmed instead of the initially reported 1 fatality from yesterday's accident, which is revolving around the winter storm that we have. So at least 2 fatalities have now been confirmed from this winter storm here in the Northeast. That is, again, in Pennsylvania due to an accident. Hopefully the number does not increase, but we do have, obviously, a major winter storm here, power outages and all that. It is very dangerous right now here across the Northeast.
If this happened there, they would probably still be having school. Like a narrow lake effect band.
Yeah.
They would just be cleaning it up. crazy because it's so widespread. And this
One
is
thing,
so rare.
birds right there.
This just
One thing that could become a problem too today is that, you know, roof collapses are possible with all the snow that we're going to have on rooftops and stuff.
when it's so widespread, it's
Any
not
roofs that are not really held up
1
very
mile
well
wide,
could
7 mile wide
have
band that
collapsing
you can
risks with
clean
the wind up there.
Once it moves away. This is affecting 40 million people.
Would this be considered a historical blizzard? I think so. I mean, like, this is on pace for being a pretty historic blizzard here in the Northeast. The wind is just crazy.
It's so bright.
It is very bright. I was thinking that too.
You want your sunglasses?
I don't know. I can try.
Like the max velocity hoodie, I would totally rock that. I usually would wear it during colder time periods. Like right now, I'm obviously in Florida, so I'm not up here, but it is colder today. But it's also really warm in the studio because I have 2 computers on and a bunch of lights and monitors. We have 8 monitors and 2 computers kind of monitoring everything. Have a report in the chat, just lost power in Taunton, Mass. Power outages are actually improving. It's not necessarily in Massachusetts, though. The number has decreased just a little bit over in Delaware and Maryland. We are now at 656,000 people without power across the country. So we did peak at about 675,000, I want to say. But number has continued to increase in Massachusetts. It's at 285,000 people, most of which are in Barnstable County at nearly 150,000 people. Again, that's customers. Sorry, I keep saying people, but 147,000 customers are without power. That is almost 82% of the county now without power. Plymouth is at 33% now, approaching 34%. Bristol's at about 8%. Norfolk County's at 4%, and then Gloucester and Ipswich and Essex County are about at 5% now. Most of this is coastal regions, and then this right here is almost everybody, though, in Cape Cod, which most of Cape Cod's coastal, but power outages are really a big problem there. New Jersey is at about 125,000. This is our second highest state. Most of New Jersey at this point is improving, though. This number should continue to decrease as power gets restored. Again, most of the winter storm in New Jersey is not done, but it's the wind and all that is starting to get a little bit lighter and a little bit calmer. So it's not as bad in New Jersey. But blizzard conditions are expected to continue well into the afternoon hours. You can see most of northern and northwestern New Jersey, there's really not a whole lot of snow falling anymore. So we got much lighter snow at this point falling there. So snowfall accumulation's almost done here near Newton, but it is nowhere near done near Toms River, Stafford, Atlantic City, back through New York City. We got a good 3 to 4 hours left of moderate to heavy snow bands that'll continue. Back over here in Dover and Maryland, only light snow showers remaining. Temperatures are right around freezing too. And then over here in Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut, still got several hours until this thing's anywhere close to done. This area in particular is still getting very hammered. Providence, Warwick, Fall River, all approaching some, I wouldn't say record-breaking snowfall amounts, but very high snowfall amounts, even higher than what we were forecasting to happen. We have had no new official snowfall numbers come in the last hour that are exceeding 26.5 inches of snow. The highest number that we've had so far of this winter storm is 26.5 inches of snow in 2 different locations, one of which was in Orient, New York, and then another one in North Stonington, Connecticut. East Providence, Rhode Island has a brand new snow report of 26 inches of snow, and then Lyndhurst, New Jersey has just hit 25.5 inches of snowfall. Norton, Massachusetts also just hit 20 inches of snowfall a few moments ago. Thank you, Viper, for becoming a member. There's a snowplow going by in Raynham, Massachusetts. Up here on the left will be the Holiday Inn Express, located near the Fireside Grill over here, north of Lakeville, east of Taunton. They're going towards Plymouth, Massachusetts, where there's a lot more chaos unfolding when it comes to the heavy snow. on Highway 44 eastbound right now. Imagine golfing in this weather. Look at the blowing snow here. Where are they gonna park? I don't think they're parking anywhere. A snowplow helping clearing the road here. By the way, if you guys are traveling for whatever reason, say if it's urgent, emergency, whatever it might be, just be careful. There will be snowplows, obviously, and please give them some space when they are trying to keep the roads clear. Very tough task in southeastern Massachusetts right now, where the snowfall rates are around 3 to 4 inches still per hour.
Over 28 inches on Long Island near Brookhaven.
Apparently Brookhaven just reported 28 inches of snow is what they just said. That'd be the highest number that we've seen so far now. That is the case.
Chat said that Copic is stuck. I texted him.
Did you?
Yeah, he's out here. Yeah.
Getting unstuck.
Now, I've had this breakfast sandwich from McDonald's sitting here for like 3 hours. Need to eat.
Is he at Marshfield?
He's in
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's close.
Yeah, like in town. At least from last update.
I got some hotcakes from McDonald's too, but problem was my McDonald's was supposed to be here about 30 minutes before I went live. It didn't get delivered until an hour into my live stream. I scheduled it for last night, so it would get here at the right time. No clue what happened.
Carol said trees
In
and
600 feet at the traffic circle, take the third exit and stay on US 44 East.
It's the first time I've ever had, or not first time ever, but I'm having now Coca-Cola Cherry. I don't have any more Diet Coke.
She just got the warning.
I got this out of BOGO from Publix. They ran out of Diet
Yeah,
Coke.
the wind up here is really.
I had to buy one, get one
lush
thing, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna get
down
one of
there.
these.
Strong down here. Look at that. A lot of these roads are gonna blow shut here in a little bit.
Cherry Coke is the best. I don't usually have Cherry Coke. Apparently Cherry Diet Coke is a thing. I have no clue. I've never seen it.
Look at this car.
That's pretty good. That actually tastes good. Looks like that car's stuck there on the right.
Continue on US 44
You've lost weight, Max? I know.
Look at these trees being weighed down.
This is what happens when you go to the gym and get in shape.
This reminds me of the UP.
As I'm eating McDonald's. I don't know if that goes in the same sentence. What are they driving in? They're in some sort of pickup truck. They're in a rental, so I don't actually know what car they're driving. Alright, I guess we got a lot of new reports coming in.
Reported pressure 966 millibars.
Wow.
Wow, Grifter, thank you.
Trying to find the button. Alright, here are some new photos and videos that we got sent in from you guys. This is over in Taunton, Massachusetts, not far from where Tornado Pagey is there. Full-size Tundra. There you go. There's some major winter storm. Coco over in Ashland, Massachusetts. Got a lot of snow on top of the pickup truck there in Ashland. Emily sent this in from East Hampton, Connecticut. Trees do not like the weight of the snow. Yeah, they definitely don't. We got a lot of branches already down today. Thank you all that for the super chat. Also Viper for the super chat. They're in a Toyota 4Runner? Oh, okay. Are you guys in a Toyota 4Runner? Just confirming. Hey, Golly Mills, or in Golly Mills, West Virginia.
No, we're in a Toyota Prius.
How's it holding up in the snow so far?
It's doing pretty well, better than I expected.
All right, guys, he's driving the Toyota
No,
Prius.
we're in the 4Runner today. We go pick up the new wagon actually this week as soon as the airport opens back up. We're gonna go get this guy unstuck.
Is there another guy stuck? Really, there's another guy stuck up here.
No, we're in a Toyota Prius.
Another guy stuck here. They make that 17. How's it holding up in the snow so far? 17 cars stuck today. Got another one. Actually fell for that? There's no way anybody fell for that. That does not look like a Prius, guys. You can see the hood. I mean, they're also kind of high up, taller than these sedans. There's just no way anybody actually thought this was they're driving a Prius around. That'd be a really good Prius advertisement, though, I gotta say. If this actually was holding up, that'd be quite impressive. That is a 4Runner. Got another car stuck. See if I can push it out real quick, and then we'll go back to photos and videos. Hey, Michelle for the $20 super chat. Bryce and Paige are going to find the Blizzard bench on the beach. We could get a bench cam. You never know. All right, we are going to... I'm going to just get them on a slot here so I can keep an eye on this. Looks like they're trying to help shovel it out a little bit. In just a second, we'll go back to photos and videos. We got a snowplow pulling up right now. That could help a little bit. How's it going, Ash? Thank you, Aim here for the super chat. Alright, well, Snowplow's trying to help get this car out. We'll go back to that in a second. This back over to Golly Mills, West Virginia. Snow, I'm tired of it. There's actually icicles from the last winter storm, it looks like. Over in Hoboken, New Jersey. You gotta go. You gotta go. Yeah. That is tough going through the snow. That dog is probably struggling. I don't think he wants to be out there. Over in Jersey City, New Jersey, still coming down in northern New Jersey right now. So over in New York City, for more perspective, in Long Island City, winds are whipping around. Doesn't look like it's slowing down. Biggest blizzard in years. Yeah, this is the biggest blizzard, I think, in about 10 years for New York City. Islip, New York has huge snowdrifts here. For reference, the fence is 4.5 feet tall. That is crazy. That's about 6 feet, probably about a 6 foot, maybe 7 foot snowdrift. Over in Canton, Massachusetts, very windy here. Got about 16 inches of snow so far with 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Over in Yarmouth, Massachusetts, wicked winds here. One of the lucky 20% that still has power. That's good to hear. And then in Exeter, Rhode Island. Heavy wet snow from what I'm hearing. Calling a plow for sure. No shoveling for this guy. That's valid. And yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code. Link's also on your screen. For the best chance of being on stream with one of your photos or videos, take it horizontally. Most of the ones that we try to approve are taken horizontally, where we can see it clearly on the screen. Something like this. And make sure it's good quality too. Can be a photo, video, anything like that. One day it was tornadoes, next day it's blizzards. Yep. What happens in February and March? Snowplow here is trying to clear the way here to get this car out. So really not a whole lot of success. They're trying. Got a couple more videos that were just sent in. This is back over in Marshfield, Massachusetts, with wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour this afternoon. It's also over in South Kingston, Rhode Island. We passed 30 inches of snow, and it's still coming down very heavy. That is just, again, unbelievable. We are so overperforming in Rhode Island, and we could, again, push 36 inches of snow. If there's a place that it's 40 inches of snow today, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Like, it's in play. It would be in New England somewhere, but there is a real possibility we could hit 40 inches somewhere. South Kingston, Rhode Island, and it won't stop snowing, and it's not going to stop snowing anytime soon. This is also in Bristol, Rhode Island. Patio furniture completely covered in snow. Yeah, I don't think snow is going to be ending in Rhode Island anytime soon. Probably still have a good 2 hours left of heavier snowfall, and then should get a little bit lighter later today. Ronald with the super chat says, I thought it was supposed to slow down here in Toms River, New Jersey by now. They are saying 5 to 8 more inches of snow, and we have 26 inches. Measure my front yard. Yeah, I would expect another, I don't know about 5 to 8 at this point, probably another 3 to 6. We go over to the winter weather radar here on Radar Mega. You can see the most intense band of snow is primarily lined up right here. Toms River, Stafford Township. A lot of pockets, though, dry air is starting to fill in. So a lot of the snow has gotten to the point where it's just so light, it's not going to stack up into much more over here in New Jersey. Long Island is still getting some pockets of heavier snow, but it's kind of a mix of heavy and light snow across the board at this point, stretching from the tip of Long Island into New York City. And then back over here in Connecticut, the snow has gotten a lot more light over the last few hours. There's, again, a couple pockets of heavier snow like near Norwich and New London. We have another one also just west there of New Milford, another one also near Bridgeport. But for the most part, it's gotten a lot lighter here as of lately. And across the board, I mean, again, this is really the place that has the heaviest snow. We are still seeing very intense bands of heavy snow making their way into Plymouth, Taunton, Brockton, just outside of Quincy. Worcester and Leominster are a little bit less significant at this point in terms of snowfall. It's been pretty much moderate for the last few hours, but blizzard conditions are still continuing pretty much everywhere. And wind gusts are still around 50 to 80 miles per hour for most of southern New England. Very few places do not have wind gusts that have gotten there yet, so winds are still very intense. Also, if you're over in Maine, we are starting to see our first glimpses of moderate snowfall. Should get a bit heavier here over the next hour. Also, a little update on power outages. We're about at 81% without power in Cape Cod. We have 50% without power in Nantucket, 50% without power over in Dukes County, which is Martha's Vineyard. And Bristol County, we're at about 14,500. Norfolk County is at about 10,000. So numbers have continued to increase. Essex County went down a little bit, back down to about 14,000 people without power. This car is still stuck. There's a snowplow here that is trying to get this person unstuck. And not really a whole lot of luck still. Wow. This is back over in Florida. Look at that fire up there at the top of your screen. We got a big wildfire that developed south of Naples near Collier. See the large area of smoke. That is a big wildfire. There's actually several fires going on in Florida right now. Got one here near Coral Springs. One just got extinguished near 27. And then that's the big one that we're just looking at near I-75. Not good. Wildfire weather still very prime over in the southeast right now. Very dry. Different story in the northeast. It is very moist. They're all trying to push the car now, it looks like. Or about to. Plow has kind of cleared everything behind. Try to get this car out. Need Ben? Low key, we need Ben everywhere. Push these cars out. That guy, if he can push a van out, he can do anything. He can probably push a semi out. We're getting the snow shovel out again. This car is really stuck. Doesn't even look like it's that stuck. That fire in Florida looked to be more of a forest fire, so probably not structure related. Look at the reports. We'll look at reports again here in a few moments. We'll continue to keep an eye there on that situation as it evolves. Again, nothing really new developing right now for Tornado Pagey and Bryce trying to get that car unstuck. This back over in Boston, Massachusetts right now. The visibility has dropped a lot. If you guys have been watching for a while, we've gone to this camera occasionally at the Boston Museum of Science. You can't really see anything anymore. We were at least able to see some things in the harbor there. You literally can't see anything anymore. Visibility has dropped to a very low percentage, with winds rapidly picking up now in Boston and heavier bands of snow currently impacting the area. This is over in the same place, Boston Museum of Science, looking a different direction, slightly better view there. I believe that one's looking a bit more east. And over in Gloucester, Massachusetts, visibility is about a quarter to a half a mile. And this one looks like now in Salisbury Beach, Massachusetts. Water has been getting higher and higher. High tide is a little over an hour or two away from most of the coast of Massachusetts. And so we should continue to see, at least to some extent, a, pretty significant amount of coastal inundation is currently happening, or it's attempting to happen right now over in Salisbury. Much more common threat back over near Plymouth. We go a little further to the north, we can go back up to Maine, which Maine hasn't had any major problems yet. We got snowplows out there, keeping the roads clear over in York, Maine. And then we also have blizzard conditions now developing near Cape Porpoise, the outer harbor there. See the blowing snow from this camera perspective towards the ocean. This is also what it looks like right on the ocean side here at Camp Ells Beach. You can see the angry ocean here, pretty large waves, rough surf. What it basically looks like anywhere right now. It's the worst again in Massachusetts, but One of the angles that we have there. Sledding once the blizzard is over. Right now it's not safe. I would agree. I mean, again, if you have any plans to go outside, you want to be very careful. Again, the conditions obviously are not great right now. Conditions aren't really great right now. And again, there's a real risk of branches falling down from all the snow that is on the tree limbs, with all that wet snow sticking to the tree branches. This over here, by the way, is Westfield, Massachusetts, just outside of Springfield. The conditions in Springfield haven't been nearly as bad over the last couple of hours. It's mostly light to moderate snow. This is in Springfield at the railway station. I'm in downtown. Speaking of trains, this is the Chester Railway Museum. A little bit further off to the west of Springfield. Got a train going by. Hey, Timothy, for the $10 super chat. You are definitely the weatherman of the now and future. Thanks for all thanks to you and all your crew. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Just been windy in Springfield. It slowed down a lot. Well, if you look at radar right now, you can actually see a large dry slot here that is filtered in. That is a dry slot that is developed all over Northampton and Springfield. If anybody's tuning in from the Raleigh area from our last winter storm that we had back at the beginning, or it's very end of January, we had something like this that was called a dry slot, but it lasted for literally, 12 hours, and we almost had no snow. So this isn't the same thing, though. This is just kind of a normal dry slot that comes from a nor'easter. And snow will fill back in again at some point. Just going to be a brief break in the action. That car has gotten unstuck. I know we didn't see it. I'll try to go back on stream here and show you guys so you can see what happened. They were actually able to push the car. They're able to push the car out of the snow here. Huge W again for getting another car unstuck. It's Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton helping out there. They're going to be back on the road and hopefully not getting stuck again. But obviously with today, it's very possible. We have breaking news coming out of Babylon, New York. 29.5 inches of snow has now been tallied in over in Babylon, just to the east of New York City. 29.5 inches of snow. We are about to hit 30 inches in Long Island. Carlstadt, New Jersey has hit 28 inches of snow. Dayton, Massachusetts just hit 27 inches of snow. And the latest out of East Providence, Rhode Island, is 26 inches right now. So the numbers have continued to climb. All right, we got a lot of photos and videos that were just sent in. Let's go ahead and check those out. So here's some of your latest submissions over in Wareham, Massachusetts. Cars covered in snow, and the basketball hoop had snow in it too. In Danvers, Massachusetts, plenty of snow there. So over in Halifax County, Nova Scotia. Got somebody from Nova Scotia tuning in. Some heavier snowfall over in Nova Scotia right now. This is over in Shelton, Connecticut. It hasn't stopped snowing since yesterday in Shelton. We could see that for sure. A lot of snow sticking to the railings. There's a 3-foot fence under that flag. That's big snow drifts over in Sandwich. That's in Providence. Providence, again, over 25 inches of snow now. Plainsboro Township in New Jersey. I guess no fishing today. 18.5 inches of snow. There will not be any fishing today. When nature calls. That dog kind of looks excited to be out there in the snow. Thank you, John, for the super chat. We are way overdue for some Mr. Dibble t-shirt artwork. I agree. It's been a while since we've done that. think the last time was probably back in like June. This is in Tarrytown, New York. Also in Sayville, New York. Two dogs are, looks like, enjoying the snow. Oh, nope, there's 3 dogs. One just appeared out of nowhere. As the village of Sleepy Hollow, New York. Looks like a winter wonderland. Whitman, Massachusetts. All the cars are pretty much covered in snow here. And pretty low visibility in Whitman. Only about a quarter of a mile. Thank you, Jeanette, for becoming a member. It's in Pitts Grove Township, New Jersey. Might not be a good day to grill. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you could try. Give it a whirl, but yeah. Doesn't look promising. We have another car stuck in Middleborough, Massachusetts. Make that 18 stuck. That is a van. We need Ben Williams here for this one. Ben was able to push that van out earlier in New Jersey.
Need to get the shovel?
Oh, let's evaluate.
He's really trying to back out. Just trying to back up or go forward. His tire was spinning, but no luck. I'll go back to that in a second. Going back through some of the photos and videos. This one is in Smithfield, Rhode Island. Smithfield, Rhode Island. All covers and SUV in my driveway completely covered. It looks like perfect in terms of that covering on the vehicles. Here's a drone video from North Sea, New York. Pretty cool drone video. Visibility is actually not that bad. You can see for a couple miles there. That is not the same intersection. They're trying to push it right now. They're gonna have to do a bit more shoveling. See all the trees swaying. Gusty winds continuing there in New York City area. Stafford Township, outside my door, is still very windy. At least you got the sidewalks shoveled. Warwick, Rhode Island. I'm not leaving anytime soon here in Warwick. I would not try to leave anytime soon either. Do not recommend. Seabrook, New Hampshire. Waiting for the wind to chill out to shovel. I think you're going to be waiting a long time there in Seabrook. It's going to be windy here for the next probably 6 to 8 hours. This is over in Stonington, Connecticut. Thunder booms heard. You guys heard thunder snow? I don't know if we've had any thunder snow recently. I haven't seen any lightning on the map. It's over in Franklin Township, New Jersey. My street got plowed twice during the night and still going on now. Snow showers. Electricity was fine. No power outages in my community. It's good to hear. Snow blowing in Monroe, Connecticut. That's just so much snow that you have to snow blow. Guys, I do want to remind you, the very bottom of your screen, that is not an email. All right, that is a link. I will try to make it so it actually says, like, let me just change it here. Should actually change it now because for whatever reason people think that's an email. It's not an email, guys. All right, that is the link. Just to specify. It's over in Warwick, Rhode Island as well. 3 cars in my driveway here in Warwick. Kids cannot wait to get out. It's an old Saybrook, Connecticut. Big snow drifts. Got another video from Nova Scotia. Got, I think, 3 videos now sent in from Canada. So again, if you have a photo or video, QR code's on your screen, or you can type this link in. It is not an email. I want to remind you, it is a link. Van is still stuck over Middleborough, Massachusetts. Renato Pagey and Bryce Shelton have been trying their best to get to Plymouth here for the last probably 5 hours, I think, I want to say. And they have not been able to because of all these cars getting stuck. They've tried to push the van out of the snow a few times. Not enough, though. Blizzard conditions are continuing here, just south of Brockton. Now, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we are live here for nor'easter coverage. Major winter storm still striking the northeast at this hour. If you have any friends or family in the path of this winter storm, feel free to share the stream with them. How will Philadelphia be today? Philadelphia is going to continue to improve. At Philly at this point, I mean, you guys aren't necessarily done, but most of the snow is winding down, and it's really only going to be light snow from here. So not a whole lot more snow is going to be left over there in Philly. New Jersey still has a few hours left of snow. I mean, most areas, like back over where we had our maximum snowfall and freehold, we're starting to see lighter snow now. So I think we got about 3 to 4 hours left of light to moderate snow across at least eastern and maybe central New Jersey, kind of this corridor here. But there will not be a whole lot more for New Jersey. Delaware is kind of in the same boat when it comes to snowfall. It's basically done. We maybe got another inch in some locations possible, but I wouldn't anticipate much more. We still have a good amount of snow falling in Long Island, but we are starting to see, again, a lot more of these dry slots fill in. We got 1, 2, 3, kind of four different dry slots that are kind of filling in here. And this is what's going to continue to, again, prevent more significant accumulation from happening, even though we've already seen the most significant accumulation. I mean, again, there are some spots near North Sea in New York that have already seen upwards of 30 inches of snow. So, you know, we have already gotten past the worst of it in most of those areas. Western Massachusetts got a very narrow but intense band of snow that is stretching through Pittsfield, going towards Poughkeepsie, New York. But again, dry slot right here near Northampton and Springfield has kept things a little bit drier here over the last hour. And this right here is where the large band of moderate to heavy snow is happening. Heaviest snow currently near Providence, Plymouth, Brockton, Taunton, Fall River, and New Bedford, all dealing with heavy snowfall right now, which is going nowhere. Obviously, Tornado Page, he's currently live inside of Radar Omega. We're keeping an eye on them. They are, again, going towards Plymouth, but currently trying to help get that van unstuck. Thank you, SL, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Go ahead and see. They're about to try to push it, I think, again. Oh, nope. They're getting something out of the van. Truck going around them. Starting to shovel out the tires, so again, not really a whole lot of progress made there. They're still trying to get that car unstuck. In Middleborough, Massachusetts. We haven't had really any thunder snow here recently. If we were to see any more thunder snow today, it would probably be near Cape Cod. Temperatures are right around freezing right now in Cape Cod. If we go over to some of our METAR data, winds are gusting well over 40 to 50 miles per hour. Over in Nantucket, we had a wind gust of 67 miles per hour approximately 8 minutes ago. 52 miles per hour over in Martha's Vineyard. And then over in Hyannis in the Cape Cod area. 54 miles per hour was reported not too long ago. We are now at nearly 150,000 customers without power in Cape Cod. That number has just continued to increase. Plymouth County is now almost at 75,000 customers without power. In terms of the total power outages, we are now at 653,000 customers without power. Most of them, again, are in the Northeast. We have a little bit in California, which is kind of increasing that number just a little bit. Massachusetts is at 285,000 without power. That number's been kind of stationary for the last 30 minutes or so. Hasn't really increased that much. Very minimal increase, if any. And then back over in Connecticut, we have about 14,000 without power. And then Rhode Island is at 2,500 without power. Over in New Jersey, also, we have about 127,000 without power. That number is, again, for the most part, been on the downtrend as power is getting restored. Looks like they got that van out. You guys probably saw it on the bottom right. I did not see it. I was looking at our power outages. In case you missed it, this would have looked like just a second ago. Give it a little push, and then there you go. Another car unstuck. I don't know how many cars they've gotten unstuck on their own today, but I think it's up near 4 or 5 now. They've had quite a bit of success getting vehicles unstuck. We've actually seen 2 different white vans today get unstuck. We had one over in New Jersey, and now one in Massachusetts.
Unstuck.
Suppose school's out, kids will be happy. School will probably be out through Tuesday or Wednesday, if I had to guess, for most of these areas. Are these two driving? Toyota Prius is what they told me. Now they're driving a 4Runner.
I can't find my kazoo, or I would do a victory kazoo. Everything's all wet.
What's the winds per Provincetown? I don't think there's any METAR data there, so we don't know. There's no airport, but I would have to guess probably wind gusts around 70 miles per hour. Let's see if we can get a new updated map for wind gusts.
He didn't say. He didn't say much.
He was just ready to go.
As a reminder, by the way, if you have any friends or family up here, make sure that you are checking in on them. Make sure they are doing all right. Again, power outages are ongoing, obviously, and more of them are going to continue over the next several hours. Also, use caution with any heat sources. This is what the conditions look like on Route 44, just east now of Middleborough, heading in the direction of Plymouth. And very few cars are on the roadway. We've seen plenty of get stuck. I mean, about probably 20 to 30% of the vehicles that we've seen on the roadway have gotten stuck.
Thank you, Chad.
I'll try to Pagey's stream. We've only seen maybe 100 vehicles this entire stream from them on the roadways. It's been a very select few, and again, most of the people that are out there are essential workers.
Because I can't see, but that's okay.
Some people do have to go to work today. No Teslas out there? I don't think many people own a Tesla in New England. I think it's mostly isn't it mostly a California thing and like maybe a Florida thing? I feel like most people are getting Teslas to go driving around. It's a New Jersey thing? Are there a lot in New Jersey? Oh yeah, there's like that EV credit thing in New Jersey. That makes sense. Look at the snow weighing all the branches down. So many of those branches are sagging down.
6 inches in Providence and still snowing.
A lot of people own Teslas in Massachusetts on the Cape. Not know that. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, they're about 10 miles from Plymouth. Again, Plymouth has some of the worst conditions right now in terms of wind and heavy snow. We'll have a view of that here soon. We do have new news coming in. We now have 2 injuries from this winter storm in terms of another car crash. There was a semi-truck that was flipped in Helm Township, New York, or York County, sorry, in Pennsylvania from last night. So we at least have 2 fatalities and 2 injuries confirmed from last night and early this morning from 2 different accidents that happened. There was an accident that we told you guys about on last night's live stream that involved 1 fatality, and that actually ended up being 2. So it's been upgraded to 2. Different people were unfortunately killed in an accident. So, and unfortunate news, and we are probably going to continue to see that number increase over the next day or 2 as this winter storm continues. There's a major blizzard ongoing here in the Northeast. Visibility again down to only about a quarter of a mile, sometimes almost no visibility. Pretty much whiteout conditions all across southeastern New England and all across really southern New England, not just southeastern, but southeastern is the area that the worst conditions are present.
There's a swiveler. That beach towel is working great.
Put him in the back seat.
By the way, we got a lot of different warnings and alerts coming in, so it's going to show a bunch of stuff at the bottom for a second. Actually, I think I can refresh this. Let me do that. There we go. Has this person drive past a Shaw's yet? I don't think I've seen any Shaws. Could be wrong. I don't think we've seen any yet.
I'd say well over 2 feet.
Yep. Right,
now at 1 o'clock, we are officially past that climax period of wind and snow for most of the Northeast. Not all of it. I mean, we're still talking about that climax still happening right now near Plymouth. This is what the roadway obviously looks like going towards Plymouth right now. Completely white out. As Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton continue to move towards Plymouth, which is, again, very significant snow. We have all sorts of wind coming offshore. What is this? Is there... You guys see that? Is that actually a thing, or am I tripping? There's a dedicated habit research area. Is this for, like... Is this ocean stuff? Or is there, like, an island there? There's another one right here. Anybody know what this is? It has to be marine stuff, right? I say, I don't know why there's a tree. That's like a tree icon. I was really like, is there an island I don't know about off the shore of Massachusetts? Ocean stuff, right? I thought that was like a forest thing or something. I was like, there's definitely no forest there.
That short. We can get an official measurement once we stop and stuff, but
I think back in Fall River, they're gonna hit 3 feet.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey Jane for the super chat, appreciate that.
Thank you, Kevin, for the PayPal.
Is there one called Bikini Bottom? I don't think so.
Lori said you all have done.
Hey Courtney for the $5.55 PayPal donation. Appreciate that.
Everyone for watching. We really
This is a Toyota 4Runner is what Tornado Pagey and Bryce are driving. How's it going? If they respond.
Well, you still can't see too much, but it's going. We're headed up to Plymouth, going to try to catch the afternoon high tide. I bet we have eclipsed 2 feet of snow here.
I would bet. Hey, Jan, for the $20 super chat.
I think back in Fall River and back towards eastern Rhode Island, they're going to get close to 3 feet, if not 3 feet of snow.
We might get near 40 inches in eastern Rhode Island.
It's a real possibility. We will probably head back down that way either this evening or first thing in the morning to see what it looks like. But we want to see what the tide's going to do up here at Marshfield and the seawall.
It should be interesting. Thank you again, Jan, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that.
I plan on doing a polar plunge at about 3:30, so that'll be fun.
He's got to do a polar plunge, and yeah. I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, okay, buddy. Bryce GI driving. Hey, he is pretty good at driving.
I've been preparing for this for about 3 days now, starting at a Homewood Suites in, where was that, Ohio, that didn't have any hot water.
Alright, well, I don't think he's actually going to do a polar plunge. If he does one, that'd be crazy. It is cold and windy.
That'll be
fun. Again, that's what it looks like out there in Middleborough, Massachusetts. They are only about a few miles away from Plymouth. We'll have a view of all the, the tide and whatnot. Again, the high tide is at about 3:30 in Plymouth. It is obviously right now 1. Water's been getting higher and higher from what we've seen on some of our different camera views. This one is not a view of water. This one right here in Salisbury, you can see the water getting higher and higher. Waves are definitely a few feet tall, crashing into the pier. Little restaurant, I think this is right here in Salisbury, Massachusetts. Hey, Jody, for the super chat. So happy to have your broadcast. I don't watch regular TV and cable news, so without you, I wouldn't know what's going on. You're the best. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. We also have some new snow numbers coming in from this winter storm. This is insane. We just hit 31.5 inches of confirmed snow in Warwick, Rhode Island. I'm not kidding when I say we could literally push towards, 3 feet, maybe even 40 inches of snow. Dayton, Massachusetts just hit 27.1 inches. We hit 29 inches of snow in Nescoset, New York. Ogaden, New Jersey is at 27.5 inches. Just insane numbers, though. I mean, 31.5 inches. As of about 10 minutes. Or that's actually about, that's about 10 minutes ago. How does this compare to the winter storm 3 weeks ago? This one's, insane. Like, the amount of snow that we've seen in these areas is actually crazy. It is just unbelievable. Honestly, again, about 4 or 5 days ago, we weren't really sure if there was even going to be a nor'easter. And then, yesterday, we were talking about the snowfall accumulation, even the day before. And seeing those numbers of 30-plus inches of snow, I don't think really anybody believed it. I thought we'd at least have some places, as we've been talking about the last few days and videos and stuff, and it has happened. Look at the water, by the way, in the bottom right there. It just got up to it's like that little hump. Probably going towards land. There's definitely going to be some coastal inundation here in Salisbury, Massachusetts. The water's getting higher and higher right now. Is there a cam for Provincetown? No, there is not. And even if there was one, or we don't at least have one, but even if there was one, the power is out. So, I mean, there wouldn't be really much to see. You're just a black camera.
Yes.
All right, Tornado Pagey and Bryce are now only about 3 or 4 miles from Plymouth. They are actually stuck behind somebody now. There haven't been very many people on the roadways.
Tad, thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for watching. Tad said addicted to watching now.
Thank you. Love to hear that.
Wonder if that's still the Bronco. There's no way. I don't know where the Bronco went, but
So,
they helped get that van unstuck.
And you get
So
to hear Bryce saying
I think they've helped
Terminator.
get a couple people unstuck since then. They'd be way ahead.
sorry.
Might already be at their destination too.
Just picking.
Earlier today, a police officer he hit me with, "Where are you from?"
I feel like you get that a lot in the Northeast. Oh, Copic got out. Okay, good. We didn't make it there yet.
So I'm gonna show you guys something pretty fascinating
Yeah,
about.
cold showers are not fun. I'd rather have a boiling hot shower.
Are you guys
Kelly
actually?
said
I'm gonna in the chat. Are you guys a
Yeah,
hot
when
or
I was
cold shower
working
kind of
as a
person?
nurse in Nevada, we had a
Let me know in the chat. Are you guys a
there was
hot or
another
cold
nurse that worked
shower
there that
person?
was from Canada, and she told me that she lived in the.
There was just a
town
report of
and
32.8
visited a
inches
town
of
or
snow
something. I can't
at the
remember.
Green Airport in Rhode Island as of 1 o'clock. Everybody's saying hot in the chat. All right, yeah, absolutely nobody's saying cold. One person said cold. Both? Who said both? This is pretty fascinating. This will be the snow depth over the next couple of weeks in the Northeast. If you want that snow to leave, it won't be. It will not be anytime soon. New Jersey has possibility of melting snow maybe by the end of the week. Depends on how warm it gets. But all of the Northeast, at least in New England and New York, you guys are going to have snow on the ground basically all the way through March 10th at least. So if you don't want snow, I hate to break it to you, most of you will have snow on the ground still by March 10th. The GFS model does model the snow melting way faster, but the GFS model doesn't do as good of a job when it comes to snow depth. Especially since the GFS currently has multiple shots of snow. We got one coming Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe another one Thursday into Friday, and then probably a pretty significant one sometime around the beginning of March. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is from the Botch Club over in Providence. This is over in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. Not as bad here yet. A little snow, winds are picking up in Fitchburg. This is in New Haven, Connecticut from Vanessa. Snow piling up on my deck in East Haven, Connecticut. It's over at Hereford Township, Pennsylvania. This one looks like post-winter storm. Got a few inches of snow on the ground. Again, not as much of a winter wonderland here, but still got a couple of inches. Nothing really sticking to the trees either. This is in the town of Brookhaven, New York. This is over in Manorville specifically. About 26 to 28 inches in some spots. Snow drifts right outside my house. Door was 35 inches. My 5-year-old says it's a real blizzard out here. Back to you, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jennifer, for sending this in New Hampshire. So we're in Franklinville, New Jersey, about 18 inches or 4 Coors Light deep. Thank you for the Coors Light measurement. Really appreciate that. AF for the super chat saying, I'm so glad we have a channel like this. Thank you for that. Give out a shout out to Rosemary. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you also, Zane and Coco for the sewer chat. Happy birthday. Happy 65th birthday to your dad. Thank you, Carrying Gill, for becoming a member. Jumping into the snow pile in New London, Connecticut. Winds are still whipping. Guessing we have over 2 feet. School's already been closed for tomorrow, too, and I'm not surprised. School will probably be closed for most of you tomorrow, and probably Wednesday. Old Saybrook, Connecticut has 2 to 4 foot snow drifts. Probably higher than that in some spots. Over northeastern Connecticut, in the planning region, sent from a friend in Canterbury, snow-loving pup still working hard in the farm. Albert, Massachusetts, on top of the pool, or up to the top of the pool. 32 inches in Swansea, Massachusetts, according to this person, with blizzard conditions still continuing. They even got a little weather station with the wind really whipping. This over in Union City, New Jersey. It is still snowing there. Salem, Massachusetts. This house is red. Apparently this house is supposed to be red, and it is now completely white. This is over in Brookhaven, New York. Got a video in Fall River, Massachusetts. Well, snowed in there with very little room to actually walk outside right now. Providence, Rhode Island. I think these are cars. Are they? Or maybe not. Maybe that's just a sidewalk. Revere, Massachusetts. Backyard is very snowed in. Attleboro, Massachusetts is still experiencing very significant snow. Apparently there is supposed to be a road right here that you just cannot see anymore. So the road has disappeared. Over in Mystic, Connecticut, got another snowplow out there. Looks like they're kind of struggling to actually plow. New Bedford, Massachusetts. This over in Swansea, which apparently has around 32 inches, according to one of our viewers. This is in my area. No power outages yet. That's good. That's over in Fitchburg. Fitchburg's been marked safe from power outages so far. Whitman, Massachusetts, got a lot of birds actually out there. Again, we've seen a few birds flying around. I'm a little surprised. Most of them have been kind of trying to hunker down and stay warm. A lot of them are in the bird feeders, it looks like here. Talk struggling to walk through the snow. Here's a video over in Halifax County, Nova Scotia. It's our 4th video from Canada. Gloucester, Massachusetts. Wind is whipping. Plenty of snow on the ground here. Rear window had about 36 inches of snow on top when the rear windows caved during the blizzard of 26. Wow. That is kind of scary. That is one of the other reasons why you should always try to get snow off of your car during a major winter storm like this. Not necessarily as common to see something like that, but it does happen. Over in Woodstock, Connecticut, just plowing and shoveling, cleared off about the car 6 minutes ago. It's over in Somerset, Massachusetts. Yeah, you can't even see out the window. Plymouth, Massachusetts. I guess I live in an igloo now. Every window looks like this. Strong winds, trees down on the shed out back. Stay safe. If you guys are sending stuff in, make sure when you put, like, there's a name category. We're going to update our website here soon, so it's a little bit easier to tell what everything is. But the name will go here. I know some people put, like, random things in there or descriptions. There is a place on the website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a place where you can put your name. There's a place where you put details and all that good stuff. So just make sure you're filling it out properly, because otherwise it just says Warwick, Rhode Island video, and I don't know who's actually sending it in. It's from Ellie and Bryce over in Southbridge, Massachusetts. Our landlord is thankfully plowing us all out. Won't be going out until the roads are cleared. I wouldn't even go out anytime soon unless you have to. More than 25 inches piling up in Franklin, Massachusetts. Montville, Connecticut. Snowplows are coming through. Coming in clutch here today. Over in Wareham, Massachusetts. It's in Cranberry Highway heading towards Cape Cod Canal. And this is over in New York City. It's like a couple branches got stuck to this plow truck somehow. Which is actually a garbage truck, but with a plow on it. Hollywood, Maryland, my deck this morning. eastern or southeastern shore of Maryland. This dog loves the snow. A very happy dog. All right, we got a couple more videos, and then we'll go back to Radar and Page. This is over in New Bedford, Massachusetts, with still power on. That's good to hear. Another snowplow going through Nantucket, Massachusetts. And then Seekonk, Massachusetts, you know, winter wonderland. And the last one for right now, Ulster County in New York. There's quite a bit of snow on the ground there as well. Yeah, if you have a photo or video, scan the QR code with your phone. Links in the description, and it's also right here on the screen. Stormchaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton are now coming up into Plymouth. They're only a couple miles away from the downtown area. That's what it looks like right now on Highway 44. Those that are wondering why Plymouth is a big deal, it's the coastal area, one of the harder hit areas when it comes to the waves that we're seeing and also the amount of snow that we're seeing.
Another one stuck.
That is a snowplow stuck. Wow.
What the heck?
That's crazy. We've had probably about four out of the 19 stuck vehicles that we've seen, I believe, are snowplows. Looks like there's another car on the other side of the highway that's stuck. Jeez. Make that 20.
Probably can't see.
I can't see anyone getting anywhere for the next few days. I think it'll be better by tomorrow night, but obviously blowing snow is going to continue. Blizzard conditions, or near blizzard conditions, will basically continue through tomorrow night.
Oh, it's
with
a plow truck.
no more snow, but the blowing snow.
Nothing we can do for these plows.
Wow. Another snowplow just completely
pull them out.
into the snow. I obviously, Tornado Page here and Bryce can't really do much with these vehicles. They're stuck, but
There's like a layer of ice.
it's
under
nuts
all
over here
this.
near Plymouth. It's a completely different world over here for whatever reason. Has one of your storm chasers gotten stuck before?
2 miles. Use the left 2 lanes
I want to
to
say
take the
yes.
Massachusetts 3 north exit toward
I just don't
Boston.
recall a moment, like, in particular that has happened in. Like, I don't have a, like, one that pops in my head. Connor's gotten stuck in grass? Oh yeah, Connor got stuck 3 times last year, I'm pretty sure, in the mud. Not from snow, but he got stuck 3 times during tornado chases. I think he's the only chaser that's really gotten stuck anywhere. I don't think any other chasers that we've had have gotten stuck on stream. I'm trying to think, but I can't think back to any. Is it still snowing in New York City? It is. Yeah, we still got some snow over in New York City. It's not nearly as significant as what we saw this morning or overnight, but we have a pretty good band, actually, of moderate snowfall still coming into Manhattan and Bronx right now. Long Island is starting to have a lot more dry slots. It's starting to get a lot more scattered in nature in terms of our heavier bands of snow. You can see we have one really intense band of snow that is lined up from Providence back into eastern Long Island near North Sea, and we got another really long one right here through New York City, White Plains, and far eastern New Jersey. There's been some scattered areas of snow showers still ongoing in New Jersey. Most of the snow, though, is down to maybe a half an inch per hour. New Jersey has really been winding down. There isn't really a whole lot left there in terms of, you know, significant snowfall or anything along those lines. So things are quieting down for the most part in New Jersey. New York is still going to be continuing to see snow for the next several hours. And then, again, New England is still nowhere near done. We've had some dry slots like this one near Springfield that have developed, but it's a temporary thing. Snow will fill back in again. Heaviest snow is still wrapping around Plymouth, Boston, and Providence, which, again, many locations in Rhode Island are now pushing over 32 inches of snow. And we have another car stuck in Plymouth. That is a van that got stuck. Some of these vehicles that are stuck off the road here near Plymouth are just buried.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, that sucks.
There's another one.
Okay, good. We're heading out there. We're almost to Plymouth right now, but whoa.
Wow.
Gust. But yeah, we kind of got sidetracked because we had to push out a couple cars. There's so many people stuck.
They're about to reach that
Oh my gosh. It is
intersection
so
of
bad.
They're literally buried up to the almost the roof. Some of them.
Kingston and
Yeah.
Pilgrim's Highway. Moving into Plymouth right now. Look at the wind here. Plymouth is just a completely different place when it comes to the wind and also the amount of cars that are stuck.
Yes, that's how it is. We're on 44 right now, and that's how it is. Yes.
The trees and all the branches that are sagging out from all the wet snow that's accumulated on top of them. And the sights that we are seeing out here in Plymouth are just so different from
they're used to
off
it.
west. This is kind of what it looked like maybe near
Yeah,
Providence
these
a little
whiteouts
while
are
ago,
crazy.
but
a couple people that we pushed out, I think they just like were going a little too fast. And I mean, we came from Providence, not where would we stay? Mystic.
Yeah,
New London, Connecticut. We stayed there last night, so we
not nearly
like,
as many
came this
stuck
whole way,
as
but it's taken
during
us
the
all
78
day.
blizzard. Still significant.
Uh-huh.
Complete whiteout
Okay,
conditions here on the northwest side of Plymouth. And we're still talking about probably about 3 inches of snow coming down per hour. Snowplows, again, are struggling to keep up.
Okay. Gotcha.
I just had a pop-up ad for Culver's.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
I had Culver's last night. It was pretty good.
Yeah, be safe. All right, bye. He said that there was an ambulance with a patient in it, and he tried to go around. He tried to let them go through, and he slid. That's what happened.
Stormchaser should advertise their vehicles. It'd be really cool. What if we got like?
Dean, thank you for becoming a member.
What if we got like Connor or Paige? Because like there are two like main chasers on the channel, and maybe even Stormwater Media, but like they're kind of like our main 3 chasers that we have on here quite a bit, like most streams. What if we got one of their cars just wrapped, like some sort of crazy max velocity design?
Welcome.
Thoughts? Kind of cool. Be a really random investment, but it would be kind of cool. I feel like. I would do it to my own vehicle, but at the same time, I don't drive that much. I mean, I drive, but it's not like I'm chasing or anything.
Back to the shopping center.
I don't know how expensive that would be, but might be able to look into it. I know Tornado, Paige, and Bryce, they'd be way more into that. Connor might be a bit more 50-50 on it, but that'd be kind of cool. But look at this. Some sort of Probably just a car stuck. I don't think this is an accident, but hard to tell here.
Oh, an aimless is stuck.
Add cheese curd to it. Full size pickup truck, about 2,200. That's kind of what I thought. Like they have closed the exit here going into Plymouth. Looks like they'll have to go in a different way into Plymouth. Oh my goodness, this is just insane. The amount of cars that are stuck here.
Hey Donna, what's up?
We just added 4 to the count. We got 2 more that are stuck here. Blizzard conditions and cars stuck everywhere in North Plymouth. You can barely see a quarter of a mile in front. Face on hood. I'm not putting my max velocity face on the hood. I don't know what I would do. I think it would be kind of cool though. It's an idea. We'll look into it at some point. Cheese curd is on the car. It's a worthwhile investment. Hey, maybe somewhere on the car. I don't know where, but maybe somewhere on the car. So they're now about to go northbound here on Highway 3. Going towards Kingston. The worst of the conditions are in Plymouth, and that is another car stuck. This is literally, I mean, we've doubled our amount of cars stuck on the stream in just the last, like, 10 minutes. Plymouth is, like, actually bad. Like, this is really bad. If you're traveling in Massachusetts, don't go towards Plymouth if you don't have to, because there are so many vehicles stuck.
Welcome in, guys. If you are just joining us, we are in
Thank you,
Plymouth.
Mac, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
It is blizzard conditions outside.
By the way, you guys can watch Stormchaser Tornado Pagey inside of the Radar Omega app and track this nor'easter as it continues. You can download the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Great weather app to have in your little weather toolbox here. Been improving the app a ton here over the last couple of days. There's a lot of cool features that they just added. You can actually track the direction of where the Stormchaser is going now. They also updated the UI for Stormchasers and a lot of different things. It actually looks more clean. They've updated a lot of the UI. Again, power outages, by the way, in Cape Cod have now nearly gotten to 150,000 people. Cape Hatteras is nearing 60%. Nantucket is a little over 7,000 customers without power. Power outages currently in the Northeast are continuing to grow. Massachusetts is approaching 300,000. We have 662,000 customers without power across the country. It's been kind of flat for the last couple of hours. It's been a little bit up and down. Hasn't really dramatically increased, mostly because power outages in like New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, those have been actually getting restored. But you know, back over here in New England, they are continuing to increase. Rhode Island is also sitting at about 40,000 without power. So a little under 10% of the state currently with no power. Washington County is the hardest hit right now, 20% without power there. And then again, let's look at Massachusetts. Plymouth County's at 72,000. That's where we're looking right now. I can only imagine what Cape Cod looks like. We don't have any storm chasers there. And I mean, if we have another nor'easter like this, we'll definitely try to get one of our storm chasers out there in Cape Cod. If we have something similar to this, because there's really no coverage out there. There's no chasers out there. Dangerous conditions, though, for sure. Providence has just broken a record, by the way. This is breaking news. This is actual breaking news. Providence has reached 32.8 inches of snow, and it is still snowing. That surpasses the blizzard of 78, by the way. That is the most snow of all time. So we just broke a serious record. That is just straight up insane.
Hello? Hello? We just saw some too. In an ambulance. Oh my gosh. What? Yeah, do you have, send me your location so I know where not to get stuck. All right, thank you.
Posting that over to our social media pages, Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX as well.
He said there's an area with a bunch of plows stuck and a bunch of cars now stuck.
Oh, wow. I see where he's at.
Yeah, this one looks like over in Plymouth right now on the north side. They are getting off here, I believe, at this exit. Or maybe they're going more north, I don't really know. I haven't figured that out yet. I think they're trying to go into Plymouth.
A lot of 2-foot reports in New Jersey, some 26.
Looks like they're going to keep going north, so they're heading up, looks like maybe towards Boston. But they're going to go to Plymouth?
Albert Johnson.
Missed a van and ambulance stuck? Oh, did I miss that? It's at 30. Alright. I think I saw it. I heard them talking about it. I didn't realize that. Oh, it's right there on the left.
Lee said it may not hurt to land, but we'd never get you done.
Well, there's a car stuck right there.
The taller you are. Hey, I'm vertically challenged. Thank you.
What are they talking about? Got another car stuck there on the...
Just remember, everyone's grandparents walked 3 miles to school in this uphill both ways with no shoes.
Bro, what the world? Time for everyone from New England to move south. This is the reason why people move south, is for events like this.
I think a record was broken at Rhode Island Airport, Green International.
Here are the
We were talking that this is going to be a
top 10 snowfall reports that we've had. We now have places getting close to 36 inches of snow. These are the top 10 snow reports across the board. We are right now 33.5 inches of snow in Providence. Same thing with North Kingston, Rhode Island. 33 inches also at the Green Airport in Rhode Island. Back over Mount Arvon, Michigan, that's at 32 inches. Warwick, Rhode Island's at 31. Central Falls, Rhode Island's at 31.3. 30 inches over in Warren, Rhode Island. Almost all of these are in Rhode Island. Babylon in New York is at about 29.5. And then Islip, New York is at 29. So those are, again, the top 10 snow reports here today. And again, those numbers are still increasing. We have not even, and we're not even done. Rhode Island's going to get near 40 inches. We're going to have somewhere in Rhode Island hit 40 inches of snow, guys. Like, it's going to happen.
that shattered the previous record and is more snow than the blizzard of 78.
Wow.
You 78 truthers in there.
This is a new record.
New record, 78ers.
All right, I'm gonna leave it on page. I gotta go pee. I'll be back in a second.
Stuck car.
I think I need a shovel.
We got another car stuck. Came back to this.
The guy driving says he wants to try one more time.
Okay.
Yeah. Before we push him. It's in pretty deep.
It is in pretty deep.
What town are they in? They are in... Well, they're not in Plymouth anymore. They're going up north. They're just passed by Kingston. They're heading up actually towards Boston right now. I'm impressed with only 31 cars stuck. I mean, that's only what we have seen on stream.
Get out. I just wrung water out of this.
Here's the updated snowfall accumulation amount here. Or top reports. We just removed the Michigan one. The Michigan one was lake effect related. So, Nesco set in New York is the 10th highest technically, coming at 28.8 inches of snow. Once again, we have now broken the record for Providence, Rhode Island for having more snow than the blizzard of 78. And nearly 34 inches of snowfall accumulation. These, again, numbers are just baffling. To see them actually come to fruition and actually happen here today is crazy. So, and I mean, even Gloucester, Rhode Island's at 32 inches. I mean, these numbers are just bananas. Somerset, Massachusetts, and Dayton, Massachusetts were close to being, in the top 10. In those areas, it's about 30, or we had about 28.7 inches of snow over in Somerset so far. And again, it's still snowing. Boston is now approaching about 15 inches of snowfall. Hebron and East Hampton are about 17 inches there in Connecticut. We're nearly at 30 inches in Islip. Again, just across the board, crazy snowfall accumulation. And it is still not done. It's going to be snowing here in eastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island at least through 7 o'clock tonight. We got another, 5, 6, 7 hours left. It's crazy to see something like this. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. We got another one here from Patty over in Plainville, Massachusetts. The wind gusts are around 60 miles per hour, and that snow is all the way up almost to the top of the door. This is from Rusty Nails in Toms River, New Jersey. Also in Windham, Maine. Start getting going here in Maine. Yeah, Maine will get a lot worse as we go into this evening. Maine is definitely different. Maine, I mean, everywhere else is, all day today, but, or even overnight last night, but Maine is going to be late. peak of the event will be probably a little after sunset. We have a lot of other photos and videos, but they haven't been approved yet, but they'll be approved here soon. But if you want to submit anything, QR code's on your screen. It is also the link right here, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you have any photos or videos. I think Tornado, Pagey, and Bryce are helping to try to get a car unstuck. Also clearing off their own car. Nothing burger in Maine? Maine hasn't really even started. Maine, I mean, it has started. It just, we're not even really in the climax period. But Maine's going to be a slow but steady race to actually getting close to a foot of snow, because a lot of the snow bands here will be light to moderate throughout the day. We go over to the HRRR, the future radar. You can see again, it's going to be snowing pretty much all the way through about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. It'll wind down after midnight, but most of the snow happening in Maine is going to be over the next several hours. So it's going to be a slow and steady race in Maine. I mean, again, anywhere in southeast Massachusetts, Cape Cod, we're still talking about snow through about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight before things actually end. Cape Cod won't be done until probably 10 or 11. Do we have snow counts? We just went over them like 2 minutes ago. I still think the blizzard of 78 was worse than what we're seeing here, but obviously the snowfall accumulation already for Providence is breaking that, and we'll probably have some other locations that'll be breaking that number since it's still snowing and it's still not done. New Jersey is still getting hammered by snow, not as heavy as earlier, but Toms River has a little patch of moderate snowfall. Most areas now in New Jersey are back to light snow, so it's not nearly as significant as what we were talking about this morning when you woke up, and even overnight hours are a lot worse. But things are at least steadily improving right now across New Jersey. Long Island still has pockets of heavier snowfall, mainly near New York City. 2 intense bands of snow. Right in the middle of that is a large dry slot near Smithtown, Brentwood, and Brookhaven. So a little break in the action here across Long Island. And then back up here into Hartford, Connecticut, we also have another large dry slot that is filled in here. But we have a good band of heavier snow impacting areas just west there of Springfield. West of Northampton near Russell, Beckett, and Ashfield, kind of in the hills there, hill country there of western Massachusetts. And back over here near Boston, Massachusetts, light to moderate snowfall is filling in. We do have a few cameras that we can look at. This one's over in Salisbury, Massachusetts, just a little north of Boston. Water is continuing to get higher and higher here on the pier. Larger waves too than normal, as the winds offshore are obviously very intense. At some times wind gusts are around 50, 60, 70 miles per hour just east of Salisbury. That's helping to increase our wave heights, making the seas a lot more angry, and coastal inundation is going to be a big concern here over the next several hours. We also have a live shot in Boston. That is the wrong camera slot. Maybe 3. So it looks like right now over Boston, Massachusetts, the visibility has improved just a little bit here over the last half hour. You could barely see a little while ago. Now we can actually at least see a little bit more of the skyline. There are skyscrapers and larger towers out there to the right and also in the middle of your screen, but we cannot really see those. We can at least see a little bit more into the bay here. Got the wind vane at the bottom. Still very windy right now. Winds are coming out of the northeast. So a lot of the water is no longer really crashing into downtown Boston. It's more going to be on the south side near Quincy and Weymouth. And Tornado Pagey is back on the road after helping get one of those cars unstuck. When's the next high tide? It's around 3:30. Will be the next high tide. And so I think Tornado Pagey is going to be going up there towards Boston and getting somewhere for the high tide. Hey, Bree, for becoming a member. Max, should I cancel my plans and go to the beach today? You know, if you want to do a little really cold water dive, then maybe. But even Florida's kind of too cold to go in the water. You know, we're down to 50s, maybe 60s in Florida today. Oh, there's really any places in the country right now where going to the beach is actually an option. Maybe Miami. I don't know if Miami's warm enough, but everywhere else is too cold. What vehicles Tornado Page driving? They're driving a 4Runner. Max is live. We've been live for 6.5 hours, a little longer than yesterday's live stream. We're gonna probably go up to about 8 hours or so. Maybe a little bit longer, depending on what happens here. This is a very historic winter storm that we are covering, though. What's on the menu for lunch today, Max? I have no clue. No clue at all. Where's she skirt? I have no clue. I haven't seen her in, like, literally since I went live. She hasn't been in the studio at all. Probably just sleeping. What is your end game? Do you want to be on TV? I want this to be a weather, station here on YouTube and across social media, and grow our team. We have a large team of people. It's not just me doing this live coverage. Today it's really only me. I mean, we have one person in the back end, but a lot of the time, like, we'll have upwards of 10, 15 people helping out with these live streams now. We have dozens of storm chasers, and so we're kind of building our own, like, weather channel here on YouTube. So the end game is just continue to improve our product that we have here. Obviously, we are still improving a lot of things. We're in the midst of a pretty big overhaul on a lot of things, too.
Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships.
So you guys will see a continuing improving product over the next 6 months with our streams. Riley not on today. He's at school. Hey, Corey, for the $20 super chat. East Coast, be safe. Please be sure to check in on your gas and dryer vents so they don't get buried. Any outside flowing vents. Good point. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you also for Bree for the super chat. Did Connor and Ryan give up? Yeah, they both went back. I mean, they didn't give up, but they just went back home. Connor's been streaming since like 4 in the morning, so I think they ended an hour ago, and then Ryan Schull had some sort of car problem, so he went back. Hey, Rebel for the $20 super chat. But if you guys want to continue to support, again, our mission to keep growing this, big, basically, weather channel here on YouTube, definitely become a member. There's the join button down below. It's one of the best ways to support our team and what we're doing here. Making a lot of major improvements here.
We're headed to the beach.
To the beach.
We just got a new report out of Rhode Island. There is a METAR, which is an airport, basically measurement device for all sorts of weather information. I want to see if I can find it on here. There's one of them, though. One of these says 37 inches of snow is on the ground. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of them. But apparently one of these stations has 37 inches of snow on the ground, and 4 inches fell in the previous hour. Which is insane. Still very heavy snow, obviously, in Rhode Island right now. Temperatures are in the mid-20s. So the snow is a little bit more fluffy. It's still, for the most part, wet, but just slightly colder, so the snowfall ratios will be a little bit higher, meaning basically we're getting more snowfall. And so that's happening over there in Providence right now. Well, we've now officially reached 37 inches of snow somewhere. I don't know what exact METAR is. I'm trying to figure it out, but I don't see it on here. All right, we do have some new photos and videos that have just come in from you guys. Oh, maybe my thing broke. All right, I'll do that in a second. Let me go back over to page for a second. All right, here's some of the photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is some snowplows in Nantucket, Massachusetts. This is over in Burlington, New Jersey. Listening to Max Velocity with my phone in my pocket while digging out of the driveway from 19 inches of snow. Crazy. Sent in from Quincy over in Fort Lee. Dogs having a great time. Most of the dogs have been happy to be out there in the snow. Some of them not so much, but a lot of them have been happy. Bunny is loving the snow over at Toms River, New Jersey. We got a new animal on the stream. Warwick, Rhode Island at about 10 in the morning. Just looked absolutely crazy. Another dog enjoying the snow. It's over in Webster, Massachusetts. Plow is stuck again. Been very common today. Seen a lot of snowplows get stuck. This is the most snowplows we've ever had get stuck in a stream. Young man earning his keep. Shoveling all the snow. There you go. Thank you, Melissa, for sending that in. Toms River, New Jersey. Over in Warwick, Rhode Island. Can't see my car. It's the little lump on the left, and it's almost covering most of the truck on the right. Tamara over in Toms River, New Jersey, just outside our front door, 4 steps covered in snow. It's over in Reading, Massachusetts. It's also over in East Fishkill, New York, about 18 inches here. Still snowing a little bit too. Little Egg Harbor Township in New Jersey has plenty of snow. Not really going to snow a whole lot more there, though, here over the next few hours. Most of it's winding down. Holden, Massachusetts is at 11 inches. Huge snow going right up to the door in Holbrook, Massachusetts. Apparently there's 33 inches of snow and they cannot get out of the house in Holbrook. My wife's beautiful magnolia tree on the right broken to pieces. That's not what you want to see. Salisbury, Maryland is where this was taken. Anthony over in Sea Cactus, New Jersey says ridiculousness. I would agree. I concur. Easton, Massachusetts has a lot of snow. There's a lane between the houses you can see on top of the plow markers. That's actually wild. You can't even see it. Another video here from New Bedford, Massachusetts. We'll do a couple more. Plenty of snow coming down. Still, blizzard conditions over in Bourne, Massachusetts. Wind is windy. Wind is winding and drifts are drifting. Great description. Shoveling multiple times is better than waiting. I would agree. It's in Holbrook, Massachusetts. Snowblower under a cover. It needed a rest. I would agree. I think your snowblower will definitely need a rest here and there. And last photo for right now is over in Newport, Rhode Island. Can barely even see out in front. You can barely see the trees out there on the horizon. If you guys have photos or videos, links on your screen, QR codes on your screen. We have some other ones that were also approved, but I'll get to those in a few moments. I want to go back over to Tornado Pagey. They are in Duxbury, Massachusetts. And there is some big damage here when it comes to the tree branches that are down. Got tree branches leaning on power lines. Here's a reason why we have power outages. Is this right here. Is this right here. This is the reason. That is a power line that has likely knocked out power. There are branches down everywhere on this road. In Duxbury. This is on Church Street, or next to Church Street. Near Cox Corner.
Slide around. There we go.
Not far from North Duxbury. This area has been hit hard, that's for sure. Hey, Pat, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Yes, the official number at Green Airport is 32.6 inches. We have some places, again, approaching 38 to 40 inches. We are going to see places in Rhode Island actually at 40 inches of snow from this event. It's crazy to say, but there will be places that actually hit 40 inches. We are not far from it in a few locations right now. This is a truly historic winter storm. So they're on westbound right now on Congress Street and Church Street. This is on the north side of Duxbury. And nobody on the roadway right now. There's somebody snow blowing there. Hey, Red White for becoming a member. Another snowblower here on the right. Why are people snow blowing? That guy's probably like, why in the world is this guy driving around in our town? There are so many power lines that are hanging so low. There's another branch on the right there that is hanging on the power lines. It's probably knocked out power here in Pembroke. More branches down the roadway here. And there are widespread power outages beginning to really ramp up now in Plymouth County. We're looking at about 73,000 without power in Plymouth County. 23,000 customers. Cape Cod is currently sitting at 85% of customers without power. That's about 155,000 customers. Looks pretty. It is pretty, I mean, but at the same time, if you live here and you don't have power, I don't think it's as pretty. So thankful. I'm so thankful that my power did not go out. Yeah, I would be too. If you guys haven't lost power yet, you're very fortunate. Especially if you are in Barnstable County, which is, again, Cape Cod. Cape Cod is only about 15... If you're one of those 15% of people that still have power there, that's really impressive. Put your food in the snow. Yeah, if you got like, if you need wine or anything like that. Like cold, put it in the snow right now. Haven't lost any power yet in Massachusetts. That's good to hear. Hopefully it stays like that. How in the world have they not gotten stuck yet? I mean, Bryce and Paige here, they are built different, you know? Actually, I should ask them. I'm gonna ask them here. Somebody in my chat just asked how you guys have not gotten stuck yet. I need the in-depth answer here from Bryce.
Don't jinx it like that, man. But this Prius, it'll go through anything, so. We actually have 2 Priuses, this one and then one that just broke down. And we're going to get a 3rd one this week. These are very solid chase cars, especially for snow.
Should get a Mini Cooper instead.
No, then we'd be stuck in every snowbank around.
Somebody in my chat just asked. Oh, goodness. Bro, if they were driving around in a Prius and they got this far, like, honestly, they would need a race, because, like, I don't know how in the world they're out here trucking along. Is this AI? It's not AI. No, they're in a 4Runner. Smart car? What's worse than a Prius? Is there any cars that are worse than a Prius? For snow? I'm trying to think. I think that's like the bottom of the barrel. They're on Highway 3 right now, going north towards Boston. Going towards the North Shore. Cybertruck. Alright, Cybertruck isn't that bad. Kia Soul? Nissan Altima, maybe? Mazda Miata? Oh yeah, Camaro or Mustang can be bad. Any Ford. Wow. Just calling out every car. Alright, we do have a map that we have just cooked up, showing you all the school closings. Alright, so we got about 1,800 schools closed tomorrow, actually in a very large area. So this is our school closings map here. So 1,800 schools are closed. Majority of them are back over in the Northeast, obviously. Long Island has a large area of closures for tomorrow, including most of, I mean, again, almost all of Long Island has widespread school closures. There are some virtual schools for tomorrow as well across parts of Connecticut. Hartford is obviously closed, but there are a couple of schools that are, again, trying to do some virtual learning, which is an interesting idea. Back over here in eastern Connecticut, back into northern Rhode Island, we also have a larger area of school closings, and then Boston, Salem, Gloucester, back into New Hampshire and Maine. Lots of different school closings for tomorrow. Only delays out there in New York and also southeastern Pennsylvania for tomorrow. Also New Jersey, the map here is broken for New Jersey. Everything else is accurate. But yeah, we have about 1,800 schools closed tomorrow. We also have about 153 delays, 155 virtual days tomorrow, and then 17 that are other. So, yeah, if you were open for school closures tomorrow, we got plenty here in the Northeast. Hey, Melissa, for the 9-month membership. We got another car that is stuck. I think. That police officer that's stuck? There's a police officer stuck. We're now, we're a third of the way to 100 cars stuck.
people behind us, so.
There's plenty of people here to help all these people.
Bro, this is kind of, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually shocking, and I'm kind of laughing out loud at this. New York City public schools will be open for in-person instruction tomorrow. Okay. I don't know why this is funny, but at the same time, like, I'm shocked that any school is open tomorrow. Like at least where we've seen 2 feet of snow. All right, well, what time was that tweet? It was about 15-20 minutes ago. If this was Tennessee or any other state in the South, it would have been closed for probably 2 weeks. You know, like, I would, like, if this was snow without any wind, I would say okay, but, like, it's gonna be windy tomorrow. There's gonna be blowing snow. It's gonna make it dangerous. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the decision. Go over to wind gusts. Wind gusts are obviously pretty high today. Let me do 12Z model run here. Put the timestamp back at the top. So these are the wind gusts tomorrow. Again, it won't be as windy tomorrow, but we'll still have wind gusts around 20-25 miles per hour. Not necessarily blizzard conditions, but blowing snow will keep things a little bit treacherous. We could even have a little bit of light icing on roadways from any sort of melting snow. And we've already had 24 inches in New York City, or at least surrounding areas, so... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know about that one, Chief. That seems a little bit... I don't know. I'm not a fan of that decision. We're at 26 inches of snow currently in Newark, New Jersey, so right outside of New York. We have 26 inches of snow. It is still snowing, by the way, in New York City. It's starting to wind down, but it's still snowing. East side is having the heaviest snow. Yeah, all the kids that didn't want school tomorrow in New York City. Hate to break it to you, but you will have school, apparently. Hey, Deborah, for becoming a moderate velocity member. What is that yellow box in Pennsylvania? That'd be power outages. There was some localized power outage that happened there. I don't think it's weather related, but unknown what it's related to. Alright, well, they're getting off at an exit here. This back over in Pembroke, Massachusetts. The conditions are worse in southeastern New England compared to New York. And New York City and even Long Island, there's been, like, no power outages. It's honestly impressive that we've had almost no power outages in New York at all. New England's been a very different story, but, you know, New York has been... pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm surprised, to be honest. Alright, well, they're out of light. And right now we have our heaviest band of snow currently impacting the east coast of Massachusetts. You can see that over here, like Lowell, Worcester, Boston, we are starting to see some lighter snowfall fill in. It's not nearly as intense as earlier. Once again, the nor'easter is beginning to pull away from the coastline, but we still have wind gusts around 60, 70 miles per hour, mainly in Cape Cod. We are sitting at about 86% of people without power in Barnstable County. So that number has continued to stay fairly high here as of lately. We do have some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in. We have a few others. This one's over in Blackstone, Massachusetts. The blizzard took this branch straight through the garage and into the windshield. Not fun. I do not envy that. That is not a fun situation. Over in Derby, Connecticut, this is sent in by Jody with 4 turkeys that came out. So I threw some seed. They must be hungry to struggle through that snow. I bet. So over in East Providence, Rhode Island, for about 1:30, I'm standing on a rock wall to get a good view. Just unprecedented levels here in Rhode Island. This is worse than the blizzard of 78 for parts of Rhode Island. A lot of snow there over in New Bedford, Massachusetts. This is in Templeton, Massachusetts. Western Mass is still getting hit pretty hard. So over in Millsboro, Delaware, with significant power outages. National Weather Service morning snowfall totals near 20 inches in surrounding locations. Yeah, Rhode Island is just snowed in at this point. It's over in Central Park in New York City. Another photo from Central Park. Snowman. Love it. Sent in by Jake and Anthony over in Fall River, Massachusetts, with a large snowdrift. A little over 6 feet of snowdrifts there. Prius and Altima starting to get buried by the snowdrifts in Merrimack, Massachusetts, near Haverhill. Table on my back deck in Warwick, Rhode Island. That is crazy. Beautiful photo from last night or early this morning over in Toms River, New Jersey. Reading, Massachusetts, still dealing with blizzard conditions. Here's another photo from Brendan over in North Kingston, Rhode Island. About 30 inches there of snow. A little over 2 feet in... Oh, is that a horse? Or are those donkeys? It's over in Middlesex County, Massachusetts. Can't even see the chairs anymore. There are apparently chairs supposed to be right there. I think that's one right there. Haverhill, Massachusetts got 3 dogs having fun in the snow. Rockland, Massachusetts dealing with some blizzard conditions still. Goat? Oh, those are goats. We said a llama. Not a llama. This is South Kingston, Rhode Island. There are some cars under those mountains somewhere. South Kingston, the snow isn't letting up. I'm pretty sure the day after tomorrow is upon us. It pretty much is. Last video for right now is sent in Gloucester, Massachusetts, measuring the snowfall. That ruler is almost, like, not able to measure the snow. About 21 inches in Gloucester. Gloucester has a lot of snow. Wow, 21 inches. If you guys have photos or videos, you can scan the QR code or the links on your screen. Bro's brain is fried. It is actually fried. Guys, I have had, like, no sleep. Apparently, Edgar O'Neill, who's the Stormchaser, just is sending me coffee right now. So, we might be back in business here soon. I am in a position right now where I'm tired. We just got a new preliminary map from the National Weather Service of New York for snowfall accumulation. And so you can see basically where the highest totals have been so far. Again, we've had some places pushing towards 30 inches, and by the end of this, we'll have a few places, definitely on Long Island, that get to 30 inches of snow. We're not far from it. Very, very close to it. Snow clone? Basically a hurricane, but in the winter. We call it nor'easter. Tornado page, he's over in Marshfield, Massachusetts. They've hit a stoplight. I think they're going to be heading towards the beach here soon. We currently have 72,000 customers without power in Plymouth County. Number has continued to stay around the same pretty much for the last couple hours. Let's check in on the total amount of power outages. We've been decreasing a little bit. Again, some power has been getting restored. New Jersey actually increased again. It's back to 133,000 customers without power. Massachusetts is at 292,000 customers without power. The number's basically been the same here for a while. All of Cape Cod is almost out of power. A little bit more isolated in Essex, Norfolk, and Bristol counties. More scattered and almost numerous at this point in Plymouth County. Dukes and Nantucket, which are also the islands, and also right along the immediate south shore of Massachusetts. A little over 50% in both of those counties without power. But across the board, we're still around 650,000 customers without power here across the country. Well, according to poweroutage.us. And this is really the most surprising one, is New York. There's only 6,700 people without power, or customers without power right now in Suffolk County, which is obviously going to be, you know, Long Island here. It's honestly surprising how low that number is. Very impressed by the power staying up. Got an ambulance coming up here on the left.
A snowmobile behind the ambulance.
Oh.
Do you need the heat back on?
Is it on up?
I can't tell.
It's starting to. Yeah.
How's it going, Heather? That dude on a motorcycle behind the ambulance, was there? I didn't see it. Now, if there's a person on a motorcycle here in Massachusetts in the snow, that would be a first for us, at least on a stream.
Rusty, thank you for subscribing. Hopefully you're enjoying this crazy blizzard. Nope.
Wow. Big bump.
Potholes.
Heading into Marshfield right now. I believe they are going towards the ocean. That light doesn't have power. Power's out for, again, a lot of these coastal areas. I don't think Marshfield has any power, so they're heading into Marshfield right now. There's a snowmobile. There you go. It wasn't a motorcycle. Hey, Bills for the $5 super chat. Some cities and towns in Massachusetts have snow volunteers. If you can't shovel, check with your local 211. Stay safe, y'all. Good to know.
Hope everyone is enjoying the stream. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Helps us out. We are headed towards the beach.
Hey, Abram for the super chat. Updates about Worcester, Massachusetts. Worcester will probably see another 3 to 6 inches, but outside of that, that's about it. I don't think there will be too much more there.
If we can. Road merges here, so it's a thinner road, so be careful. Thank you.
It's not a great road, but at least there's no trees across it.
How much more snow will Springfield, Massachusetts see? Only probably another inch or two. Max, how tall am I? I'm 8'7". Is Long Island done? Long Island will still have a few more shots of snow over the next few hours, but most of it will be winding down here by about 4 or 5 o'clock. Hey, Yomkins for the super chat. Where does the cars stuck today number come from? That's basically any chaser, any camera that we've had with the camera stuck, we just add it to the number. We had the highest we've ever had on a stream was almost 80. That was a few weeks ago with the major snow event that happened over in Indianapolis. And make that another car stuck as we're talking about it. We're at 34 now. Nebraska needs the snow. Yeah, if you're in western Nebraska, at least western Nebraska, I think there's several places that have seen less than 1 inch of snow over the past, like, few months. Like, it's literally only been like an inch of snow in at least far western Nebraska. Obviously, the Northeast is seeing probably about 50 times that today. So. We now have confirmed blizzard conditions at Portland. Are in Portland. We also have it in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and Sky Haven. Again, there are requirements for there to actually be quote-unquote blizzard conditions. We need sustained 35+ mile/hour wind gusts, less than a quarter of a mile of visibility, or around that, and then snowing or blowing snow. And so that has now happened in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Sky Haven, and back over in Portland. That has just been confirmed. Incredible geocolor imagery this morning of our bomb cyclone off the coast of New England. This is what it looks like across the entire country. Just an unbelievable, just jaw-dropping imagery here. Got our Arctic cold front that has made its all the way down into Florida now, stretching all the way back up. Just off to the east of the United States, has made its way all the way down to Miami today. Large bomb cyclone right here. Dry as can be all across the Great Plains. The pressure got down to 966 millibars with this low pressure center. It might be lower now, but at least got down to 966. And Tornado Pagey and Bryce are going towards the beach. People are walking out there right now. I believe they are going, unless they take a right here, I believe they will be going towards the Ocean Bluff and Fieldston area. And that is what they're doing. So they're going towards the water. We'll have a really good view of the water here soon. When is it supposed to last in New England? It'll be ending for most of you by sunset or just after sunset. Are you gonna get some rest? I will be at some point. Still covering a major nor'easter. This is like one of the most major winter storms that we've ever covered.
This is so pretty here.
Downright historic. So we got a lot of snowplows over here in Marshfield. They are, by the way, about 4 minutes probably away from the beach, so we'll have a view of the water here soon and you know how rough the seas are. We are approaching high tide here at Green Harbor and Marshfield. This is just north of Plymouth, which Plymouth was a disaster when it came to the amount of vehicles off jump the road, and then back over in Boston. It's a little bit off to the north in Weymouth. How's it going, Brady?
Trader for life. Welcome in.
What's going on? Who's got more snow, Boston or New York City? New York City right now has more. How much snow in Florida? I wish there was snow in Florida. If I could take even a half of an inch of what Rhode Island has seen today and put it right in Florida, I'd be happy. I haven't seen snow in like 7 years. A lot of branches down here near the coastline. Is Florida still in a drought? Florida's in a state of emergency, actually, for a drought. Alright, I'm gonna keep Paige on. Apparently I got Dunkin for coffee and stuff, so I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Floods very easily, so expect there to be a little bit of water, I'd assume. Thank you.
Yeah, we're actually headed to Brant Rock right now. That's what I have in the GPS.
I think they knew.
Oh.
Local.
Yeah. And then up the coast.
Huge shout out to Edgar O'Neill, one of our Stormchasers. He decided to send me some Dunkin. We got munchkins. We got food. Oh my god, bro. He actually sent like a gift basket of stuff. Got an iced coffee.
So many branches down. As long as they stay over there.
I think we got a breakfast sandwich or something. It's kind of fitting because we're talking about the Northeast today.
I see that. Wow.
We got a whole bag of munchkins. I just ripped it off in a terrible way. But there's munchkins. Huge shout out to Edgar O'Neill. That is a W.
Entire tree.
In the chat for him. Munchkins sound good. They actually sound amazing right now. I'm actually hungry. Northeast is sponsored by Dunkin. Pretty much the entire East Coast, or at least the Northeast. Everybody has Dunkin. I don't even know what kind of munchkins these are. I think that one's jelly. It's all sorted.
How much longer do you think this is going to last?
The heaviest snow, probably for at least another 3 hours or so.
Yeah, I mean,
as this band pivots around.
Crazy bright band.
Really stop rubbing it in. Probably won't have Dunkins for a few days in Fall River, Massachusetts.
Still dumping
I don't think you will either.
Providence, you're going to end up with 3 feet easily. I don't have a doubt. There's already 34 inches there.
Fieldson, again, Bryce right now is heading towards the ocean here. He's about half a mile away.
I mean, I'll say it. There's somebody's going to get 40 inches probably.
That is just crazy. There was a 66 mile per hour gust up here a while ago. Did you see that 25-inch report? Yeah, just near here. Kind of 26 inland a little bit. 27 in Taunton.
Apparently we have a camera with waves. Oh, it's this one. It's over in Salisbury, Massachusetts. The water's getting way higher. It's crashing up to the building now. Got some storm inundation over here. They are approaching Ocean Bluff and Fieldston here on the coast.
Exeter. North Kingstown. looks like it's chilling out near Connecticut.
Yep, that back in. Actually, looks like they got the roads pretty good too.
Wow.
Figured once the snow kind of dies down, they'll be on top of that.
Yeah, because I mean, they've done a pretty good job, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've been to places where they can't even clear 5 off the road. Hey, Mr. Taylor, what's up?
Power line down.
Ooh.
Bro, these munchkins are gas. I haven't had munchkins in such a long time.
See why?
Yep.
Probably because I'm hungry, though.
Here.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, look at those.
Like blueberry. Should ask Bryce if he's gonna go kayaking.
Ice cold.
Are you gonna try to go kayaking?
I can see the ocean, kinda. It says I'm plugged in.
Yes, that is on our list of activities this afternoon and this evening, right after we do the polar plunge.
Actually got a little bit of flooding here. Or, yeah, looks like a little bit of flooding on the street.
I'll go back down.
How about eat all 10 of these munchkins?
High tide's coming. Ain't it?
It is.
Are you gonna try to go kayaking?
Yes, that is on our list of activities this afternoon.
Man, this is where they're currently located. Right next to Green Harbor. Very close to the water. Looks like they're going to go towards some water bank here in a second. Blizzard conditions are way more prominent right along the coastline here. You can clearly see the wind whipping the trees around. Power's out for most of these areas, too.
At least there's a path.
Yay.
Yeah, wind's way more intense right here, right on the coastline.
You can see the surge comes all the
They're
way
trying to go all the way down towards the actual harbor here. Get a better view. They're going down one of the side roads.
Still,
Wow.
These jelly munchkins don't really taste like much. I thought they would have like jelly inside of them. Just like a purple thing.
we got a transformer that's on the side up there.
Well, I just ate all 10 munchkins.
Yeah, quite a bit of infrastructure damage up here.
I would never eat that many in one sitting, but I'm hungry.
Yeah, I don't like anywhere has power. Even the hotels.
Bro, Edgar also got me hash browns too. Bro, this guy like literally hit everything up.
Some tropical stores don't even have winds like this.
Yeah, these ones are worse than tropical storm conditions.
There's like 100% power outage at the Cape.
Oh wow. It's what, one county east of here?
Yep.
Power lines seem crazy low. I mean, the power lines are pretty low. Again, all the snow is weighing it down.
Yeah.
Like snow kind of just stacks up onto it.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, we're next now to Brant Rock Beach here in Green Harbor and Marshfield.
These power lines could go at any minute.
Angry ocean. There's one right there.
Yep.
All right, we're now right next to the water here.
That's the ocean, folks.
Luckily for these houses, they sit up at elevation on top of a rock.
Dunkin better sponsor the stream.
Ocean spring up here.
I don't think they have the money for it. They're gonna lose a lot of money being closed today and tomorrow.
Next week to break.
It's like 2,000 locations closed in the Northeast.
Look at that.
Oh,
Whoa!
holy crap.
Whoa!
Yep.
That was crazy.
Oh.
Whoa! Another one.
Get the car a bath.
Those are huge waves.
Actually, I don't
Another
know
one.
if we're gonna be able to go down here.
I don't think so.
Jeez! Look at the water. My goodness. These are huge waves right here. Yeah, this is live.
I think so.
We're okay on the hill, but I think all this is just from these waves running down. Here comes some more.
Those are not small waves. Those are massive.
Holy cannolis.
Look at all the power lines down, too. Look at all the water running on the road. Got major flooding happening on these side streets. Over in Marshfield. These are not the sights that we've been seeing elsewhere today. That's for sure.
This is a rotary, ain't it?
I don't know. No, it's a...
Oh, right, okay. Even better.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna get to Branch Rock. Ooh, I kind of want to walk out there on that ladder.
No!
Yeah. No?
No! I don't want you to fall into the ocean.
No, it's on this side of the seawall.
Oh. Look at this wind whipping this water.
Power pole is struggling. There's a lot of lines down.
We're not gonna catch that, are we?
Nope. It's pretty crazy.
This is one heck of a burnt Dunkin' sandwich. Oh, the wind.
That'll fog it up, huh?
I'll dry it off real quick.
Road is cooked. Looks awful. It looks pretty bad out there.
Cavalier Road.
Starting to move again. See the stop sign moving back and forth there too. Thank you, Data, for the super chat. Not surprised by the floods near the Cape. I'm not either, but it's actually, like, we haven't had a view of this at all today. It's pretty surprising, though, what we're actually seeing here. The waves are very large, crashing onto the those homes there a moment ago. And on top of that, we're still not at high tide yet. We're still probably about an hour or so away from that. I believe here in Fieldson and Ocean Bluff. There's a power line down right there.
Those waves are pretty crazy, ain't they?
Yeah, they are.
They're going down now Town Pier Road near Brant Rock. Blizzard conditions really ramping up here. Yeah, they're still right along the, there's a river here on the right. That's the Green Harbor River. It goes out to the ocean. But on the left will be the more intense side, which we'll see here soon.
Kirsten! Got them all in.
Video looks like black and white. I mean, there aren't a whole lot of other colors when it comes to snow coming down. They're going down towards the Blackman's Point RV and campground area. Can't even see it. Again, the visibility's maybe an eighth of a mile. You can only see a few hundred feet in front of where they're at.
Like 50? When you've been in enough winds, you know what the car feels like.
It's like Alberta. Max ever eat real food? Yes, guys, I do eat real food. It's just, again, when I'm live, it's harder to eat real food. I usually eat, like, faster things. Max needs a cook on staff.
So pretty.
If only I had the money for that. Get a personal chef.
Amy,
it would be
thank
cool.
you so much for the Venmo.
Would save me a lot of time.
Hey, Siren Project. Yeah, we are getting smoked up here. You're not wrong. This is brutal.
Making sure I don't see seawater anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Riley can double as your personal chef. Well, he's not in the right state for that. That's the problem. I also don't think he's very good at cooking. I could be wrong. He's not here to defend himself, so I'd say he's not good at cooking.
Mark said if you see red and green porch lights, that's his house.
Oh, wow.
How are you liking this?
So we're at on Brant Rock. Has the biggest waves that we can see. I'm not quite too sure.
Most young guys can't cook. Well, I fall into that category.
Those are red lights.
I have burnt everything in the recipe book at this point, to some extent. I've learned that I like burning things. Literally.
Yeah, it is. We're at Blue Shot.
Thank you so much to Chris for becoming a VIP Velocity member. W's in the chat for Chris. Really appreciate that. It's our highest tier membership on the channel. How much longer for Haverhill, Massachusetts? We got probably about 2-3 more hours left until things start winding down. I mean, it's obviously we're approaching 3 o'clock. Most of the snow at this point is all confined to Rhode Island, eastern Connecticut, and eastern Massachusetts, back into eastern New Hampshire and southern Maine, but still got some snow showers near New York City and New Jersey, but for the most part it's winding down. The worst of it, again, is going to be in eastern Massachusetts, basically where they're located right now. These coastal areas have been hit pretty hard today. There's actually a person walking out there.
Hey, Alan.
Got a couple people.
Okay.
A dog up there?
Yeah.
A couple of people walking up there.
They're removing stuff on the road up there.
Now I want munchkins. I'm not gonna lie, the Dunkin munchkins are kind of mid. I feel like you get better munchkins at Walmart. Not even kidding. I feel like Walmarts are better. I like they just tasted like, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I don't know how to describe them, but they were kind of mid.
You like this one?
Some people were kind of saying like they taste like chemicals and stuff. I mean, I don't fully disagree.
You see one over there.
They don't taste fresh or anything like that. But again, right now, Tornado Page is located over here north of Plymouth. Plymouth is again, if you're just doing it for the first time today, Plymouth is pretty much a disaster. Lots of cars stalled on and off the roads. Heaviest band of snow is still impacting Plymouth and Brockton. Areas like Providence, Warwick, and South Kingston have picked up an unbelievable amount of snowfall. This is the most snow that we've seen basically since the 1978 blizzard in Providence. And the latest on our snowfall accumulation map, no major updates really. The highest number that we've had officially still is sitting at 33.5 inches of snow back over in Providence, Rhode Island. And then back over in North Kingston, we also have 33.5 inches of snow. And again, that is as of almost 2 hours ago now. So these are not even updated. That was actually 2 hours ago, since those are Central Time. We also had about 33 inches of snow at the Green Airport. Back over in Rhode Island, Gloucester, Rhode Island at 32, Warwick at 31. And those numbers are probably approaching 40 inches. I think Providence will hit 40 inches, to be honest. And over the last 2 hours, we've probably had about, 1-2 inch snowfall rates. It'll be awfully close to 38 to 40 inches of snow. And again, if we hit 40 inches of snow, that would just be downright insane. Like, I know we were expecting a big nor'easter, but this would be a little bit more significant than I think most of us were expecting. And then back over New Jersey, New York, things are kind of quieting down. I mean, yes, we got snow still ongoing around in south of New York, but for the most part, a lot of the snow is offshore. There's only some light snow showers left near Toms River and Stafford Township. New York City still has some decent snow off to the east, but it's definitely starting to wind down. So again, a lot of the dry air is kind of eating into the west side of the storm system. All of the significant snow is really stretching out from Maine back over into southeastern Massachusetts, which is, again, where Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton are located. They are in reverse still. I'm not really entirely sure why. They've been in reverse for a while. Did not want to turn around. Thank you, Hunter, for the super chat. Love your forecasts. Me and the family watch them every day. How much snow can I expect in northern Minnesota this week? We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that. We got a big forecast coming tomorrow regarding again, this is not the only winter storm that we have in the Northeast this week. We're gonna have several more this week. All right, we're gonna have possibly as many as 3 or 4 more winter storms in the Northeast over the next 10 days or so. And then tomorrow, we'll also be talking more about that risk of snow up there. That'll be after I get a lot of sleep, because I am very tired, obviously. I would love to ask why he's reversing, because he's been reversing for like 3 minutes. Are you getting ready for your polar plunge? What are the temperatures in the Northeast? Mostly.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good spot. I don't know about this right here, man. These waves are just too big. They're gonna slam me into the seawall.
Can I ask why you've been reversing for about 3 minutes?
Because the sides of the road are blown shut with 4-foot drifts, and I don't want to back the Prius up into a 4-foot drift.
That is valid. Yeah, temperatures right now are running in the mid-upper 20s to low 30s right now. For most of New England. Low 30s in Cape Cod. Everywhere else is basically in the mid-20s.
I don't know about this right here, man.
Sketchy as hell. It is. I'm not gonna lie. Just backing up. You backed up
I mean,
for about
if you want, we can do the
3
rest
minutes
of
or
the stream
so.
in reverse if you want.
And
The
blizzard
sides of
conditions.
the road are blown shut with 4-foot drifts, and I don't want to back the Prius up into a 4-foot drift.
Is he really driving a Prius? He's not in a Prius.
Yeah, it
We
is.
can call it the Prius runner, though.
It's straight. We haven't crossed the street.
Comes back in there.
He's now he's trying to back up and turn around. Maybe he's gonna get it here.
And it's even deep there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want, we can do the rest of the stream in reverse if you want.
Wait, I didn't even know he said that. He did say that. I would like to see a reveal of this Prius that you're driving. You should honestly do the rest of the stream while you're swimming in the ocean.
Okay, give me about 10 minutes. Check back with me if I don't get with you first, though, because I might be. We are on the way.
I'd like to see a reveal of this Prius that you're driving. They're right on the water here now. You can see the, I think that's the ocean right there. Or maybe I'm tripping, I don't know. Maybe that's a river. Oh, that's like a little bay. It's like a little inlet, I think. So they're heading back towards that, again, they're heading back towards the ocean side. They were kind of on the river side here for the last few minutes. Now they're heading back for a little bit of a low signal area, but this is where they're at right now. So again, they're near Brant Rock. Kind of circling here, trying to get back to the ocean. Some really big waves right there. Again, we have northeasterly flow, which is allowing for large waves to basically crash ashore here. And you can see all the... Wow.
We'll pick up another foot.
Wow, this is crazy.
Look at this. You can't see this house in front of us.
Just unbelievable blizzard conditions here in Marshfield. This is at the Marshfield Boat Launch Facility. So they're actually on the river side. They're at the Green Harbor River. Can't even see.
Daryl, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Hey, Taylor.
Measured 35 inches of snow in southern Rhode Island. Wow. 35.
That's crazy. We're over 3 feet in some spots now in Rhode Island. He's driving in the blizzard, might as well DoorDash. Actually, I should ask him. Somebody said in my chat you should go DoorDash while you're doing this.
I mean, we could try that, but there's nothing open, I guess, for people to even order. And I don't know how to work the DoorDash app, so...
Hey, somebody could order like a 5-foot snowdrift and you could deliver that.
We could deliver snow cream!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hi Wayne, welcome in.
Somebody said in my chat you should go DoorDash while you're doing this. Alright, up towards Dyke Road, then going towards Ocean Street again. This is right next to the... Well, they're about to be back on Ocean Street. Ocean Street is crazy. Right up here on the right will be crazy here in a minute. This is where all the big waves are. Kind of getting the... Wow, look at the power line down right there. I think they went over this earlier. But that was a power line down, all the snow weighing down all the power lines right here. Right along the coastline in Ocean Bluff. So they're going to be on Ocean Street, I believe, unless they... Yeah, they're going to be on Ocean Street here. This is right next to the water where the big waves are crashing. We got a little bit of flooding here, some coastal flooding. See the signs, and there's the waves. Look at the waves there. The water crashing over the seawall. Big wave right there. Look at the waves right down there on the right, just past this house. They've been huge.
This is just crazy.
Hey Vince, are we becoming a maximum velocity member?
There's one. That is the ocean.
I feel like we're gonna get jump scared in a second from a big wave.
Oh, there was one.
Oh, the water just flowing over the seawall.
I feel like we're back in the Outer Banks.
Hey, Bryce said he was gonna do a polar plunge. Obviously he's not, but imagine. You know what else we can imagine?
That one sprayed us.
Apparently there's huge waves on... Yeah, this camera here has some pretty large waves. It's over in Saco, Massachusetts. See the waves crashing right along the beach here. Some of the rocks. Keep that on slot 1, I'll only change slot 3
This
right
is
now.
crazy.
Jeez. I don't know why that kind of jump scared me. Free car wash? I don't know if this is the kind of car wash you want. This is salt water.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be washing the vehicle, don't worry.
Oh, absolutely.
Not the car wash that you want.
Yes.
Jeez. It's not raining, guys. It's just the ocean spraying. Crazy.
Wow.
What a Prius.
Never seen this before.
Keeping the Prius clean.
There's like ice chunks mixed in.
All the large waves there off to the right.
So I wonder if there's anywhere else that gets it like this.
Got a lot of snow on that wire right there on the right. Weighing down the lines.
Mark said you might want to move. It's all small cobblestone at the base of the seawall. They get picked up by the waves. Yes, we're moving. Yeah, we will definitely be going through the car wash. Don't worry, guys. On the way.
Power pole's about to fall.
Look at the the power poles are like leaning. There's a lot of wires that are just dangling, but that power pole right there is currently leaning over.
Oh, wow.
So many lines and wires are hanging over the road right now. If you're just tuning in, this is right along the ocean at Ocean Bluff. I mean, again, wires are down literally everywhere here.
I mean, all these power lines, look at them.
It might be cable lines, too.
I mean, look at the top of these two poles, 3 poles up here.
Yeah, this isn't even the worst of the wind. The worst of the wind happened earlier, so a lot of these lines that are down and dangling happened from the everything earlier. Thank you, Timothy, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Look at the top of the power poles, like they're leaning. Go back to them in a second. I do want to get to some of your photos and videos. This one was taken out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island. A lot of snow on the ground. This one was in Warwick, Rhode Island. With Lucifer the dog. Having some fun in the snow. Over in Carver, Massachusetts. Snow day in Carver. It's a snow day everywhere, really, in Massachusetts today. This is from Bill in New York City. From 97th and Broadway. At least the roads are, for the most part, cleared. In Ridgefield, New Jersey, my dog was absolutely taken aback by the 2 feet of snow shoveling. That path for him was a nightmare. I bet it was. Fall River, Massachusetts. Just, again, crazy snow drifts and a lot of snow on the ground. Over in Derby, New Hampshire. Can't really even see the steps anymore. And then back over in Coventry, Rhode Island. 40-inch snow drift. Again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code. There's also a link on your screen. Make sure to go ahead and send any photos or videos if you have any. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It's also one of the top links in the description. Also, we are currently watching Tornado Pagey with the Radar Omega app. It's also the weather app we're using, bottom right of your screen. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
Thank you so much, Gus Fitz, for the super chat.
We have breaking news from the governor of Massachusetts saying travel ban for non-essential motor vehicle travel in Bristol, Plymouth, and Barnstable counties until the blizzard ends and road conditions improve, as of 1 minute ago. We also have another report. More than 80 vehicle accidents have been reported by the Connecticut State Police, with 4 of them involving injuries. Cape Cod Hospital in Massachusetts is currently running on generator power, and multiple water main breaks have occurred from power outages in Winthrop, Massachusetts. This is all according to the New Haven Register news. There are so many lines down here.
Auntie, what's up? Hey, Lydia.
They boarded up.
Yeah.
See the waves coming up too.
It is a mess out here on the coast of Massachusetts. This is 100 times worse than what we got in Texas. Texas kind of got lucky from that winter storm. It could have been worse. Most of Texas, at least, was lucky.
If you park next to the stone church, you will get some great shots of.
And also, this is the Northeast. This is New England. It's an area that usually gets hit hard by nor'easters, but this one is by far more intense
Stone Church. Where's the Stone
than most
Church?
that we've seen recently. Again, most of New England is still seeing some version of snowfall. Back over in Long Island, we are pretty much done with snow. Well, maybe a couple more snow showers, but for the most part, the accumulation is kind of winding down in Long Island. Back over in New Jersey, we have very light snowfall around the Toms River area. Also back over here in Delaware and Maryland, we are fully done with snowfall at this point. Maybe a couple more light snow flurries, but nothing that would really cause any more accumulation. Back over in Maine, this is one of the areas that is going to be getting harder hit by snow over the next few hours. Blizzard conditions are expected to continue. Portland and Maine, and also back over in Rochester and also near Hampton Beach, we are now experiencing blizzard conditions there. And then anywhere over here in southeast New England near Boston, Gloucester, Ipswich, Provincetown, Plymouth, surrounding areas, we are talking about heavier snowfall currently, and that's going to continue here for the next few hours as this winter storm continues. Again, the ocean side here over in Saco, Massachusetts, some big waves currently crashing along the coastline. Look at that wave right there in the rocks. Some coastal flooding is going to be possible here over the next few hours. This is also over in Salisbury, Massachusetts, just off to the north of Boston, which is going to be kind of almost near the border of New Hampshire and Mass. A lot of water crashing into this building here. Stay off that deck. We haven't seen a single person over here on this deck today. Is outdoor seating available?
South on 139 till you.
Where's the best place to share a webcam feed? You can email me.
Yeah,
probably the best way.
Oh, okay. Can't even tell.
It's not out to here anymore.
Yeah. I think it's okay.
This does remind me of the bags.
Roads out to the lighthouse will be covered with water.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
We're gonna head out that way. We're not far. We're 14 miles from it. There's a lot of ocean up here.
Hey, CB for the super chat. Zacho's or Seiko's main. Good to know. The label's wrong. Let me fix that.
No, that house is very icy.
Is it? Turn around.
I don't know. How can we get out of here?
Back the way we came.
Oh, okay.
We'll fix that. It's a little bit closer to Fieldston, Massachusetts, just east of Marshfield. Blizzard conditions are still continuing. They'll get a little bit less bad over the next few hours, gradually improving conditions. When it comes to the blizzard, we still have visibility down to a quarter of a mile, though, here, right along the coastline near Marshfield. What place received the most snowfall so far? It was Providence. North Kingston is currently leading the way at 35 inches of snow, but again, some of these reports that we've been getting haven't really updated in the last couple hours, so this is the latest snowfall accumulation map. North Kingston's at 35 inches of snow, which is down here just south of Providence. Providence was at 33.5 inches, but that was over 2 hours ago. We haven't had a new number officially come in yet. Back over in Green Airport, that was also a while ago, coming at 32 inches. Over in, let me zoom out a little bit so we can get some new numbers. So back over in, well, east side of Providence was 31.5 inches at about 120. Somerset, Massachusetts hit 31 inches. And yeah, really that's about it. I mean, Long Island had a widespread 20 to 30 inches of snow. We didn't really reach, I don't think, 30 in any particular location. Montauk, which is in far eastern Long Island, got to 28 inches of snow, but also there's 29 in Islip. But outside of that, we haven't had any areas officially at 30 yet, but several areas are very close to it. But I mean, all this is on track for what we forecasted. It overperformed, obviously, in Rhode Island. Honestly, a little bit further south than I thought. I thought Foxborough might be the bullseye. It ended up being a lot farther south. Ended up being closer to Rhode Island here, with 33, 35, 37 inches of snow trying to fall over here, and it is still snowing, and we are looking at snowfall rates down to about 1 inch per hour or so, so there will not be nearly as much accumulation here in Rhode Island, but it is still snowing. It's still going to continue to stack up. Back over here near Boston, Plymouth, Provincetown, yes, it is still snowing, and this is really where our heaviest bands are located, one near Brockton, and then another one's going through Plymouth. But Rhode Island will probably be done with snow in about an hour, I would say, maybe an hour and a half, so we still have another inch or two to go for most of the state before this thing's done. That's at least. Thank you, Dan, for the $5 super chat. Done in an hour, you promise? Hey, we'll see. I'd say it's another hour. I mean, there will be more snow showers probably through 6 or 7, but it'll be less widespread and it won't really stack up into much. While you guys are still broadcasting, we just did 8 hours in today's stream. We were live for 6.5 hours yesterday. We've hit 8 hours today. Been a long couple of days here of streaming, and being live in general. We've reached about 3 million people with our videos and live streams over the last few days regarding this winter storm. Reached just 2 million in the last 48 hours. I'm tired. Keep yawning. I get a whole lot of sleep last night. I ended up getting maybe 5 hours of sleep. Not great. I don't know if it was that much. Probably less than that. I woke up quite a few times.
Well, it might be starting to stop.
Is it?
The bands are starting to break up.
So our low has peaked in intensity and is starting to pull away. Yep.
I still think they're gonna get a lot of snow from this band, but the band.
Need a 20-minute power nap? I need more than a 20-minute power nap. I need a 10-hour power nap. The for the record, I mean, this nor'easter, it's not done yet, but we're getting pretty close to the end of the at least worst snowfall. I mean, it's gonna keep snowing through about 8 or 9 o'clock for parts of Massachusetts, and maybe even through 10. But the heaviest snow is where we are looking right now, Marshfield. This is really where the heaviest snow is located. Brockton and Plymouth, surrounding areas, basically anywhere just south of Boston into Plymouth County are having the worst snowfall currently. Cape Cod is at about 85% without power. Plymouth County is at 34% without power. Over 220,000 of the power outages are only in 2 counties just south of Boston. Chug that coffee. I need more creamer for my coffee. I'm not a fan of just straight up iced coffee. Usually need more creamer. A little bit of the downfall. I do have an iced coffee here that Edgar got me, but I had a lot of creamer packets up here and I don't know where they went. Lost my creamer.
We have all these threats.
Has gone missing.
In northwest and it rains on the coast. Or it rains on I-95. This should make the snow lovers happy.
Yep.
I've never been to a Tim Hortons before. Isn't that a grocery store?
Hi, Kane.
I don't think Tim Hortons exists in Florida. If it does, I've never seen it. Tim Hortons is like a Dunkin Donuts. It's Canada's coffee. Oh. Ah, I see now. Okay. I thought it was a grocery store. I mean, I know what Piggly Wiggly is. That's a grocery store. Where are all the branches down? So many branches down over here in east side of Marshfield. It's a lot of snow. It is a lot of snow. I've never had Tim Hortons. I didn't even notice. I didn't even know it was like a Northeast thing, to be honest. I used to live in New Hampshire for 15, 16 years. Never saw it. Maybe I have saw it or seen it. I just didn't know I saw it. All right, I'll continue to drive through the snow. This is that live shot over in Saco, Maine, where the waves are pretty large. And this camera was the one that we meant Maine and not Massachusetts. Seas are very angry right now. You can see that large wave on the left coming up. A lot of these waves have been crashing right onto the rocks. Blizzard conditions have been ongoing in Saco, Maine here for the last few hours. Also in Salisbury, Massachusetts. We have reached high tide here for most of the coastline here of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Water's still coming up very high, all the way up to the building. The coastal impacts have been a little bit more significant, obviously, since this is a nor'easter and the winds are much more intense right on the coastline.
Sparkling water, like a bubbly, or you know. So he goes in there and he
Saco,
calls
man?
me, and he's
Gotcha.
like,
Saco.
"Hey, they don't have
I knew
bubbly,
that.
but they have this brand." And like I could kind of see him in the store, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. It says it has like 5% alcohol in it." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "You wanted a seltzer, right?" And I'm like, not like a White Claw. What do you want me to just drink while going down the road? No, I don't even drink. I was like, no, I wanted like a sparkling water.
I was just doing what I was told, y'all. That's all I was doing. Doing as I was told.
People need alcohol during winter storms like this. Hey, Dean, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. White Claw would pair well with these whiteout conditions that we are seeing here in the Northeast.
Andy said it certainly was Bob the Blizzard. It was.
Yep.
You're right. It was Bob the Blizzard. You're right. Taylor's laughing.
I mean, I was just doing what I was told to do. Going to the store, I'm always going to ask if she wants something, and if she does what she wants, you know, that's what she wanted. And I was confused because I don't drink neither sparkling water nor seltzer, so I didn't know.
All right, so again, they're back over in Marshfield. A couple updates. We do have our updated power outage map. Back down to about 600,000 customers without power. Massachusetts, again, one of the hardest hit areas at this point, with nearly 300,000 people still without power. That number's been pretty steady for the last few hours, so I do think that pretty much means that we've hit the peak of our winter storm intensity here across the Northeast, and we have also just kind of gone down. I mean, downtrended quite a bit here in terms of the most intense conditions here across the Northeast. Highest number again at this hour is 35 inches of snow in North Kingston. Obviously, as we continue to get new numbers in, we will let you know. That's the highest official number as of right now. We'll probably push closer to 40 inches in a location or two, maybe near Providence. So again, make sure that you're subscribed to the channel, and also make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX for the latest information on all that. But again, as of right now, the snowfall accumulation numbers are still coming in, and it's going to take some time until we officially have the exact numbers here across the Northeast. We are looking at about 1,784 school closings that are currently in effect Let me show you guys the updated map here for school closings. This is the updated map here. So again, the majority of them are back over in the Northeast. A lot of them were, I believe these also continue to tomorrow here across parts of the Southeast. The New York schools are mostly delayed. There are very few in the New York City area that are canceled. Almost all of them are delayed. Most of them are closed here back over in Long Island. Most of them are closed over here in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. A large area of school closures is in effect for both today and tomorrow. Cape Cod, I would expect, will be closed at least through tomorrow, if not probably into Wednesday. Surrounding areas, I think Rhode Island will probably have closures continue also into Tuesday and Wednesday too. Some of the purple dots you see, those are going to be virtual school days. So the one over here in Springfield, for example, that one for today was for virtual school, but some of these other ones that are on here are also for virtual school for tomorrow. So obviously check in with your local listings. We'll have a website coming out here pretty soon. Obviously, for those that have, we've already kind of shown it off before, but basically we are building a very futuristic type of website for weather information and weather data, and it will be soon releasing to the public. This will be one of the things that's included. This is very beta. I mean, this is like basic stuff, but we'll have it more detailed and all the good details on here at some point down the road. But yeah, it'll be pretty cool when that comes out. Thank you, Aldo, for the super chat, saying huge thank you for the coverage. You've been streaming all day at my house and have been, or I cannot read. You've been streaming all day at my house and have future subs, followers of my family. I'm heading out to shovel my 10 or 50 yard driveway. Appreciate the $10 super chat, and I'm glad I can help. No virtual school if they don't have power. You're not wrong. Thank you, Lydium, also for the $10 super chat. I need a Dunkin iced coffee bucket. I need to be bathed in iced coffee. I am so incredibly tired. There is sometimes a struggle in these longer streams. Like, again, having the streams during, I mean, like, I'm usually fine if it's a normal, like, stream or whatever, but having to go from a stream that ends at 11 last night, go to bed at 12, and then getting up today at, like, 6, and then going live, it is not easy. It's a tough schedule.
I don't think it is, though. I think there's one more.
And honestly, I would have been live sooner, but I was waiting for my DoorDash, and it never came.
One more.
Kind of hoping to eat before going live.
Oh, we have 3/4 of a tank still. We've been going so slow that we've barely been using any fuel.
I think in total today we drove maybe 80 miles.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's been so, it took so long to get anywhere because we had to go so
My DoorDash
slow.
this morning was about an hour late.
Yep.
Never happened before. Yeah, whiteout conditions here over in Marshfield, Massachusetts. Conditions will continue to gradually improve over the next few hours. They're still not great, but they're getting a little bit better. Slowly but surely getting a little bit better. And hopefully by the end of today, or really as we get after sunset, things are much better, but blowing snow is going to continue into tonight. It's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, those bands really skinnied up.
Yep, as that low is pulling away.
All right. Well, I'm tired. And we've been live for almost 8.5 hours now. I'm going to actually wind down the stream. I was going to be live longer, but I am very tired. As you can probably tell, I've not been talking a whole lot over the last half hour, and it's mostly because of that. I need sleep. So I'm probably going to go to sleep in a few minutes. But I appreciate everybody tuning in to today's stream. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We are going to go ahead and raid Tornado Pagey. They are obviously live on YouTube, so you guys can continue to watch the craziness unfold on their stream. So stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to their live coverage here in Marshfield, Massachusetts. and surrounding areas. Again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning, so stay tuned to the channel. Make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified. The weather is going to be crazy next week, so make sure that you're staying tuned. All right, we got a big video coming out tomorrow talking all about it. Outside of that, not really a whole lot else to say. Make sure to join our Discord server. Links down below. If you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member. It is the join button down below. Support what we're doing here, our team. All the production that you see here, all the chasers that we have, obviously are not cheap. So if you want to support our page, click the join button. Helps out the channel a ton. Helps us also be able to add more storm chasers to our team as well. Again, thank you guys all so much for watching, and we will see you in the next stream or video. Next video will be tomorrow morning.